police why. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Well, you stand my good wood, stand for this child. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't mean mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just
Join the debate, join the discussion, share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA open mic, free speech zone. DPA open mic, we are live. DPA open mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. United States. Let's go. We are live. DPA open mic. We are live. We are live. We are live.
We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 145, The Turning Point World, where Charlie Kirk's assassination has basically dominated the headlines for almost the entire week. And again, nothing can go right for Zelensky because the drone incursion into Poland was such a big thing. It's like, NATO is under attack, and then Charlie Kirk have to die. So I do not know what Zelensky need to do to get attention from the media back. And not to mention, Israel has launched yet another offensive inside Gaza City. I don't even know who are they fighting right now. Like, is there really that many Hamas fighters to really fight? I don't really understand it. it makes zero sense to me. And yeah, and of course, the fallout that comes after Charlie Kirk's assassination, a lot of cancel culture are coming out from the right, and yeah, I've done a video on that. So anyway, so I just want to explain a bit on the situation right now with the DPA Open Mic channel. So the original Open Mic channel is now known as DPA Open Mic Archived. The main reason is because the DPA Open Mic channel is demonetized. And over a short, one of the shorts that I uploaded, there is nothing controversial about it. It was talking about how the Arab states need to play ball with United States, and and then they get prosperous by playing ball with United States. However, it got striked. It got a community strike. The channel got a strike, and then it got demonetized. And it was claimed that there is no a promotion of terrorism and a criminal organization. I was like, what the hell is he talking about? I didn't even talk about like Hamas or whatnot. It took me a while to realize that it's actually Vaughn's Wagner flag behind him. Yeah, so Wagner private military contractors is very, very sensitive a topic on YouTube. And History Legends have his entire Russian channel terminated, totally deleted by YouTube, because he posted a video talking about the Wagner private military contractors, and that video caused the whole channel to be terminated. So for DPA's case on the open mic, just because that one shot, 30-second video, the whole channel got demonetized. The wasting thousands of hours and hundreds of live streams effort. So YouTube, what the fuck, man, YouTube. So and there is no recourse. So there's no way to talk because big tech is big tech. They are still as asshole as ever. So, and then the problem is, as you guys all know, as the regulars, Vaughn have Wagner flags behind him for more than a year, for years now, for 2 years. So it becomes untenable, because there's no point if we as a community continue to invest in the original open mic channel, when because of all this history of the Wagner flag behind Vaughn, anytime the channel can be terminated, or it can be demonetized again, even if it get monetized 90 days after the initial strike. And there is no guarantee that after 90 days they will go to monetize the channel, because I can apply for it, they don't agree to monetize it. So the solution was originally to just not do open mic for 3 months. I was thinking about that or whatnot. Then I think that it's after I remembered that that the whole channel is full of Wagner flags because of Vaughn. I realized that it's just not tenable to wait. So I decided to create a new channel. So this is the DPA Open Mic New, the @DPA Open Mic New. I will wait for the time, like 2 weeks or what, then I will take over the DPA Open Mic handle. So the old one is now DPA Open Mic Archived, which is now a grayed out logo. And then the DPA Open Mic, the red logo, is now on the new channel. So I will highly recommend you guys to subscribe over on the main chat, on the main the new DPA Open Mic, which is still not monetized yet, because we still need to monetize the channel. So for in case you do not know, is DPA Open Mic New. Where the hell is it? I want to drop the So DPA Open Mic New. So for those that are thinking about super chat and membership, the new channel is not monetized. There's no membership. There's no super chat. The old one also do not have membership and super chat either. Everything is wasted. It's gone. So like I said, YouTube do not know how to do business. They call us YouTube partners, but they treat us as YouTube slaves. Like there's no negotiations. We are not in a partnership. We just do whatever they say, which is kind of disgusting. So yeah, but it is what it is. So we have to rebuild the open mic channel, and if the community works together, we can easily, quickly monetize the new channel together. Just like many of these channels I have monetized, I think we can monetize it very quickly. And yeah, Vaughn is already understood the situation, so he said that he will not put up any more flags behind him. So yeah, so I mean it's not his fault. Like he don't know, then neither do I. I espouse free speech and free opinions. Then and it's just a flag. I never really thought much about it. Especially the flag was there for years, right? And honestly, many of our videos gone through manual reviews. Many of the live streams were manually reviewed. It was never flagged. So how will I know this freaking shot will get flagged? So just another additional pointless information is that the moderators on YouTube for shorts is different from those from the long video. The shorts one are more sensitive. They're very very sensitive about like they're more sensitive than the normal big long videos moderation. So that's probably why the shorts cost us the demonetization. But it is also unprecedented because the main channel have gotten strikes before, but it was never demonetized. We just get a strike. But this is just insane. So whatever it is, so for those on the main channel, DPA channel, as well as the DPA open mic archive, check the link on the live chat, click the link to jump over to the new channel and subscribe over here. So we're gonna drop the link to join for you guys to chit chat. A lot of crazy shit had happened, so I'm not gonna monologue anymore. I just want to explain the situation because it's important. Because DP open mic is not just, honestly, it's not my thing. It's our thing. It's a community thing. It's not really like my thing. The stars on the show is not me. The stars on the show is you guys who come on. So, and I'm quite sure that many of you guys agree that a number of the regulars are basically tiny stars, small stars of their own, on YouTube. So anyway, I'm gonna drop the link to join on the Rumble. I have dropped the link at Rumble's live chat, and then I'm dropping it in onto the open mic, new open mic channel. Yeah, new open mic channel. The old open mic channel and the main channel is just going to be the link. Oh, I think I tagged the wrong. I pinned the wrong message on the on the archive channel. So funny. Whoops. So the on the main channel and on the open mic archive channel, the link is on the live chat. The pin one is actually the link to the new open mic channel. The live the link to join the open mic is on the new open mic channel. It's so confusing. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, it is what it is. And I'm so sorry for all the medals and the memberships, all these experience points, whatever, that people accumulated on the open mic channel. I'm so sorry that it's all gone. It's still in the archive channel, but I will not touch the archive channel anymore. I'll probably do one more video to encourage people to join this on that channel, but I'm not going to dare to touch it anymore. So hopefully we'll have it. And hi Lambo.
Hi Wyatt.
Yeah, let me drop the link also to the loungers.
Yeah.
And yeah, I feel very gutted that we got ambushed by YouTube. So
yeah, but a new fresh start is also something good. Sometimes it not make sense, but yeah, what can you do, I hope you can monetize maybe via another channel that you can combine. I don't know.
We cannot combine channels though. I have many channels already.
To like for donations, things like that.
Yeah, so the only thing is basically just rebuild a new channel. I think it's not that difficult. It's not that difficult because we have a strong community, a loyal fan base. So I think it can be done quickly. But it's just that, of course, to get back to 6,000 subs will take some time again. Yeah, because a lot of people just watch and don't watch anymore. So yeah, so the active viewers will be the key, to rebuild the channel. Yeah. So yeah, but no.
Oh,
hi Gareth.
The wrong pictures behind me. Can you share? I'm going to share it on WhatsApp. Wyatt, the picture is behind me, so you can see a big understanding about what I am using of symbolism for today. Because
like this.
Yeah, this Actually, Charlie Kirk, that poor Ukrainian girl, Irina, if her name is correctly, that be stabbed and be left dying for at least 2 minutes before somebody came to help her. And Charlie was one of the persons that put on his social media what the Western media need to do very much faster. Fucking speak about it.
Man.
And he was
that's the European solution for everything, right? Just speak about it. That's gonna fix it.
Yeah, but if you censor it and you don't show it, you create another problem. It's propaganda, censorship.
It was shown.
Something that needs to stop.
I know about it, and I'm in another country.
It's the same like for you, Garrett, and UK yesterday, that big manifestation. They say on the press 100,000 people came, and it was like 2-3 million. You know, they need to stop.
Like 2 or 3 million to me.
Oh, it was a lot. It was at least 1 million.
And besides which, the cops will almost always exaggerate the size of a right-wing demonstration and downplay the size of a left one. So I don't see any basis for believing that.
It's the opposite. You need to look just at the news channels.
Look, guys. I'm going to fix this for you guys so you understand. The cops are always going to downplay protest that is against the institutional power, and they're always going to upplay a protest that is in favor of the institutional power. Okay?
Correct. That's why it promotes right-wing demonstrations and suppresses left-wing ones. I mean, we saw today that the right-wing fascists just blatantly attacked the police for no reason. 25 arrests, 26 injuries to police, 4 of them serious, and the police just let them get away with it. So this would never have happened to a left-wing demo. I've never been in a left-wing demo which had this much violence that wasn't initiated by the police.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Do you mean by left-wing? Do you mean like Starmer's government versus the Tories?
No, all sorts of left-wingers. The people who are protesting against a woman who was killed by a cop were ground into the dirt. I'm talking about.
Garrett, shut the fuck up, man.
I mean, you don't like the truth.
Full of shit.
The big anti.
No, you're so full of
globalization
shit.
protests.
I mean, please. The fact is,
fuck off.
If you look what
big anti-globalization protests were heavily policed.
And the thing I love about leftists is you're so emotionally incontinent that you just can't help yourself from exposing who you are.
Always playing
the victim. Fuck you. No,
from right-wingers, that is pretty
especially
rich.
Especially after the shit that just happened in the United States with Charlie Kirk. No, seriously, go fuck yourself. I'm not fucking around anymore.
Yes,
you think that's fucking, hold on. You just laughed at that. You think that's funny?
I did laugh at that. Yeah.
You think it's funny, right? You think it's funny?
Well, no. I think your fake outrage is funny.
Oh, my outrage is fake, huh?
Yeah. Completely fake.
You're a fucking piece of work, man. You are really a disgusting, fucking despicable human being. You've never done anything in your entire life.
That's absolutely
ridiculous. Can we just have a fucking conversation about the goddamn events?
Yeah, we are having a conversation about the goddamn events, Vaughn. We're talking about what fucking happened in the UK. And this piece of fucking shit.
And you don't want to hear it.
Well, I don't want to hear a fucking bunch of lies from a piece of shit like you.
You're not hearing lies from me.
You first need to watch the aerial videos that they took.
I have seen the aerial videos.
Yeah. So, and then you're going to look at a football stadium with like more than 50,000 people in the seats. And then
I've been in a demonstration which was over 2 million strong. I know what it looks like.
Dude, did you
I've also been in demonstrations that are 100,000 strong, and I know what that looks like too. And it looks like what we saw.
It was not 100,000. It was not 500,000. It was much more. So what you are saying about
that's your opinion. I don't believe you. I don't see any evidence for it.
What's the problem with the big protest? I mean, it was a bunch of people getting together to express their views. Obviously, there's troublemakers in every crowd. I mean, any protest you go to, there's always troublemakers. So, I mean, most of those people out there probably have legitimate concerns. And then, of course, like always, there's people that go out and take advantage of the situation. I mean, it's done on left-wing
concerns.
Yeah, they do. If they didn't feel like they had legitimate concerns, they wouldn't be out there. That's not really fair to say. They feel like they have a concern.
They would.
You don't agree with their concern. That's fine. You don't have the same concerns as them.
Yeah,
and obviously they feel
honestly
hundreds of thousands of people feel a certain way, and within that group of people, there's people that are more militant and violent, or they just want to go out and fuck off because there's a big crowd. They can do what they want. That's common in everything. I'm just saying those people have a concern, and they went out to express their concern. And there's bad people in that group, and there's bad people that oppose their concern.
You
wouldn't be saying this if it's
not with the moral equivalency, Garrett. Are you happy that Charlie Kirk is dead?
I certainly think the world is a better place. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy was.
So that makes you happy, then, right? The world's a better place. So
not happy.
You're happy, right?
No.
Why not? I mean, if the world's a better place because he's dead, according to you, then why aren't you happy?
Are you against freedom of speech also?
Why are you happy?
No, you are.
No,
why aren't you happy?
Well, because I don't enjoy the deaths of people, unlike Charlie Kirk.
He never said that.
Yes, you do. You do believe in the deaths of people.
No.
You always enjoy it.
You believe in the deaths of people that you see as fascists. You believe that they should be killed.
Oh yes, only good fascist is a dead.
You said that to me in private conversation.
Yes, I've just said it live now.
Yeah. Okay. So then you're happy that Charlie Kirk is dead.
As I said, I don't celebrate death. I don't run around with guns, as you know.
No, not death in and of itself. I mean specifically the death of Charlie Kirk. Why not celebrate it? I mean, the world's a better place.
Because I don't celebrate the death of human beings. Unlike Charlie Kirk.
Okay, so unlike Charlie Kirk, according to you, so you're happy about it, but you don't celebrate it. So what the fuck is the difference?
I don't know.
Well, you're the one that made the difference.
It doesn't make me happy. You're projecting.
Okay, what does make you happy? Whose death would make you happy? Nobody's? You can't think of a single person's death that would make you happy?
No, I
really
can't.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, anyways, back to the...
How about Hitler? Oh my God.
Yeah, so would Hitler's death make you happy there? You know, let's assuming he was still alive.
It would make the world a better place, but
if he was hiding out in South America, like, would it make you happy if you found
Okay, sorry. I should have intervened and said that, then we continue this argument. Yeah, I think Upgrade is next. Upgrade has his fingers.
Upgrade always has his finger up, okay? Don't disregard that.
In case of.
Yeah, he's about to talk. Let's all talk together at the same time.
Preparing himself already.
No, but seriously, I mean, I think that like the perspective that
Gabriel, you just fucking mentioned that Upgrade has his finger up, and then you talked over him. So Upgrade, would you just?
Yeah, that's what I said. That he doesn't like.
Yeah, Upgrade, speak.
It doesn't matter because he always has.
He's a Swiss thing, right? It's a Switzerland thing.
Speak.
It's a cultural thing, you know.
Speak.
I think that's the conversation we just had like a couple of minutes ago shows the problems in the world, because if we are not able to have a conversation between each other, even if we disagree, and clearly there's disagreement between parties here, we'll never find a consensus and a peaceful way of living together.
Exactly, but I mean, no shit, Sherlock. I mean, what are you like? What are you in fifth grade?
Yeah, I think most of the people in the world don't celebrate when people die, because.
Well, I mean, most people don't say the world is a better place when other people are dead, like Garrett just
said. I'm trying to.
Lots of right wingers do. They do it all the time.
Oh my God!
That's the problem also, right? Everybody's like, oh, it's the left, the right. I mean, like everybody's doing it, and
well, I mean, we have to have definitions like left or right, or what are you going to call them? So of course, we're reduced to like some level of semantics, but I mean, we need to have some sort of definitions.
I understand what you mean,
I mean,
and I think it's despicable when people go online after somebody got shot in the throat and died like a pig, for just mentioning what his beliefs are. That shouldn't be a world where we want to live in, because I think the left agrees with debate and have a different opinion, and also have minority views. So I think it goes against all their beliefs. So I don't think it's a left or right thing. I think it's just sick lunatics.
Well, let me challenge that point though. No, because I'm sick. Because I live in the United States and I've seen this, and I've seen it like literally in the city that I live in. I've seen literally. I mean, and actually, not just online. I've seen it. I won't dox certain people, but
yeah, I understand
I've seen it where I live.
How...
I mean, walking distance from where I live. I've seen people say, "Fuck you, Charlie Kirk."
Yeah,
I'm glad Charlie Kirk is dead. Graffiti within walking distance from where I live says that. Now, you didn't have
Why is that a bad thing?
But they should be able to say that, right? It's nothing.
No, you're not. I'm not talking about whether they should be able to say it.
It's another thing if you go online. If you go online and you're celebrating his death, that's another level. And I think that's not human. And people who do that, they definitely should have consequences with their acts. Because
what consequences? What does that mean? What's that vagary of
consequences means if you celebrate the death of a human being and you work at certain companies, for example, you should get fired. You know, that's not cancel culture. I think it's
quick
right,
question then: should all the right wingers who celebrated the murder of George Floyd be fired?
The same.
Yeah.
Same for me.
Good.
Same for me.
Okay.
It goes both ways, right? Yeah.
Funny how that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
You see, when you justify a murder, the other one will justify the murder from your side. That's the issue that Americans don't understand. When you kill in impunity in other countries and assassinate people, that shit will come to your country, man. That violence will come to your country. It will rub you. It will rub your face. That's what you don't understand. You kill people because they are not the same mentality, because they are not democratic. You need to kill them to bring them democracy.
Oh my God.
That will affect you. That will affect you. That violence.
Of course not.
Violence will affect you,
guys. This has nothing to do with ideological divides or with whose opinion.
No. I mean when you legitimize killing people for their idea,
political interests.
People will kill for your
power
idea.
Politics. It's power politics. No one's killed for their ideas. Okay, people are killed because of political interests or material interests. Okay, like George Floyd wasn't killed as a political statement. It wasn't an assassination. Okay, in the worst case scenario, it was like an accident. Okay,
fuck that.
Excessive police brutality. Accidental, like
for example,
along with a very long chain of other black people who've been killed by police.
No, hold on a second. This is very important, like what Gabriel's getting at. Unlike the death or the assassination of Charlie Kirk, where the assassin got up that morning and probably planned it for days, weeks, maybe months in advance, with the specific intent to kill Charlie Kirk. Planning and forethought. Let me finish. Unlike Derek Chauvin, the guy that was convicted of killing
why you are so aggressive, man?
He did not plan. He didn't wake up that morning saying, "Oh, I'm going to go kill this guy." No, that's not what happened. That's a distinctive difference.
But we were talking about a celebration of death.
There's a distinctive difference in legal terms of like premeditated murder and like manslaughter. So there's and then there's the whole political.
I'm talking about morality, the way it's justified. Look,
no, but that's where the legal difference comes.
This guy planned out.
It's a greater evil.
It's
a greater evil. It's a greater evil to plan out the death of someone and carry it out than to accidentally.
So in other words, there is no moral equivalence.
Of the moment.
There is no moral.
There is a moral equivalence about celebrating the death of someone.
No, there's no moral equivalence because the thing is, the killing of Floyd, that was taken up as a rally cry to create all sorts of havoc. Okay, and it was also used.
What do you mean?
As a
lever against an injustice that happened on screen
by the institutional power in power. It was used as a lever to exercise all sorts of oppressive and discriminatory policies against the internal proletariat of that particular nation, and also in Britain.
I don't know how you feed yourself.
I don't care about your opinion. This is just a statement of fact. Okay, it was used as a political leverage, and this situation that's happening right now, this is political violence. That it's not a revolution. It's not overthrowing capitalism in any form. It's in the In the best case scenario, it's just empowering a particular institutional power that is now in office to exercise greater police, and institutional violence and oppression over the people. So your celebration, Gareth, is completely antagonistic to any form of materialist analysis of the political situation. You're being absolutely retarded on account of like a media hype of petty ideological differences. Okay, and the worst part of all this is that there was a level of unification going on between the left and right divide in the United States on the account of the genocide going on in the Middle East. Okay, there was starting to be a certain, and Charlie Kirk was a very important pivoting point.
Actually, that's actually what Gabriel just said is true. As an American, there was
because he was
even Charlie Kirk himself was actually saying that the Jews need to chill with the killing the Gazans.
Yeah, so there was starting to be
Gabriel. That's actually true.
Yeah, there was starting to be a semblance of unification between the parties on objective atrocity going
on that one issue. On that one issue, yes.
Yeah, and this is now going to be used to incentivize like a civil conflict, divide and conquer strategy, so to speak, on the principles that were unifying the American proletariat. So, like, I can't believe that a person who identifies as a Marxist can have such a shallow understanding of a political development.
Hey, real quick, before Gareth, I had my finger up. The other thing, too, with this whole attack on Charlie Kirk is it's starting to look like that the person had his boyfriend supporting him or planning it because he was involved, because he was asked to go get the gun. Nobody's going to go get the gun for a stranger or somebody that doesn't know what's going on. So they were obviously in cahoots. And it's starting to look like that there may have been a Discord chat and other people involved, maybe encouraging him to take action on their behalf or something. Because, it's easy to find somebody, on either side, weak-minded that you can convince. I mean, look at how the FBI garbage where they catch people that they basically just incentivize to become terrorists, we can sell you some Stinger missiles. Oh, I don't have any money for that. I only got $800 in my account. Well, guess what? I can get you Stinger missiles for $800. And that guy's a terrorist. So
without delving down this rabbit
hole,
hole,
can I speak?
I'm not trying to go down a rabbit hole. I'm just saying it looks like it was a plot, and there may be multiple people involved.
Otherwise,
his boyfriend probably knew about what was going on. Because if you're dating him, then you're gonna have some stuff that you know about. But as far as it being a grand conspiracy, I don't think that's...
No, what they're saying is they believe that there was people in Discord and other groups.
I have permission to speak.
I would still talk before John started. But what I'm saying is it appears there's multiple people involved, and there may be a Discord group involved with people in it. So he was probably encouraged, maybe supported in some way, or given the idea or whatever. But it doesn't sound like he was a lone gunman. It sounds like at least him and his boyfriend and maybe a few other people knew what was up. So that's all.
Now I speak. There's no boyfriend. That's just another baseless rumor that's being spread by the right because they don't care about truth. There's a roommate who is cooperating with the authorities. Okay, this is just nonsense. Secondly,
the roommate was texted by the shooter to go pick up the rifle, which would indicate that the boyfriend, which is what he's been described as, a trans man.
By who?
By all the media, CNN, both sides of the aisle have come out and said it. The FBI and everybody else. You could believe the FBI or not. All I'm saying is that's what the story is. And if it's the truth, then that means he was probably involved. And if this Discord thing is true, that means there was probably other people involved or at least aware of the plot or whatever. And none of these people picked up a phone and said anything. They let it happen or they were involved.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Vaughn, that they may have known about it or something, but I don't believe that this was like there was a bunch of, unless there's evidence that shows this. I'm not buying this was some, you know, I mean, as far as I know, he basically killed him with a deer rifle. His family was into fucking guns. There's pictures of him shooting that specific type of, well, not that specific weapon, but other weapons like it. He would have no trouble getting access to firearms like that. So I believe that he did this. Now, did his boyfriend probably know about it? Yeah, or at least had an inkling about it, right? I mean, if you live, you know, and actually, I don't even think they were roommates, by the way, Garrett. I don't think they actually, because I think the guy still lived with his parents. So the idea that they were roommates, I think that's.
They're saying they lived in a 3-bedroom apartment.
Well, I think the guy was there sometimes, not there. Whatever.
And he's a trans man, and that's his partner. He was described as his partner.
Male to female transsexual. That's how he identifies online. But and they were dating or whatever sort of relationship they had. I don't really want to get into that shit, but
they were friends at least.
As far as I'm aware, this is all made up. They're just roommates, and the whole boyfriend element has been added in by propagandists.
No,
just like all the propagandists.
Boyfriend or friend is still same. They are friends. So
roommates.
Okay, fine. Friends, roommates, whatever. I'm just repeating what I heard CNN say, Fox say, the FBI say, a whole bunch of other motherfuckers say. Yes, they have. They were when I saw it. That's why they were saying maybe there's something to it because this guy's saying it. Look, I'm not going to argue about it. Obviously, the guy didn't do it by himself, and probably some people around him knew what was up or had an inkling that he was going to do something. They'll figure it out. They'll go through the texts and the digital evidence, and they'll find out who knew and who didn't, and we'll know later next week. Maybe in 2 or 3 open mics, we'll know how many people were involved, if there was a plot or support or whatever. I'm just telling you what they're saying right now. It's obviously going to change moment to moment. It's just like the hours after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Oh, we got the assassin. Nope, he's gone. Oh, we got the assassin. Nope, he's gone. Oh, we think it's this guy. You know, I mean, all this stuff is fluid. That's what people are saying. I'm not saying it's the truth or it's 100% real. Obviously, there's some relationship there. Some people are saying it's one thing. Other people are saying it's another. If it's what they're saying, then that's bad. And it looks like that guy's probably involved too. And it looks like by the discussions that other people on a Discord chat may have been aware of something was going on. That's all I'm saying. That's the current story. Whether that's the truth or that ends up being the story or whatever, I don't know. It could change in 5 hours. It might change Monday night when the news cycle picks back up. I don't know. It's the weekend. Okay, you know, the fuckers ain't working.
Yes, thank you. Can I ask, is everybody aware that it seems increasingly likely that this guy was a right-winger and specifically a groiper?
No, he was converted.
No, I think that's just something that they're trying to throw out there too, just like you're saying, they're throwing out the boyfriend.
It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. He is a groiper insofar as, you know, the esoteric interpretation that
no, not even in an esoteric media. There is no such thing as an esoteric
interpretation that they make of random phrases and information. Yeah,
a groiper would be a heterosexual incel, so he doesn't fit it.
Well, he's not heterosexual. The boyfriend story is made up.
Anyways, it's a tagging that they're trying to do because of the political implications of this. Okay, so Charlie Kirk was pivoting against Israel.
No, it's because so that's what his social media profile looks like.
Now they're trying to frame the obvious political assassination of political interests on the rivals that Charlie Kirk was starting to align with. Okay, they're starting to frame it. They're desperately trying to frame it as if it was something done by the anti-Zionist right. You know, because that's the danger that was happening. Charlie Kirk was starting to disalign with the Zionist right, and so now that they killed him, they're trying to push him, push the assassination as the doing of the enemies of the
Well, I mean, all you got to do is look at what Netanyahu did. He came out and was like, Charlie Kirk was a great defender of Israel and all. And he was. I mean, he obviously was a supporter of Israel. But it's clear that he was starting to question some of the policies of the government. I don't think Israel killed him. I just think it's convenient that he was assassinated by another political rival, if that's the case. And now these people are obviously going to try and, use it to promote the pro-Zionist agenda when they know damn well that Charlie Kirk was probably not going to be a full supporter of Israel the way they wanted. I mean, supposedly there's a lot of stuff coming out that A lot of his inside friends were saying that he had questions about certain things. I mean, he wasn't shitting on the whole state of Israel, but he had questions about Gaza.
The Gaza
October 7th, you know, like he said in his own words, he said, "I've been to Israel. It's a fortress. You can't walk 5 feet without running into a teenager with a fucking M4 rifle." And he said, every time I think about it, my gut tells me, was there a stand down? Was something up? And we all talked about it that day. We all thought, this is weird. You know, this is the most fortified, defended country with the most ISR, probably covering the smallest part of the planet ever. You know, fences, sensors. You know, you saw the fences and stuff. I mean, it wasn't no chain link fence they cut through. And like he said, 6 hours to respond while you're streaming that stuff. He had legitimate questions. He was still a supporter of Israel, but it's kind of disgusting to see the pro-Zionist side of the Republican Party really try to shore up his support for Israel after his death, and kind of ignore the questions that he was asking.
And there you have Gareth defending the pro-Zionist narrative.
No, well, the thing is what they're trying to do is trying to like taint Nick Fuentes more by tying it to the anti-Zionist thing. So that's another thing. I think it's a multi-front thing. They're trying to play it for their political benefits and try to knock down some of these guys that are getting popular again, like Fuentes and, you know, other people, I guess. But it's unseemly to see, because you know the guy had legit questions. There's plenty of proof.
By his incapacity to,
and now these people are coming out trying to say that he did this or he wasn't really doing that, and he was our best friend ever. You know, apparently he turned down a large financing offer from Netanyahu recently. He was invited to a trip. Apparently, I don't know if he accepted. Some people said he never planned on going. So, you know, I mean, obviously there was going to be an issue there, but I don't really think they had anything to do. I just think they're capitalizing on it at opportunistic time.
Yeah, maybe we should go around like people always do. Lambo's been like waiting for a long time, so have Vojislav, and so is fucking.
Oh, who cares about that? Anyways,
maybe that's why he killed. Didn't they say even the best of the Gentiles should be killed? Maybe that's why he wasn't the best of them.
Well, I mean, unless someone finds the guy's yarmulke in the closet in a secret Talmud, I'm pretty sure he was just a tranny that killed him.
There's a saying in Spanish that goes like, from a fallen tree everyone makes firewood. Okay, and means that when an event happens, every side is going to use it as political ammo for their own narrative. And the funny thing is that our own intern revolutionary Marxist is the first one to fall for the Zionist narrative of the whole situation.
Yeah.
So go on, Vojislav. You've been waiting for a while.
Look, it's actually, you need to dig out a little bit further, not too far, like using this. It all started.
Mr. Lambo, you are not Vojislav. You said Vojislav.
I don't care. I have my fingers like fucking longer than you.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Vojislav. After me, you can.
No, go ahead.
The thing is, you need to understand, it's the fault of the Democrats themselves and the left media that since the first term of Trump only did by destroying the Republicans, destroying Trump, crying, shouting, saying stupid shit.
You mean telling
using
the truth?
Propaganda, false information, things out of context.
Jesus,
the game is
lie.
The game
lie
is
and lie and lie.
Let me speak, dude. Shut up. The game is busy since the first term of Trump and never stopped. If I need to watch all my media in Belgium, they're using all things about the United States that they're copying from CNN. Only hatred and bad things about Republicans are being shared. Only that. And it's going already from even
good things?
Before 2000. Shut up. Before 2016. You create hate by sending hate, and people are going to start to believe it. Then you're
just eulogizing fucking finish. Charlie Kirk, who was a professional hate preacher, you hypocrite bastard.
You wait your turn. I have the right to speak. That's the whole point of the whole thing. Freedom of fucking speech. Let the people speak.
That you don't understand. The left, the extreme left, don't understand.
Even when it's hatred that killed Kirk.
It was about hatred. Everything is put out of context. TikTokers, Instagrammers, sending shorts, taking things out of context about people, just sending bad messages. These are population that are busy destroying each other. The left is busy destroying each other. They are the cause of all that hatred against people that fighting for freedom of speech, like Charlie Kirk was. If we had the George Floyd that was killed, the United States exploded because he was black, racism, all that bullshit. That girl behind me on that picture, she was white. She was killed by a black man. And everybody, all the media, was keeping it quiet. People like Charlie Kirk,
keeping it quiet.
One of them was putting it online and forced actually the media to send in it. Because once the media was publishing these messages about that girl was killing, it was already a few days later. And the people became so selfish that girl, she was in a fucking train wagon. 5 people around her didn't do shit to save her.
They were all black.
More than 2 minutes. I don't care which color it was because it was a Hispanic guy.
Yeah, I do. I do care.
Yeah, but it was a Hispanic guy that did the first aid to her. But the people became selfish. They're only sharing their own ideas. They don't want to listen anymore. And they're just reading titles on the new messages and not even the text. And that's fucking disgusting. The hate that the Democrats and the left started to put on Trump is one of the causes that Charlie Kirk died. And that need to fucking stop. That game need to stop. Okay, you have a 2-party system in the United States, but you need to accept that people are voting right. I need to accept that people voting left. And we saw millions of videos of people being rejected by restaurants because they had a MAGA cap. It's fucking disgusting. It's a fucking shame. And that all need to stop. It makes me fucking angry. I am born with norms, respect, and values. That is how I be educated by my parents. People forget these 3 words. And that need to be implemented back at schools and not giving course about transgender and all that shit. It's fucking angry. And the hard lefties are now being destroyed. Finally, they're losing their jobs because people are putting them online, calling their bosses to say, hey, your employee that's working by Apple with a very big job, he's talking shit. He's not a face for your company. You need to do something about it. Finally, some karma is happening right now. But the Republicans are smarter than the lefts. They don't destroy shops and streets and bus halts and all that shit and cars because they are angry about something like that.
No, imagine that girl was black.
Yeah, fucking wait, man. There's other people.
Actually, it's the opposite, Lambo, because
Vojislav is up next, dude.
It's Vojislav first.
Vojislav,
it makes me all fucking angry. If you're looking on Facebook and you have a message of CNN telling about Charlie Kirk, and you have 10,000 likes.
Let's have a moment of silence for Lambo's anger.
3,000 people laughing with it. It's fucking disgusting. The world is ruined. The world is fucked.
Just to let you know, guys.
Vojislav, please speak.
Just to let you know, guys, I can hear Lambo in person. Like, the Belgium is pretty far away, but I can hear him in person.
Yeah, it just makes me angry, and interrupting me is fucking disgusting. Also.
Anyway, I'm gonna be quick before I hand it over to the beautiful lady. When it comes to Charlie Kirk, you have to look at it. Who had the most interest in killing him. And the way I see it is like, look, he was talking. I mean, where did the liberals and that kind of ideology, where does it get most cultivated? It is at those same universities. So I think in a way this guy was a threat to them because he spoke at the universities, and they were afraid that he might actually change mind to a lot of people, young people, because that's the place where they groom them into these liberal Nazis, or the fucking Antifa, and yeah, you fucking laugh, dude. I mean, we I mean, I did not agree with Charlie about some things, about Israel and shit, but he spoke, as a true, conservative on the other issues, and I think they had a problem with the.
Oh my God, Charlie was the most tame and tepid, containment, conservative voice.
Continue. Please stop interrupting.
So are we respecting the figure or not? I don't understand either one or the other. Either way, I will like
continue, Vojislav, please.
Yeah. So that's basically what I'm saying is that perhaps the the people who are in charge of indoctrination, like the Soros foundations and shit like that, they saw that as a threat, so they had to cancel him, permanently. Go ahead.
Dude, the only reason Charlie Kirk was able to grow as
I think it's Bridget's turn there.
Was because he was a containment figure.
Bridget's turn.
He was establishment approved.
So everyone who wanna speak, then will speak. I will not have my finger. Let's do this.
Wyatt,
so I was gonna say, what I was gonna say, Vaughn already said. So I'll just say that whatever the FBI tells us is the official story is probably not what happened. I don't know what did happen, but the FBI is not going to tell us the truth. So I do want to go on a Karen rant and tell you guys to stop talking over each other. This is frequently a 6 to 7 hour stream. You're all going to get a chance to get your opinions across. So no one can understand what's going on when you guys talk over each other. So just calm the fuck down. Okay, that's what I was gonna say. My voting.
Nika.
Yeah, it's a minute of silence, for the.
All get reprimanded by the girl that on screen.
Are you going?
Yeah, I guess it's Gabriel.
Go get it. Go get it.
All right, thank you.
Garrett. Sorry, Garrett.
I just want to tell Lambo to stick his hypocritical performative outrage right up his rectum. Donald Trump came down the golden escalator talking about how Mexicans are rapists and murderers. Hate has been the whole Republican agenda for decades. That's all they fucking do. The vast majority of terrorist acts in America have been carried out by right-wingers. Up until September 11th, the largest terrorist act in American history was carried out by a right-winger. You fuckers have done nothing but wallow in hatred. Hatred. That's all you do. Charlie Kirk was a spreader of the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, an utterly despicable racist lie that motivated multiple mass murderers. And you are calling this person decent? He was one of the lowest scum who ever crawled on his little yellow belly on this planet. You can all go fuck yourselves and you're crying for this bastard. Shows your own utter lack of immorality. Lack of morality, sorry.
Are you talking about Timothy McVeigh? Are you talking about Timothy McVeigh?
What Garrett feels about Charlie Kirk? Tell us more about what you. I want your son. I want this immortalized on the internet. Tell us more, Garrett.
Okay, well, I saw a good one from an AI resurrection of Christopher Hitchens, which repurposed a joke for him that had previously used for Jerry Falwell, which is that if you gave him an enema, you'd be able to bury him in a matchbox. So that should make things easier, shouldn't it?
Tell us more. Tell us more how you feel about him.
Well, I don't need to tell you how I feel about him. His history of racist shit stirring and hate mongering is well recorded. This guy's never had a job in his life. He's a professional shit stirrer hired directly by the Koch brothers to stir up racism and division. That's all he has ever done.
Wow. You never watched him, actually.
Garrett, your understanding of materialist politics is equivalent to Walt Disney, okay? You should take off your badge, retire, and go drink some
booze. Don't use those words. You don't even know what they mean.
You have the least political understanding of anyone in the room, and Lambo is in the room with us, okay? That's the level of political understanding. Like, even Upgrade is laughing at you.
Sure, buddy.
That's the level of your political analysis, okay? Nope. Charlie Kirk was a promising young man who was groomed by Israel to be a Zionist right-wing influencer, and that's how he got the political influence that he has. Okay, he has done a job in his life, and it's been to push and peddle containment right narratives into the fold of the establishment rhino right. Okay, and that's perfectly valid for the institutional.
You mean racist narratives?
No,
like he doesn't
Garrett,
trust
Garrett,
you. Wouldn't get on a plane that was flown by black
far more
pilots.
racist. Like the right wing prides itself in being colorblind, and they call the Democrats the real racists. Okay, they are absolutely
That's what every
liberal.
racist have done. They've been
They
doing
are
that since the American
absolutely
Civil
classical
War.
colorblind liberal who only care about economic progress and have no fucking interest for race. Okay, your perspective on politics is way more racist than his, and it shows. Okay, you are perfectly fine with the murder of a useful fool kid, you know, with a family who had no impact in politics whatsoever, except containing the right from defying the establishment. Like, and that is the problem that he
Show
had.
of
That
hands
he
for
started
who agrees with Gabriel.
He started clearly breaking those parameters of what is acceptable for containment, mainstream, institutional right
So
to
are you saying that
preserve
the mainstream right is the great replacement theory?
Super chat.
Is that what you're saying?
So I just want to say the super chat does not exist on both the open mic channels, the old or the new one, because both is not monetized. This is actually from the main channel by Utis, the summer of 2020 violent leftist. Gareth is awful, but not I say one. That's super chat. I just reading. So.
If I may,
well, he has awful political analysis and awful takes. He thinks the Democrats and the Labor Party is leftist for some reason. He thinks CNN.
No, I think
is
neither of them
honest,
are leftist.
and he thinks that Charlie Kirk was far right. That's his level of understanding of politics.
Yeah.
Go on, Upgrade. You've waited long enough.
15 seconds. Can I?
No, let Upgrade go.
That Kirk himself said, "You will never be the best version of yourself if you allow other people to convince that you can't be better because of your skin color."
Let Upgrade speak. Stop making a fool of yourself.
Because the community you came from. You must resist those narratives at all costs. If you
this from a guy who was literally hired because he was white.
Oh, that was racist, Garrett. Fuck off.
Literally hired to be a white propagandist
you are woke,
of racism.
You are woke. You are an extreme leftist.
Proud of it. Of course I am. Proud of it. Good. It speaks well.
What about like Candace Owens and all the other people that are involved with Turning Point? I mean, it's a pretty mixed bag of people. I mean, you could say they're tokens, but I'm just saying that's a pretty mixed bag of people at Turning Point.
Look, yeah, they're all tokens. You have the Jew, you have the black, you have the white, and Garrett is our token retard right now. But go on, Upgrade.
Yeah, guys, can I step in quick? I have to go I have to go out in a moment.
Too bad. Then just go. Upgrade's in front of you. Then just leave. Upgrade. You've been.
I was holding my fucking finger for an hour.
Wayne, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Wayne, leave.
At least let Upgrade finish and I can talk, man.
Yeah, I'll just go quick, Nika, then I will give it to you, Nika. Okay, don't worry, I will give it to you. It's just sad what's going on here. I mean, like we should have been able to talk this through without getting on such terms. I mean, you can disagree with him and stuff like that, but I mean, it's sad what happened to him. Even if I don't agree with some points which he made. He was a father, and he got shot in front of his kids and his wife. It's horrible. I mean, we should have a little bit of restraint when we talk about him, even if we disagree with him. I think this is definitely something which is people, normal people, of course. Gabriel is going to disagree again against me somehow, but that's normal. But I mean. We should just be.
It's not the disagreement, Upgrade. It's the repetition.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's repetition. I can say whatever I want. If you think it's good or not, I don't care.
No, it's fine. Go ahead and say it.
I'm just let me speak, and then you have your turn. Maybe you put your finger up like other people and respect other people, and then it's fine. But yeah, it's just sad for humanity what's happening right now because we are. Divided on all fronts. We have so much issues, and we can barely agree on having, you know, a discussion about some topics which are actually can be debated about, you know, without being, you know, rude or something like that, or being aggressive or being, you know, emotional. I think it's definitely emotional for some people, but I mean, like, he wasn't, you know, your father or your mother, but it's definitely sad, and we should be a little bit more respectful between each other and let each other speak. Nika, go on.
Nika, before I start, super chat. Hey Gareth, maybe you should lose some weight. I don't know. I feel offended by it by myself.
Everyone here should lose some weight. Everyone here, because he said something different than you.
Nika is
Anyway.
fat shaming us. Oh my god.
No.
You go gain some hair, Nika.
Come
you
on,
can't
get it out.
even call
Come on,
yourself
Nika,
a man
go.
if you
Go
don't have a
fucking
beard.
Nika, go. So then Wayne can go.
So
Wayne can go.
I think, of course, any human, any decent human being will disagree on killing innocent people, even if I disagree with him 100% of what he said, not the last part of his life, anyway. The thing is, making it so important while others are killed, innocent killed. I think life is life, whether he's a politician or he's a speaker or not. It doesn't like affect me any other way than other innocent people or kids. I'm not only talking about Gaza, even outside wars or political assassination happen every in all countries. So it's not, yeah, I understand for American to be passionate but the thing is it's not that important. Killing any human being is very, very important, but it's not that important. It's a symptom. When you have a fever, when you are sick and you have fever, you don't like attack the fever and forget everything else. The problem is what's causing the fever. I think left and right and between are the cause of this. Everyone who's now calling for the killing of Kirk is a cause of it. Everyone on the left side and the right side, because don't forget, the right killed too. The what happened in the and for the I forget what you call it, but for the elections, you killed the policeman, and you I think one or two people killed too. They are innocent too. They were doing their job. Right politics and left politics will use this for their agenda, of course. But what saddens me is I'm seeing this film before. I seen it in my third world countries. That's the issue. We are the people who are from third world countries will recognize the patterns that happen in America right now. This is what Americans don't see. They will be sucked up to those minute details. Yeah, you had president killed.
Nick, you obviously don't understand the history of the United States. We've had a civil war.
Yeah.
We've had the
You
most
can speak
bloodiest
later. You
civil
can speak
war
later.
in the
You can
history of
speak
the
later.
world.
You can speak
We
later.
literally
John,
did. I'm
lift
not gonna
up your
just
fat
listen to you
finger.
lie about what Americans
Lift up
understand and what we don't. From
your
somebody
Shut
that
up,
knows
John.
anything
Shut
about
up a
our
while,
Lift up
John.
your
You've
fat
been trying to
finger
hush people
and
for
respect
speaking out of place.
people.
Now it's your
That's
turn
your
to hush.
problem, John. Respect people and take your turn. I'm lying. Okay, let me keep lying and then correct me. What's wrong with you? Are you afraid of lies? Let me continue lying. The fuck? Be a
Okay,
grown up
guys,
then.
I really do have to run quick. So
Assassination happened before. Killing is happening every day. The problem is what's happening now in America is the polarization. What's happening is tearing up the communities, tearing up everything. You can have easily a civil war. Society is not like working normally. Everyone is shaming everyone. Everyone using political power to attack everyone. Like Trump, for example, he's threatening schools, threatening anyone who disagree with him. He's threatening whole states. That's why I'm saying the pattern. What's happening? The bigger picture is more fearful than killing of one innocent one person. I don't say it's innocent or not for what he said or not, but it's nothing that's important. What's important is what's happening. That's what I would say. Gareth, next.
Okay, sorry, guys. Let me duck in quick. First off, Charlie's family is never going to recover from this. That's something you have to bear in mind. His kids, his wife, all his relatives, all his friends are going to be suffering from this for the rest of their lives. But there's another point which needs to be taken into consideration. This is what Charlie wanted. Charlie said, and I quote, "The Second Amendment is worth a few deaths." I don't think Charlie expected to be one of the ones paying, but it's what he wanted. He wanted the Second Amendment, which means he's willing to put up with a few deaths. And he implied that he's willing to be one of the people to go.
Take it out of context.
He should be celebrating. He got what he wanted.
It's a 5-minute reading, Wayne. It's a 5-minute reading, the Second Amendment question.
Oh my God, who gives a fuck?
Want I read it for you, Wayne? Do you really want that I read it for you? Because you're just reading memes.
But we don't need the goddamn Second Amendment read.
Yeah, but that is a problem.
Charlie Kirk didn't get what he wanted because Charlie Kirk didn't want people to have guns going around and killing people. So that's not what he wanted. It's ridiculous.
Vaughn, he said he was willing to accept the price of a few deaths. So that implies that he's willing to accept his own.
He should be proud he died. I'm pretty sure when he said that, he wasn't thinking, "Oh, I hope I'm one of the deaths." You know?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure he wasn't.
It's just, hey, Wayne, it's just like when they say freedom is scary. That's what he meant. You know, freedom is scary. If you have a lot of freedom and a lot of rights, then things can get kind of scary sometimes.
Well, there
and
you
if
go.
we have the right to bear arms, most people are responsible, but obviously some people aren't, and that's scary. That's all. That's all he meant by it. And he wasn't
and in no way
saying that he hoped people die or he understands. It's the reality is that people die like you.
It's like having a car. Okay, so we lose about 36,000 people a year in like automobile accidents in the United States. Does that mean we shouldn't fucking have cars? You fucking stupid moron.
Yeah, that's
I heard the same argument last night. The argument is that we regulate cars, you idiot.
Everyone who
regulate cars, we need to regulate guns.
Idiot. Regulate arms.
They wanted a car.
Firearms are very heavily regulated in the United States, and there are some areas and ways you can get around it, but firearms are very heavily regulated, Wayne, in the United States. Most states you have to go through background checks. In my state, you have to go through background checks, but I can still buy person to person. New York City, you can't own shit. So, I mean, the idea that guns aren't regulated is ridiculous, Wayne. We all know the problem.
They're not regulated enough, Vaughn.
The laws that are on the books are not enforced properly. That's why a lot of this stuff happens. It always turns out a lot of these guys shouldn't have gotten guns, got guns, lied on their forms. People bought the gun form through a straw purchase. I mean, there's all kinds of laws already on the books. If you're mentally ill and you're taking SSIs, you're not allowed to own a firearm. They ask you that specifically. If you smoke weed, you're not allowed to do that. They ask you if you're using drugs on the form. So, I mean, the problem is there's a lack of enforcement.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
And I think it's pretty obvious.
It's much easier.
It's absolutely ridiculous. It's like Wayne believes that where arms are forbidden, there's no political assainations. That's just ridiculous.
I mean, like a perfect example is the city of Chicago. One comment. Just real quick, city of Chicago has the highest murder rate. They have the strictest gun laws. You have to have a license to buy ammunition, and yet dozens of people are shot every weekend. So
about that. One comment.
Wait. Super chat. Let me talk. Okay, super chat. Okay, first is Tristan Young say that more seriously, the removal of taboo regarding political targeted violence in civil society can only end badly for the land of the free. Yeah, so this is actually
I just wanted
something I warned against.
One thing on political.
One more thing.
One
more super chat.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
NGS say what is despicable is the urge on the left to discuss and criticize Kirk's political opinion immediately after his assassination. No decency. So
everyone doing it. Everyone doing it. What I want to say about the weapons,
and that's the ridiculousness
in Tunisia, we are not allowed to have weapons. No one have the authority to have weapons. Only policemen and military and some hunters, and yet 2 political assassination. Okay.
Which country is that? Sorry, which country is that?
Tunisia. My own country.
Tunisia. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we anyone. It's very, 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 very hard to have weapons.
I think Japan also, right?
The
assassination on Shinzo Abe was a gun as well, right?
Oh yeah, that's right.
The explanation
completely
is very
irrelevant.
short
There's
and
nothing to
very
do with the point
easy.
being made.
No, the explanation is very short and very easy. It's not the gun that kills; it's the person behind it that pulls the trigger.
For God's sake!
No, that girl behind me was killed by a
Switzerland-
scissor.
Listen,
By a fucking
Switzerland,
scissor. And if you want to
Switzerland
kill
have
somebody,
the
you can
highest
do it with
capita, I think,
everything
in
that can kill
weapons.
things.
The civilian
A
have in
stick,
weapons.
a rock.
Isn't correct? Upgrade. Correct me. Do you have the more capita of holding weapons in Switzerland? I think
Yes,
I
because
think
after
they
the
have
army,
Switzerland has the
after the
highest
army, we
per
can
capita
keep
ownership
our
You
of
don't
guns.
see.
Don't worry.
in the
If
world.
somebody wants to kill with a gun, he will find a gun. Don't worry about that. Even in the countries with the strictest rules. We have a lot of gunfights here in Belgium, and it's totally forbidden. But if drugs cartels want to kill somebody with a gun, they can find it on the black market. It doesn't have to do. You can kill person that what you want to kill with it. You can kill it with a truck, with a car, with a motorcycle. Just run over it. You can use a stick, a rock, doesn't matter. A knife, a machete, doesn't matter.
Sherlock.
A scissor.
Mr.
Stop
Lambo,
bitching about guns. Not making sense. No, just with Kirk, it was just easier because he could shoot on big distance to kill him. That was the thing. It was easier.
Lambo, would you let Upgrade respond to the question that he was asked?
With all that shit about Second Amendment and all that shit, I posted Second Amendment text that
you're making me fight for Upgrade's voice. Okay, go on, Upgrade.
Can speak right now.
Yeah,
I speak of that bullshit about guns. It's the person that pulls the triggers that kills.
Blah,
not
blah,
the
blah, blah.
Guys,
no.
let's keep it a little bit. Let's keep it a little bit more, decent and more, like a civil conversation. Let's try to, be a little bit more, normal. I don't know what's normal nowadays.
Yeah, but these were useful discussions. You Upgrade.
No, but I mean,
sorry, Upgrade. We're not Swedes.
I'm not Swede, man.
He's Swiss, you fuck.
It's the same letter.
Whatever.
Anyways, Nika, yeah, it's true. We have a lot of guns because after the military, we can keep our gun at home. So
I know I have a Swiss friend, close friend, who's my best friend is Swiss. He's a Tunisian Swiss.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
How can the sweet guy not be sweet? Hi.
It's same letter at the beginning, but some people told me I'm from Swaziland, so we get everything, from Switzerland, so it's
okay. Sorry. You should continue before we track you further.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, it's too late. Super chat, Tristan Young. we may yet live to see politics in the USA comes to resemble the model of political violence and reprisal in places like Iraq and Afghanistan. True. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's exactly what.
I wanted to take the example.
That's exactly what Nika was talking about.
It was said that we need to regulate more weapons. I mean, like in France, we regulate heavily weapons, and there's narco trafficking guys who have bazookas, and Kalashnikovs, if you want to get weapons, you just get it from the black market, in Europe. Yeah. It's like that, if you want to kill somebody, you don't need a weapon. You can just take your scissors from home or your knife.
About the mentality of the population.
London is the capital of knife deaths, because they're just killing each other with knives. You don't even need a weapon. You just need some lethal weapon.
You need intent.
Yeah, of course. The intent is the most important part.
You have drones now, man. You have drones.
Yeah, you have everything.
Anyone with a drone.
You just make it like in Ukraine, and then it's a weapon, it's crazy. Gareth, please, I'm sorry, you had your finger up.
Yes, thank you. I think that whole conversation missed the point. The point was that Kirk died by the very values that he promoted in life, just as he died with a racist dog whistle on his lips. It was, in fact, poetic justice. I also want to ask, where was all this outrage about political murder when a couple of Democrats were assassinated recently? We didn't see any right-wingers complaining about that. In fact, we saw them laughing and joking. When Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked and beaten in the head with a hammer, such that he now has permanent brain damage, conservatives laughed about it all over the internet. Kirk himself said that he was going to a Halloween party with a pair of underpants and a hammer, specifically mocking political violence against Democrats. Okay, where was all this concern about human life when Alex Jones, who is now crying like a baby, was calling dead children crisis actors? Where was it then? Where was it then? Martin Luther King was killed in front of his family. So was a bunch of other people. Edgar Evers was shot to death in his fucking bed. Okay, every year these racist conservative scum go and shoot up the memorials to these people. Okay, and the Tea Party consistently called for Obama to be lynched. So all this bullshit about how the left is calling for political violence is sheer hypocrisy and projection.
But
finally, I want to say one thing. Shut up. I want to say one thing to the people who bitch and moan about the BLM riots. Every single one of you is a traitor to America. America was founded on a right that damaged private property. That is your foundational act. Or every single one who stood against BLM would have fought for the British in the Revolutionary War. So you can all go fuck yourselves.
So that's what I want. I disagree about the killing and stuff.
Again, that's the level of political analysis that Gareth is capable.
No, we're fucking taking turns.
Thank you, Gabriel. I appreciate the compliment.
So I wanted to say those are some examples. I don't say the left are immune of this. Both of them. It's the whole fucking society who's responsible of this. It's the mentality of white or black. I am your enemy or your friend. There is no there is no middle ground. That's the issue of American society now. This is what's happening. You are as a country, even as a country, you function like this. You are my enemy or my friend. You are Israel or you are everyone else. Even Qatar is not like immune. Even if it's a friend, it will get bumped. So that's what the problem is. The mentality. The idea is you are evil villain or you are a superhero. There is no between. Humans are gray, man. Humans are gray. I disagree with a lot of people and I agree with a lot of people. That doesn't mean that I need to kill everyone and shut up everyone. That's what America need to understand, man. Otherwise, you will be like our shithole countries.
Yeah, a lot of them are gay.
Super chat.
A lot of them
John
are super
Scott,
gay.
USA has the highest murder rate of any Western nations. Go check why
like
then.
An over.
I think he's guns, but
super
he's
chat.
For example, looks like a greedy, gluttonous, and slothful capitalist. But he actually has the mental.
It's really fucking rude when someone pays for a super chat and stops fucking raining right.
He has a Walt Disney and Hollywood style of political analysis. Like he's so in tune with it, man. He's probably like
Gabriel is
a Disney girl.
Another super chat. Tag the Gareth. Are people who criticize J6 also traitors because America was founded on protest with property destruction? Question mark. And in case for the just now nobody hear what I said because
that's what I was going to say.
USA has the highest murder rate of any Western nations. Go check why then. I think it's guns, but if not, why? Yeah, I think it's freedom. I think it's freedom's fault.
Mentality.
You guys should all live under communism.
Switzerland are free to speak, man. Swiss people are free to speak. It's not about freedom. No. It's about the mentality of how you. Even I watched a small interview about a gun, and they went to Switzerland, and the mentality is different. The mentality is different. That's the issue, man. It's not the gun. I can kill anyone I want with whatever means. Doesn't it will not stop me, man.
I like to kill with words.
Yeah, well, it is easier with the gun.
I don't know who's John.
Can I answer the question?
Upgrade. I think it's upgrade first, or John.
Gareth want to answer the question. About this. Are people criticize J6 also traitors? Because America is found on protest with property destruction.
Well, the criticism of J6 is not because it was a protest; it was because they were trying to overthrow an election. So,
my God! For God's sake!
You are full of propaganda, my dude.
It's not because it's a protest. It's because they were trying to overthrow the government. So that's why they're traitors, not like the founding fathers, who were white men who wanted an exclusively white country
Christians and protect oligarchic rights at all costs from the King of England. So that's why, you know, every American who supports J6 is a traitor, not like those glorious founding fathers.
No,
My
as I
God,
say,
Gareth,
I'm
seriously,
all in
like
favor
you need to
of
stop calling
overthrowing
yourself a
governments.
Marxist. Marx is churning in his grave. You could power the entire
Oh,
city of London by just
how would
connecting
you
some
know?
wires
You
to
don't
his
know
grave every
anything
time
that
he
Marx ever
hears you
said.
speak. You are the poster child of a post-capitalist containment
Yes,
left.
thank you. Is
Like,
this just going to be Gabriel's diss track session or what?
So anyway, another super chat. This time around is from Rumble. But Rumble don't have integration, so you know I have to manual copy and paste. So by Beto Sida, he said, guys, stop using YouTube for super chat because they don't like DPAs. So let's Rumble for it. Thanks. Yeah, I mean
totally
you guys
agree
can
with
also
that. I think
join
it should
Rumble if
move
you
to
guys like to use
Or
it.
send them a donation through Patreon or something. But you know,
post that link
obviously
there,
YouTube's not friendly.
But I think it's a good idea to double stream on the main channel until we got monetization on the new channel though. So that the super chat can still come in to help the fund. Like no, I think yeah, the super chatters on the main channel is like helping to fund this episode. So yeah, thanks for the help.
I just want to say for the record, I only support legal international businesses.
John?
I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
John?
Yeah, I just want to say, like Nika was talking about, it's a mentality. Well, duh. Of course, when you have a homogenous society, both, you know, politically, racially, religiously, linguistically, yeah, you're not going to have conflict. It's only when you have a diverse society that you have conflict. So,
John,
no shit.
sorry, I will give you the Swiss example. I gave the Swiss
No,
example on.
Nika, it's my turn, Nika. It's my turn. So you look at, you could take like Switzerland, for example. It's a very tiny country. So like trying to compare Switzerland, ridiculous. I mean, I could spit from one side of Switzerland to the other. It takes me fucking 4 days to drive from one end of the United States to the other at full fucking speed. You know, and Vaughn can back me up on that. And there's going to be different laws, and as I travel from one state to the other, each one is going to be different, and they're going to have a different laws, different ethnic groups in each one. Like, because I know Upgrade has been to the United States, so he knows about this. Like, he's been to Wyoming, he's been to Kansas, he's been in Nebraska, he's been to Florida, he's been to California. So he knows how all these places are just the same, right? No, they're not. They're very, very different. And because of that difference, by definition, difference is conflict. That's been a truism. It's been an axiom of civilization, and it always has been and always will be. You look what happened in the UK just yesterday. You see that when you had the people that were feeling like, you know, and Garrett could speak to this. There was, I don't know, like they said it was 100,000 people. Well, I saw the drone footage. It was a hell of a lot more than that. That were out there on the streets, and they were saying, no more. We don't want this. We don't want diversity. Diversity, by definition, leads to conflict.
Well, you asked for it. You asked for it, the diversity, when you invaded other countries. Britain are the one who invaded India, who are invaded Africa, Canada, America, Australia, and then they would be surprised if people come to their country. You promoted the beloved England society. Of course, people.
No. I think there's a difference between invading and then inviting the people that you invaded into your own.
No,
you invade a country. You go there to conquer the. No. This is he's talking about my point that
there's consequences.
When you go to a country, you invade them. Right. So the consequences are
you tear up your own country.
The consequences are murder and death.
No,
so,
yes, that's just a fucking lie.
Yes, to your own people too.
Murder and death.
That's happening.
That's what you're saying then.
The murder and death is coming from these fascist scumbags.
If they come into England, then now you will have division. You will have conflict. You will have chaos.
I think
the more diverse you have a country religiously, Islam and Christianity are not compatible religions.
No, that's false. Egypt.
Yes, it is.
That's a illiterate way of thinking. Of
no, I'm very literate.
Because,
I'm probably the only non-Muslim here that's actually read the fucking Quran cover to cover and the Bible.
Because Egypt now, for example, have 10% of its population, Christian population. They lived there for 1,400 years. In Tunisia, in North Africa, we have Jewish and Christian communities lived there for tens of hundreds of years. We didn't have any issue. We didn't massacre each other. We didn't kill the Jews here. They left to Israel, by the way. That's the issue. Jews and Christians.
Yes, that's quite correct. What John is saying is just plain historically false.
Nika, no, it's not historically false. It's historically accurate.
It's about
and if you want to like take an example of diversity.
No, it really isn't.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. Diversity diversity leads to chaos. That's a truism. I mean, Wyatt one time talked about Singapore. About one of the things that the government does in Singapore is they very carefully manage. They have like a semi-diverse population, and they're very careful on their immigration policies. Wyatt could probably expound on this. Is how they let in people to try to keep that balance. So it never gets too much.
How many ethnicity you have, Wyatt?
Any one group coming in. So
how many ethnicity you have, Wyatt?
They're being displaced or superseded by the other. Isn't that true, Wyatt?
How ethnicity you have, Wyatt?
There's quite a number of ethnicity. The Chinese are the most. The around 65 now, I think 65%. Used to be like 70. So now then we have the bigger. Then the next will be Malays and the Indians. So and then we have Eurasians. But now I think this is the four main ethnic group in Singapore. But of course, if you break down the Malays, actually there is actually Javanese, like there's a lot of actually sub-ethnic group that's coming from the Malaya Peninsula. So it's not super accurate. Then Chinese also, of course, we have a lot of different from different provinces. But now because of the modern age, a lot of people they marry out foreigners. And then there's a lot of immigrants coming to Singapore. So it's really complex now. I don't even know what is the actual numbers right now. But yes, the government seems to quietly balance the ratio.
Yeah.
But it's causing social problems when they do that as well. Because even Chinese from China is a different kind of Chinese,
But they are distinct, There is cultural distinct, multicultural distinct population, and you are not killing each other in the street. That's what I mean.
We used to kill each other in the streets.
No, now. I mean, no, but you learn.
No, this year not. Oh, Nika, this year not.
But you learn to live together. But you learn to live together.
We are forced to live together.
Yeah. But it is possible.
So I can tell you some simple breakdown of the history is that Singapore was under Lee Kuan Yew was pushing for Malaysia because we were part of Malaysia as a federation, and then Malaysia means all the ethnic groups are the same level. Malaysia wants Malaysia, so they want the indigenous people to have more privileges because they felt that they are getting disadvantaged over during the colony days. So that was the differences, and Singapore under Lee Kuan Yew is very powerful, and then and he's leading this Malaysia very successfully. So they decided to just kick us out, and the Lee Kuan Yew side, the Singapore side also agreed that this is untenable because what if we don't leave? What's coming next will be ethnic strife. We will start to have some kind of like a civil war or racial tension. That's why Singapore left. Because before that, we already have some racial tension. There was a riots. The Malays and the Chinese kill each other. So in Singapore, we have policies that because we are mostly living in government housing. So all the government housing have specific ratio of Chinese and non-Chinese. That this ratio must be kept. So like 70%, 30%. So 30% of the people living in a single government housing block must be non-Chinese.
So it's the opposite what John say. It's when you
it's by government policy. Yeah, so because we've seen what happened in United States, we've seen what happened in other countries. We know you have to do social engineering to make it work. In the UK, they do it differently. In the UK, they let them have enclave, which is what actually Singapore used to be. Singapore actually used to have like Malay enclave, Chinese enclave, all over Singapore.
That's what John wants.
People don't mix, you see. Yeah,
that's what John wants. So, John don't want any mingling between people, because if I were living in for example, if my neighbor is a black and the other neighbor is Asian, I will understand more. I will see them as a human. But if they are living in other city, I will see them as foreigners, as enemies. Can you read the super chat?
I will also add one more point is that something about Singapore special is that we have national service, we have like conscription. Wait, I say finish first. So there's conscription. So because of the conscription, everybody have to serve in the military, and that forces people, not just different races, but from different economic stratas, like the rich and the poor, everything. They are forced to come together to
forced assimilation.
Yeah. To know each other and then build this unique identity, which is very Singaporean.
Are they suppressing anyone to do their, like, for example, to be their own culture, to practice their own, like,
force anyone? Only the Muslims. So the Muslim, there's this organization, is government linked, that is in charge of the Muslims, right? They often put passive pressure on the Malays, or the Muslims to not convert out of Islam. So that's what I heard. Because Islam is a very unique religion on its own. They have a lot of these controls and unique laws, and and they put pressure on the people who want to leave Islam. Although they cannot force them. They can only like put some pressure on them. That's the only one that is. If not, the government don't force on anything. In fact, the government prevents domination by any culture or religion.
You see, there is two examples of multicultural countries, and one.
Do you mind let me read the super chat because I felt like you're going to say it quite some time. So sorry, Gareth. Tristan said Gareth reductively referring to everyone you disagree as fascists, Turks, and Nazis is a good way to get moderate people to agree with them. Agree with the term.
My point is,
and then one more in the immortal words of the philosopher poet Marshall Mathers, I am whatever you say I am. Of I wasn't then.
Yeah.
Why would I say
Eminem, baby, Eminem.
This is too deep for me.
Anti-Trump. So I just conclude what I was going to say. You have, for example, two examples of two multi-ethnic,
we can't see you. Am I the only one who can't see him?
Why do you need to see me? Why you?
Because everybody has to show their face.
He's peeing, but we don't.
I cannot. I cannot
he has
now.
to pee. Okay.
Yeah, then super chat anyway. Then my Beto Sida.
You have a Dixie toilet. You have a Dixie toilet.
Anyway.
You love my face.
Anyway, is the killer an immigrant extremist lefty tranny with blue hair? I don't think he is. I think the boyfriend or girlfriend, whatever you want to gender that person, is also have black or brown hair.
Yeah,
but I think in their community they have
blue paint.
So I wanted to say we have two examples of two countries with difficult cultures and different like ethnic groups. One is working together, found a way to work together, and one is in chaos. Why? Because the political leadership, the first one, the political leadership is trying to unite them, is trying to prevent the issue. The other is using that tensions, is increasing that tension to control everyone, to stay on power.
Is it fighting the lefties? It's already there. The lefties if it's not organically existing.
It doesn't make sense.
I think the point that Wyatt was trying to make is that the government knows that this, because of the
history.
It
is what it is. It is what it is. It's not a unified country. You cannot like make black non-American. You cannot.
I'm not saying you
make
can.
Chinese.
But I'm saying
you cannot make Chinese non-American now.
The tension is always there. That's the point. The tension is always
there.
But
American blacks and American Chinese are there for tens of hundreds of years.
Tens of hundreds of years.
Tens of years or hundreds of years. I mean, separate, not tens of hundreds.
Super chat from local, from Rumble, by Vibe Life stuff. Let's all flood DPA with Rumble rents, so Wyatt is forced to integrate it into Streamyard and let everyone migrate over. Actually, it's not up to me to integrate, but yeah. But I think over time they will integrate the Rumble to Streamyard. I got a feeling that with this. And Chinese were so I just answered Nika what Nika said. The Chinese were here in the Malaysian Peninsula for at least a few hundred years. So, but it's different waves. So there was like the early wave. Then after that, you have the Ming Fleet wave. The Ming Fleet is the giant treasure fleet that went to Africa. So that was another wave. I think that wave was created this unique ethnic group called the Peranakans, which is the Chinese Malay mix. So they are Chinese culture, but they speak all Malay, and they look Chinese, and their Malays are really good, and they're very rich, but culturally Ming Chinese. It's like the ancient Chinese culture. Then after that, there's other waves coming because of the civil wars, the wars and whatnot. So every war and famine and whatnot, there's a new wave of people come. So then it comes from different provinces. So end up you have a different era. You have different group of Chinese speaking different dialect coming to the region. It's very interesting. So yeah, I don't know who is next. So Nika, choose.
That's me. Yeah, I said it upgrade. I was before you, but I'm not going to be long. And then it's you upgrade, and then it's Voin, and then it's somebody else.
I said Voin
after Voin, because Voin is also has cramps in his fingers. But then,
I really forgot Voin is here, man.
Yeah, no, yeah. Oh, so sad.
Who was the first here?
Did it?
I think Voin.
No,
I don't know. I said Voin.
Yeah. Otherwise, after me, Voin. To be fair, but I want really to reply to Garrett before it's going to be too late to say it. Extremes are always bad. Is it left or right? It doesn't matter. Extremes are dangerous and bad. So you can refer to me all examples of extreme right, but you don't even talk about extreme left. That's very sad. Give the examples of both. They are all both bad. Extremes are dangerous.
But you didn't show any examples of the right, did you? That's hypocrisy.
Let me speak. Extremes are bad. Always. Kirk was not an extremist. Not at all.
Yes, he definitely was.
No.
Let Vojan speak. Let Vojan speak.
Wait.
I gave
Nika, you spoke already for 24 hours. So
I'm saying let Vojan speak.
I'm going to give him after me and then upgrade.
So we will stay for 30 minutes.
About countries like UK or other countries, immigration is you're coming in a country as a guest, and you need to respect the rules and the way of living of a country. What's happening also in the UK, that people are like canceling other peoples that are living and born in the United Kingdom, for example. The citizens of United Kingdoms losing more and more rights. They'd have nothing to say anymore. And people getting sick and tired of all the shit that's happening in their beautiful country, made by their grandparents and ancestors.
Don't tell me what's going on in my own country.
Stop interrupting. People getting sick. If you're going to a demonstration in the United Kingdom of Muslims and you're coming as like a douchebag, want to play a smart guy, and you have a pamphlet in your hand that's saying, I love pork, you're going to be arrested for that. For that stupid pamphlet. You're going to be arrested to say, I love pork. I love pork. I am not Muslim, so I have the right to eat pork.
Everybody loves bacon. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, bacon is so good to eat. But then
this is a lie, of course.
That far that for the most stupid things, you're going to be arrested. And for the severe things that's happening by people that are guests of the country, that are destroying the country, nothing happens. Nothing happens.
What about that? What about that
lie? Just outright
Shut
lie.
up. You are political, and there's a problem for other countries also, or too left. And these left are also not good as to have two rights. Know what I mean? It's too dangerous. Do you want to have a civil war in the United Kingdom? I think the message of yesterday was very clear. People are sick and tired of it. And you're not speaking about 100,000 people. Much more. It's very sad. I want to have peace also. And my country is the same. Go to Brussels. It's a hellhole. Because of immigration, people without papers that are dealing drugs, putting criminality and all that shit. They are not respecting our values also. We need to do what they want to do. They need to stop. No, they need to stop. It needs to stop. You are a guest in our country. You respect our rules and our way of living. If you not agree with that, just fuck the hell out of there and go back to your country. That's so easy. And that is also what Trump was saying about all these immigrants that came into the United States and putting hell in the country. It went too far. It went too far. Everybody is welcome. If you do it in the correct way, you are welcome. If you do it legally, you are welcome. But not if you want to burn all the shit off and creating hell and problems. That's not how democracy is working. And people don't understand that. And that is a big problem we are right now in. Boing.
Upgrade. Is your point as long as the others?
I don't think so, but go on, because you were before me, so I will give you the floor. Please go on.
Thank you very much. My point is not very long anyway. I have seen that you have discussed this Charlie Kirk thing mostly, and I have basically just one thing to add. I didn't know the guy before the association. I have maybe seen him once or twice, but I have looked into it, and I have seen that he's basically a guy who does, well, has an opinion, mostly a conservative opinion. I don't agree with everything that he said, but I have seen that he stood his ground in discussions, open to discuss his points in front of big publics with the opposite side. And this is, I think, a good thing. He's a man who stood his ground, stood for his opinion. And in reality, this is something that I think America needs, whether his opinions were the right ones or the wrong ones. I think this was a good man, and I salute to the man. I'm not an American, so I don't really care about that, but I salute to the man, you know. So I will have a cigar in his name, and I will drink. I'm not saying that I'm drinking beer, okay? Cheerio.
Happy.
Yeah, good one, Wojin. I think most of the people feel that way, like what you said. And I wanted to add on what John said. Don't spit on Switzerland. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's a very small country. Yeah, we can go from one side to the other in 4 hours by car. So it's very, very small. But to add on,
I can't drive from one side of my state to the other in 4 hours. I'm not kidding.
Imagine how small it is. So yeah,
if you iron it, it's a huge country.
You have low speed limits, John. You have
on the mountains.
You have low speed limits.
What Mr. Lambo said, right? If we all the time when we disagree with somebody, just name calling them, you know, it's not a solution. You know, it's not gonna go deep down in a philosophical or even a fruitful conversation, because if we just treat each other like normal human beings, and we can have disagreement and we can talk to each other, everything will be fine. You know, it doesn't matter if like 20 years ago when I was in school, you know, nobody cared about politics, but now you have kids who care about politics all the time. They talk about it like they know everything, like they already here 80 years on the planet Earth, but they don't know shit, you know, and they think that because some guy said it to him or some professor or whatever, that's the truth of the entire planet Earth, and it's not the case, you know. And I think we should everybody put a little bit of water in our wine, you know, or whatever it's called. I don't remember the exact term, but
water in the wine is correct.
You know what I mean.
What should I do?
No, that's good. You drink water. You drink water because it's haram. You know, you drink water like good Muslim.
Yeah, be a good guy.
By the way, I love beacon, but halal. I love beacon, but halal.
Yeah.
There is halal beacon, by the way.
There's halal beacon. Yes, it's true.
Yeah, with
you see.
Yep.
Very good. But
I love
what
it.
you said
I eat it.
about to take back what you said, Nika, about Switzerland. We have
Sorry, upgrade one small comment. By the way, you can buy beacon in Tunisia. If you have a card said I love beacon in Tunisia, no one will even look to you.
That is the point.
I'm telling you.
That is the point.
We are Muslim Arab country, and we will not be offended.
Exactly. That is the point. 100%.
People did it in Arab countries. People did it, the pancart, and nothing happened to them. It's just the political upgrade. Go. I will go into
No, but I agree with Nika, because the whole point is you're not supposed to eat, right? You're not supposed to eat. Nobody say that you're not supposed to look at it. You know, it's like it's a perversion of the religion. Yeah, sorry.
To finish off what I wanted to say just real quick, and then I will give it to Gareth because he was holding his finger. the example is Switzerland, right? You said, okay, it's not comparable to America. I agree with you because you're much bigger, you have much more people. But in our country, we have even different languages. We have different, rules in different, places, like you have a little bit. So to just say that just because a population is smaller doesn't means that we cannot compare. Yes, I agree with some points, but also you can make a counter argument to that.
You had civil wars in small countries too, by the way.
Yes, we had civil wars in Switzerland. We attacked other cantons to actually get the country which we have right now. And yeah, it's just for me personally, I don't agree with that point, but maybe John will disagree with me. Gareth, go on because you were first.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to talk about this argument about integration, which is a similar point that was just being made. South Africa, for example, throughout its history has had immigration from many places: Chinese, Indian, Portuguese.
Put your mic a little closer to your mouth, please. I'm not being a dick. I'm serious.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. French Huguenots, etc., etc. None of those so-called divisions ever caused any problem. What caused the problem was white racists imposing apartheid. And they have to oppose apartheid by law because humans naturally integrate. This claim that humans are naturally divided is complete bunk. It's created artificially. Nika is quite right that when you have neighbors, you learn to recognize them and you are less influenced by stereotypes. It's been shown over again that it's the places with the most immigration that have the least concern about immigration. There was an unwittingly revealing remark on the British TV a little while ago where somebody said you had to get out of London to feel the strength of opinion about migration. Yes, exactly. You have to get away from the place where there is the most migration to find these weirdos who are completely hopped up about it. Basically, everything Lambo said is about Britain is a completely dishonest lie. It's completely fake. It's total nonsense. These people just cry
Why are
victim
people
all the time.
weird who are not living in cities? Why are they weird? They're also part of the country. They also have a voice.
They're not weird for not living in
weird?
cities.
The people in the cities are not weird.
But
you can turn it around.
I'm saying these people are making up a concern that doesn't exist. Okay. And I also want to mention that specifically in the case of Britain, Britain did actually specifically invite people to come to this country after the Second World War. There was a great need for manpower, and they went out to the Caribbean and other places and actively called for the people of the British Grand Empire to come to Britain. So how are they not British? They were literally invited here, but they will still be treated as if they're foreigners. Okay. Finally, no, not finally. I want to object to Lambert's argument that extremists are always bad. That is untrue. If you are, for example, careening toward a wall, then it is logical to make an extreme turn of the wheel rather than a moderate one. There are certainly circumstances in which the extreme response is the correct one. Moreover, if you hark to the middle, then you end up being dragged around by the two ends. You've sacrificed your own independence, and you will now be dragged around by whatever is popularly considered the middle. And Bill Maher is a great example of that. And finally, on the topic about me calling everybody fascist, Voin says that he thinks that Kirk is a conservative. So I want to ask generally, is it a conservative view that there is a conspiracy to replace white people? Because if somebody told me that they were a conservative, I would not assume that.
I would say it's a Democrat view. I've seen Democrats say it.
No, it's literally there's literally a UN white paper, right?
It's not
called
just about
the
white.
replacement migration.
Yeah.
There's literally this is a thing from like about 2004.
Hold on, Archimedes, please, because I've been trying to have my finger up for long before you even got in here. So yeah, so when it's not strictly just a racial thing, it just happens to be that those people immigrating to the United States tend to be non-white. Now this has happened before in the United States, like with the Irish and whatever.
This is not the point.
No, let me finish my point, because you sincerely were asking the question. So yes, so by the great replacement, like you could say it's a racist, racial thing, but it's a secondary component. It's about the gimme that's, right? So it basically is about buying votes. So you bring in people to the country, and you say, okay, we'll let you vote, and you're buying votes. You say, well, I'll promise if you vote for me, we'll give you free this or free housing or free whatever or whatever. That's basically it. So that's
made up nonsense.
Tammany Hall type shit, right? I mean, well, this is, you know, John, you could be talking about 1910s New York, right?
Right, please hold on.
No, I'm just supporting your point. I'm saying this Tammany Hall stuff, right? This has been going on a long time.
Yeah. The Irish and Tammany Hall, same fucking thing.
But the claim that it's been done for political benefit is the specific.
Yeah, well, it is done for political benefit for the party that's. Well, yeah, of course, everything is for political benefit. Duh. You of all people.
So you think that the Democrats are importing a large number of Catholics who oppose abortion in order to procure votes?
No, wait, say that again.
Fucking idiotic, stupid thing.
I never said that.
And
no, I was talking about I just said no during the late 1850s and the 1860s in the United States. There were certain groups in the United States that were in favor. Like there was a war over it. I mean, New York City was shut down for 3. Anyway, I'm not going to get into the whole history of the United States and our immigration policy. It's too big of a topic right here and now. But I will say, as far as extremism always being wrong, I would agree with you on that. I believe there are times that we have to be extremists. I think that's absolutely true. I think the difference between Garrett and most people on here is Garrett wants civil war. You honestly believe that the only, you will never, Garrett, for example, you don't believe, there's no political party that holds any seats in parliament that Garrett supports. Garrett honestly believes that the only way that there will be any change, at least the change that he sees that is good, is through violence. Yes, Garrett?
No, not necessarily.
Well, not necessarily. Well, I mean, in practicality, I'm sure there's some bizarre circumstance where Martians could come down or whatever. But I mean,
no. We just had a good example in Nepal. There was very little violence.
What, they burnt the fucking palace down and they killed the fucking.
Hey Garrett, I just have a quick question for you.
That's what Garrett.
That's a quick question.
Not a civil war, is it?
In Nepal, the Martians did come down because this was organized from the top down. By globalist organizations, right?
Right. So, but anyway, Garrett, for example, Garrett is a proponent of political violence or violence in general if it suits his political means. He said this to me.
That's a misstatement of my views.
You said you are a supporter of violence.
Yes, of course I am. I have said that. You believe that, but that's different. But as I've just pointed out, that's not an advocacy for civil war.
Violence, including up to murder on a large scale, is not a bad thing.
I didn't say it's not a bad thing.
Well, it's not. He's right about that. Why are you mad about this opinion?
I'm not.
That's a correct opinion.
Are we all pacifists now?
No, I'm not. I'm just getting clear. Well, no, because there are some people, like for example, Upgrade, that specifically is. I don't know if he's a quote unquote pacifist, but he certainly disagrees with your the things that you believe that are acceptable for political change. Upgrade is diametrically opposed to that point of view, and so are probably the majority of people listening. I don't know. I can't speak.
I would expect so. Yes.
So, but you believe that's totally okay. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay,
you
means like
me too.
Okay, well, I've never shied away from saying that. Yes, I think that revolution is the engine of history, and that's what changes things, and it is necessarily a violent process. And even when it is non-violent, you have to be able to demonstrate a credible threat anyway. So certainly, yes, I'm in favor of that.
You're 100% right on this, Gareth. You're 100% right on this.
I'm behind Gareth on that as well, because that's how United States become independent, right? Because it's a rebellion. So I just want to add about the replacement theory thing as well. That the JS was talking about just now. Is that Singapore literally is that replacement. In our history, we are the why the Chinese is 70%. We literally replaced the population of the locals. The locals were supposed to be Malays, but we have so many immigrants coming in to the point where we outnumbered the locals. So it's not just Chinese, it's also Indians. It's just that when India gotten independence, a lot of the Indians returned to India. If not, then the Indians and the Chinese actually have equal population. So we have a lot of Indian and Chinese. I think it's like 40-40, and then 20% was the locals. So the replacement theory can actually happen in real life. Then at the same time, the getting immigrants in to get votes is also possible, because in Singapore we have this theory as well. These political theories that we having.
Don't interrupt the commander.
So we have a lot of new citizens coming into Singapore, and then even local Singaporeans that we are always saying that the new citizens 100% is going to vote for the ruling party, and we view this mass immigration into Singapore also very skeptically, because we feel like sometimes they are bringing in people that we don't think is qualified to be Singaporeans, but they are getting the citizenships. So this is even in Singapore where we are largely very boring. When it comes to politics,
you,
it's like,
you mean you don't shoot people at like college camps? Really? No, that doesn't happen.
I mean, you say a bit wrong thing, then you get arrested for trying to stir up racial tensions. No, we are not supposed to talk controversial stuff about race and religion. So it's like you will find myself, I would never talk controversial things about my opinions about certain race or religion as well. So because I have to adhere to my own laws. You guys can say whatever you want, but it's,
you'll be hanged.
No, I won't be hanged. But I would just get coffee session with with the police, and I'm not interested in that. And I also want to tell the people that's watching one more thing before Archimedes go. The people watching now on the Open Mic archive channel, which is the original Open Mic channel, I gotta turn off the stream once Archimedes finish his point. So you guys click the link at the pin to join the new Open Mic channel. So I give warning. So please click the link. And for those that are watching on TV, you cannot find you cannot click the link because you don't have a mouse. Go to the search and find DPA Open Mic new. Then you will be able to find the new channel. It's the red logo. So I will turn off the stream for that one. The main channel will continue because the main channel will help to fund the Open Mic channel through Super Chats. So thank you. Archimedes.
Yeah, I think Singapore is an interesting point because on the notion that people integrate with their neighbors, well, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, right? Sometimes there's also the phenomenon of self-segregation, of preference cascades, where a population moves away from a new population, and then more and more of them move away, and sooner or later it becomes self-segregated. But then there's also the notion of integration that happens as well, and and I think that's how ethnogenesis happens: is when different people live together and they mix together and they form a new ethnicity, right? However, generally speaking, I would say in order for that to happen, it requires a strong leader who gives a unified vision to both groups of people that they can both participate in and both be members of, and thereby see themselves and their progeny going into the future as partners with their neighbors, even if their pasts might have been different. Singapore had that with Lee Kuan Yew, a strong leader who defined a real identity for Singapore that would endure into the future, that people could participate in, whether they were Chinese or Malay or Indian. So, it really matters what the attitude that the state takes. That's what I wanted to say on that particular topic. And let me just read the room here. Are we interested in talking? I have some thoughts about the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Yeah, no, the floor is yours, Archimedes. Go ahead.
Yeah,
you can share your views. You can share your views.
Does anybody else want to say anything on the previous topic, or should we close that? Okay, so
Charlie Kirk, no problem.
So a lot of information is coming out in drips and drabs, right? It's confusing. Who's the shooter? Who are they associated with? Yada yada yada. I mean, this is interesting from academically. But I don't think it's really materially important who the shooter was. Okay, and I say that because people get murdered every day, right? They don't. The issue with the shooting is not that somebody pulled a trigger that fired a bullet that went into another man's neck, and that's the heinous crime. I mean, it's a heinous crime, but it happens every day. Okay. The thing that's interesting, that's worth talking about, that's actually significant about this, and not to say that it's not worth talking about who the shooter is. I mean, it's interesting, sure, but the thing that really matters is the social, cultural, political fallout of this event. Because the thing that was interesting about Charlie Kirk is not that he is a human that has a heart and a wife and a child. That's a tragedy. But the thing that's interesting about Charlie Kirk is his social, cultural, political significance. Okay, so I fear that this is, I don't even know if fear is the right word. I kind of hope, to be honest, that this is the beginning of sort of the years of lead in the United States. That this is a new step. This is a breaking of the taboo, a shooting of a non-politician, right? you know, when you shoot a politician, it's obviously wrong, but it's kind of an occupational hazard, right? A politician is in the real halls of power. They're dealing with real power. You might make some powerful enemies. You might end up, you know, it's similar to a soldier dying in a war versus a civilian. You know, it's obviously morally worse when a civilian dies because the soldier didn't sign up, right? Or the soldier signed up for it in some sense. Not to say that it's good to shoot politicians. I'm just saying that it's a different thing when we've opened up the realm of now the shooting victims are the victims of assassination are just political pundits, not even politicians. I think this is a new step towards something horrible. And I worry that the rhetoric, that the feeling on either on the side that is opposed to Charlie Kirk is that he deserved it, and I feel that that same type of rhetoric is what the right would say if a left wing pundit would die, and perhaps we are going to see left wing pundits die, and right wing pundits die, and left wing pundits die, and we're going to see gloating from either side. I worry that this is the kind of path that we're headed down. One thing that's been bothering me, and this is the last point I'll make, I see a lot of people immediately respond to the shooting of Charlie Kirk by posting a particular quote from 2023, from 2 years ago, where Charlie Kirk stated that some number of deaths is an acceptable cost that is going to have to be taken, you know, in order for the Second Amendment to continue to exist. And the thing is, that sounds like a bit of a heartless statement, but if you were to apply that to highway driving, it would be a completely reasonable statement, right? Of course, some level of deaths on the highway are acceptable in order for us to have highways. So we value highways at a certain amount. There are going to be deaths. That doesn't mean that we tear down all the highways. Maybe if there's too many deaths, we might want to look at tearing down the highways, right? So it becomes a numbers game, and it's a bit harsh, but it is a reasonable enough political position. The point is this. By responding to the political assassination of Charlie Kirk by saying, look, 2 years ago, here's a quote where he said that some level of gun deaths are okay, what you're saying is that he deserved to die because he held this opinion. What you're saying is that those people who held this opinion are murderers. Now, what's the inverse of this situation, right? Suppose that Jon Stewart had been shot in the neck, okay, a left-wing person. From the left-wing perspective, okay, if I'm going to put myself in the left-wing shoes, right? When right-wingers are supporters of gun rights, that makes them murderers to some persuasion of lefties. They literally think that right-wingers are accomplices to murder because they support gun rights, while the right-wingers have a different view on that position. They see themselves as, you know, they see that has nothing to do with murder. The converse issue on the other side of the fence would be abortion, where left-wingers see abortion as a reasonable position that isn't murder. Right-wingers see abortion as being a murderous thing, okay? And there's obviously a difference of opinion there, where one side thinks of the other side as murderers because of this political opinion. The other side doesn't see themselves as such.
Well,
and
think
that's
about this.
Precisely the difference.
People shoot abortion doctors because that's
okay. So
let him finish.
Right. Well, let me just. I'm trying to make a. Just let me finish the point here, which is that, you know, the inverse would be if Jon Stewart had been shot, and my immediate response was, "Here, look at this quote from 2 years ago, where Jon Stewart said that it was okay to kill babies." That would be me saying, Jon Stewart is a murderer in my frame of what makes people murderers. He's not a murderer in your frame of what makes people murderers, right? Because it's, but by definition, a politically contentious issue. And by posting that quote the day that he dies of a political assassination, I'm saying that my frame that you people are murderers justifies your deaths, right? This is the message that is being sent by the constant posting of this particular position on that Charlie Kirk held on guns. So in conclusion, I think that we've reached a point now where a significant portion of the left is saying that right-wingers deserve death because they are murderers, because they support gun rights. And I wonder if we're going to see a similar thing happen when the shoe is on the other foot. And it'll be just as justified as or as unjustified as this is. So again, I think we are in for American years of lead.
One
That's the end of my point.
One question. I want to ask a question to Archimedes. Did you? Okay, who have good English to read?
That's not a super chat. Amen.
Okay.
Carry on. What's your question?
So just one question to understand something. Were you born in America?
I was not born in America. I was born in Dhaka, Bangladesh.
But you have memories of living there?
No, I moved to America when I was 2 years old.
That's okay. Okay, that's it. Because I wanted to ask you if you have like some memories of what happening in Bangladesh or for me in Tunisia, because I see the same like pattern, the same not only in Tunisia, in all the third world countries.
Nico, all due respect, Garrett has had his finger up.
Yeah.
Also, what does Bangladesh and Tunisia have anything to do with the situation with Kirk? I'm not sure why you're asking me that.
I will continue the discussion. Let's continue. Let
Garrett
continue.
Go.
Thank you. I have to go soon anyway. So I just wanted to say that yes, it's certainly going to be interesting to see the response. And one of the interesting cases that we've had so far is from Nancy Mace, the Republican politician, who before the identity of the killer was revealed, was calling for the death penalty and saying that Democrats own this. And then after the identity of the killer was revealed, she was tweeting that we need thoughts and prayers for this troubled lost soul. So we finally reached the point where conservatives are giving thoughts and prayers to the shooter because he comes from a conservative family. Presumably,
he comes from a conservative family. I'm sorry, Gareth. He comes from a conservative family who literally turned him into the police, right? It seems likely that he doesn't have the same political opinions as his family, right?
They certainly might be the same, but which way they go is different.
Yeah, well, they could be either way. And again, the point I'm making, I don't really care what Nancy Mace said. Nancy Mace is a...
Well, I do. I care about the hypocrisy.
Well, okay, the hypocrisy... Well, the thing is... The point is... actually, I'll say this. It matters more what Nancy Mace said than who the actual shooter was, right? And if she says Democrats own it, it's not because the Democrats pulled the trigger that killed Charlie Kirk. It's because the Democrats want Charlie Kirk dead. And they are gleeful over the fact that he's dead.
Yeah, they celebrate.
Well, some of them.
First of all,
so Gareth, do you believe that he deserved to die? Do you believe that Charlie Kirk deserved to die?
I said earlier, I think the world is better off for him being dead. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
He was a completely evil person.
So, great. Okay, so he deserves to die. Beautiful.
Well, I don't believe in individual terrorism or assassination.
Democrats own it. That's exactly what it means when they say the Democrats own it. It's that people think that...
I know that that's what they mean.
Listen, Garrett still has a moment because he's going to run off.
Yeah, let's let the new person introduce themselves. Yeah, after Gareth is on.
Okay, thank you. I just want to point out that the boot has been on the other foot for decades already. Remember that Anders Breivik killed 77 young people just because they were leftists. They weren't politicians in the public space. He just killed them because they were left wingers and because he believes in the same great replacement.
Well, they weren't
racist great replacement theory.
They were children. They weren't left wingers. He shot the families of
I believe they were at like some left wing.
They were literally at a left wing youth camp.
Yeah, it was a youth camp.
They were children. They didn't hold political.
It was a youth camp. They were like teenagers.
It was a left wing youth camp. They weren't children, John.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, some of them were pretty
literally a political youth
organization. Yeah, I mean, he basically targeted them because he saw them.
I thought they were too young. They were too young to vote. It's just my point.
He targeted them because he saw them as like future leaders, so that's why he probably went after them because he thought they were the future leaders.
Okay, so Garrett, go ahead.
Okay, what I'm getting at is that you guys are now getting a taste of what you've been dishing out for decades. You have propped up these mass murderers. You've defended them as free speech heroes. You have done everything in your power to associate with the murderous right, and then you're outraged when people associate you with the murderous right.
Yeah, but Garrett, who is Democrats? The right has defended these mass murderers that you're talking about. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know a single person who's like in favor of it.
Yeah, can we let Tristan talk? Okay, this is
okay.
Garrett, did you want to conclude your point?
One last point, and then I'm going. Yep.
Because we could argue with you back and forth all day.
I know. Thank you. I'm trying to go. The last point is that somebody said, "Oh, you call everybody fascist." No, I call fascists fascists. But I would also like to point out that the right wingers are and do every day call Democrats communists and radical leftists, which is blatantly absurd and blatantly fake, but they do it. So you're getting a taste of your own medicine. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you and good night.
Hi, Tristan.
Well, the reason they do that is because
Oh my God, Gabriel! What the fuck?
Tristan
go. What the fuck? Honestly,
let the new guy introduce
honestly.
himself, Tristan.
I mean, okay, now
And,
Upgrade's gonna interrupt you, right? At this rate.
I'm the new guy. You can talk.
Yeah, Tristan, introduce yourself.
All right, it's my turn.
It's your
Wonderful.
turn.
Okay.
Yes. Just before
Thank
you
you very
talk, to
much.
introduce who you are and what you believe in, and who are you really.
Hi, my name's Tristan. I'm from Australia, and I cannot discuss my beliefs within the presence of surveillance devices or in public. So there we go.
Well, we'll see you on Telegram then, okay? We've got the Telegram group chat here.
Yeah, dude, you'll like the open mic speakers lounge, so definitely come in.
Yeah, you can. How do you find DPA? Sorry.
I found you. I think you were recommended on a 4chan thread at one point as a very good and reliable mapper for the Ukraine war. So,
Trevor,
and I've been watching you for like the better part of 2.5, nearly 3 years now.
4chan. Oh my God, I'm on 4chan.
Yeah, 4chan.
Why you're famous?
Oh no, I'm a green frog now. Okay.
You're gonna be the next meme.
Thanks, Tristan.
Work.
I gotta say, like, particularly with regards to the political assassination of Charlie Kirk, it's not in itself the assassination of the man that's like the biggest issue here. Although to see a man shot to death, whilst publicly speaking in front of his wife and children is pretty brutal and a serious violation of the political norms of the United States, country literally founded on free speech, also gun violence. So there's a twofer. It's the fact that when Garrett mentions, people, you, the right, you guys, being in favor of people like Anders Breivik killing a bunch of, young people in a fucking youth camp or whatever. I don't know anybody, and I haven't seen anybody outside of a few weirdos on fringe Mongolian basket weaving forums, in favor of that kind of thing. But one sees now what one might otherwise presume to be fairly reasonable people cheerleading for the death of this guy who was basically a milquetoast conservative, like a debate me dude. Not for anything he did, but because he said things that they disagreed with and perceived to be evil. He deserved it. It was good because he deserved it. He deserved it because he was evil. He was evil because he said things I disagreed with. And all of these people cheerleading for it are basically too weak and cowardly to have done anything like this themselves, but will happily cheerlead for it on social media from the safety of their fucking keyboard.
Yeah, and it is a lot of people. It's not just one or two crazy people. There are at least tens of thousands. At least.
Yeah, enough to fill a database of people getting fired.
Yeah, well, there's somebody, now the right.
Professors, it's doctors.
Yeah, well, and there's another example is, in the U.S. House of Representatives, the day that he was shot, somebody on the right called for, in the Republican Party said that we should have a minute of silence, and one of the Democrats started yelling, no, which is literally hours after the guy got killed, and that's, yeah, so, it is widespread. I believe Ilhan Omar also has gloated over Charlie Kirk's death. She's, an elected representative pretty much for the fringe of the Democrats, but still. It should be noted that people like Obama and so on did make statements saying this should never happen, blah, 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 which is good. I mean, if that hadn't happened, it would have been a fucking next level, But yeah, it is true. There are tens of thousands of people that have been calling.
I gotta change my shirt.
Okay.
I'm not sure what that means.
I'm curious what he's going to come back wearing now. I don't. Okay.
He had a Wagner shirt on. He had a Wagner shirt on, so
Oh my god.
Why are you even saying the fucking name? Shut up.
Let's go.
But better.
Hey, no, we're talking about the composer Wagner, man. Come on.
You're talking about.
Well, speaking of, hey, we got Tristan in chat, right? So there you go. There's your Wagner.
Where's this told?
And that's Rise of the Valkyries. You fucking normie. Come on.
I'm not classic.
Yeah, I know. No, but it is true. Like there are I think for a long time the left was, using cancel culture very effectively. I think that at this point the pendulum has swung enough that the right is willing to do so. Somebody has made a website that shows a database of 20,000 people approximately that have explicitly celebrated his death, and that's just one website, one database.
I believe it's called Charlie Kirk's Murderers. Someone want to fact check me on that? Because
there you go. Good. Well, the point is,
like
and I'll say I've seen that sentiment from one particular lefty person in my life, in real life. So, I don't think it's just the AI algorithms fucking delivering me a bunch of slop to make me mad. I think it is a real sentiment.
It's real.
Granted, I've also spoken to several, probably out of the say 5 or 6 real life left wing people that I interact with, that I know personally. One of them has expressed that sentiment. The other 4, have not, which is good. But it seems fairly widespread. Like, we're talking tens, hundreds of thousands of people here. We're not talking 1 or 2 crazies. And I really think that's the case. And that's the most significant part of this all. Charlie Kirk was each and every one of us. That when something like this happens, that the individual event becomes it takes on a symbolic dimension, right? It takes on a general dimension, a platonic dimension. And Charlie Kirk did represent each of us who ever stood in a room full of lefties that disagreed with us and stood our ground and argued. And none of us got shot in the neck, but he did. And now it's hard not to identify with that. Even though I would say my political evolution led me further down that sort of rabbit hole than Charlie Kirk's did. So I'd never paid too much attention to him. But I saw that, he was very, and there's a lot of issues where I would have liked him to have, agreed with me more, obviously, and gone farther on certain issues, especially about Middle Eastern events. But regardless of that, he was just a fucking debater, man. He was just a debater. He was just a guy trying to protect. Yeah, debate bro. He was just a guy trying to carry on this system of liberalism that seems to, the idea that we can just defeat the progressives by arguing with them and owning the libs is this idea that liberalism is still alive and we just need to win at liberalism, win in the marketplace of ideas, and then we'll be able to win. But man, I think liberalism itself.
Do we need to shoot them?
No, I don't know, but I'm saying that he did get shot. That is the fact.
Yeah,
all right? I don't know. I don't want that to happen.
You're insinuating the same thing, man. You're
Nika,
saying
I know.
the same thing.
I know, but Nika, just because, but Nika, the thing is, if I'm getting shot, all right, the thing I need to do at a certain point is stand up and shoot back. It doesn't make me a hypocrite. Maybe it does, but at a certain point, it's better to be a hypocrite. It's better to be a hypocrite than to be dead at a certain point, right?
Yeah,
even if it makes me just as bad as my enemy.
There's an old saying in the United States: it's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6.
That will get everyone in America shot.
Well, what I'm saying, Nika,
that's they get a civil war. This is the result. I know.
I get.
Yeah, the thing is,
I get you, but Nika,
I had my finger up, so let Archimedes finish his point
and all of that. It's something that.
Yeah, I think
it's only
okay, Gabriel can talk.
On was waiting.
No, Gabriel can talk. Go ahead. After Gabriel, we can go to the fingers, because Gabriel has something to say on this particular question. So go ahead, Gabriel. I cede my speech to you. And now the bastard doesn't talk. Come on, man. Come on. What the fuck? Now I look like a fucking jackass. Okay, go ahead, Vaughn.
This alt tab just got us muted.
Okay, I was just gonna say another thing people need.
It's like
go ahead.
And he's gone.
He's gone.
Retard shit going on here, man.
This comment.
Okay, real quick.
Go.
I think another thing people need to think about too, and I've heard it brought up, is these shooters for the left, especially the last 3. Those are stormtroopers. Those are soldiers. Those are radicalized people. There was the Nashville Manifesto, which a lot of people claim was a doctrine that has never been fully released or fleshed out. There's obviously a campaign. There's obviously targets. They've obviously been able to find people and cultivate people to do this. And that's, I think, another angle of what Archimedes is talking about. I mean, at some point, you got to stand up and shoot back. And I'm not advocating anything, but it's just getting crazy. And people are saying a lot of crazy things, but the precedent's been set. And, you know, I kind of agree with the, 10 years of lead, whatever. I mean, seems like there's a really unstable time coming. And I don't think the people that were celebrating Charlie Kirk's death really want what they think they want. And a lot of people are probably going to get fucked up because of this, or possibly.
Reminds me of Ukraine, right? You know, after Euromaidan, like, you know, like they think that they want this, no? Then whatever come later was shit. Huh?
Drive the Moscows out. Drive the Moscows out.
Yeah, exactly. And these guys, they like what Gareth said was one of the things that Gareth said was true that the shoe was on the other foot. So that's when you have like the MLK assassination, Malcolm X, Robert John F. Kennedy, and Robert Kennedy. No, not Rob. Yeah, Robert. Anyways, so that was going on at a certain period, you know, and what happened next? Like what that caused was the collapse of the American democratic system. So since then on, they've had only nominal political positions. So like someone lost on that past like political conflict, but it wasn't the left. It wasn't the right or the left. Like they both lost in a very like real sense. They lost the legitimacy.
Freedom lost.
Yeah, political freedom lost. Like the position of the president.
Freedom of speech lost. Freedom of association lost. I mean that all happened in like in 65, like when they like forced like quotas and things like that.
Yeah,
like,
integration.
Freedom of association, which was guaranteed in the Constitution, and that literally Congress passed a law just pretty much superseding the Constitution, where
and no one did shit about it.
Who I choose to hire or rent my house to or whatever was not left up to me. The government had a say in that.
Yeah, and the democratic like stakeholder of the situation, like the representative of the voice of the American people, was completely neutered from its political agency by assassination first, then political assassination in the case of Nixon. So that's kind of where things are going. That's why I criticize Gareth, because of his shallow political perspective. Like he's just taking a Walt Disney version of BLM activism and turning that into a political analysis of the situation. And not only is there a precedent for like this type of political violence in return, but also there's the conditions have been made for like political transformations, not only in America but in the world, that will justify, you know, all sorts of cracking down on the population. So it just makes no sense to celebrate it in any sense, you know, like even if you completely disagree with the dude, it's just a bad omen of what's going to happen. Now, all this escalation can bring to a resolution of the conflict, but more times than not, it's just an increment of state control and state crackdown on any form of political dissidence. So the right did have political sway to suppress speech on the left back in the day. The left has had it, like the what Gareth calls the left, in any case, the Democrats and the Labor parties. They've had political hegemony. They have political institutional power for the past decade or so, couple of decades, and they're squandering it like complete retards. So it's completely blowing up in their faces, and they celebrate it like it's a win, like completely stupid. Anyway.
Well, I mean, just real quick, think about this. You know, these people out here that are celebrating, like a nurse or something. Do you really want somebody to like put you on a list because you celebrated Charlie Kirk's death, and then justify it by going back through all your tweets and Facebook posts like from 2016, COVID, and all this other shit to show how just evil you are, and how, like, let's say you're a doctor or a nurse and you're a danger to society because of these views, and you're in the medical field. I mean, do people really want this kind of stupid shit to start happening because of your beliefs and what you said. I mean, because that's what'll happen. You'll have people just go back and Photoshop, screenshot all your tweets, archive all the photos, all the little funny memes you made that are nasty.
It's called quote mining. Okay.
No, but what I'm saying is, I mean, people don't realize it's like that's the kind of world you want. Really,
right, no, it's not a matter. No, but that's the kind of world that the left has created because they're the one that started this. Okay, so there's a law of
yeah, they created it, but I'm saying they don't. I don't think they realize that's what they've done.
It's the law of reciprocity. So there's no you can't say, well, I'm going to obey the laws of if you admit to a duel of sabers and you're going to adhere to gentlemanly conduct, but your opponent isn't. You're going to get killed every time. Okay, so I believe in free speech. I'm pretty close to, I used to consider myself pretty close to a free speech absolutist, but I no longer feel that way because they don't allow me to speak freely. So once that happened, I'm not going to reciprocate because that's suicide.
Yeah, no,
that's
no. The if you're playing a game of chess and your opponent fucking punches you in the face, the correct response is not king to e2. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like,
exactly.
Yeah, but people forget that social media is still real life.
Mr. Lambo, there's upgrade.
And
Upgrade was held in.
Hold on, upgrade was upgrade.
If I like to upgrade, I'm going to leave to eat. So I am here 5 minutes and I'm gone.
Yeah, go.
Sorry, upgrade. I apologize.
No, it's okay. Upgrade is not allowed to speak unless he's been interrupted at least 3 times. It's part of the rules.
If you are working for a company, you are an ambassador of that company, for that name of that company. So if you're using social media and forgetting that there's also real life shit that you're doing, and you're making a selfie, a laughing, and you have like a high function of even a nurse, you are actually make very bad publicity for your company, your work to. So all these people now, they're going to be fired because you're talking shit like about Charlie Kirk. It's their own fault to do that. The company has the right to fire you if you make bad publicity about the enterprise or company where you worked for. People forgetting reality and social media. Your thinking is like a video game. No, it's real shit. They are forgetting that. Great.
Yeah, and I think it just shows also like what Gareth said, right? When he was asked about if he thinks that what about Charlie Kirk's death, and he thinks a word is a better place. Yeah, then don't be surprised if the other side can do the same, to you. It can think the same about that. And then what's going to happen? Then everybody kills each other. We just kill each other for no reason, because we just don't like each other's opinion or way of life. That's not how it should be. And we didn't have that for a long period of time. I don't know about, Switzerland, it was always okay, but now it starts also to get more and more like politicized. Like I said, like kids know about politics. They shouldn't even know about politics.
I blame the French
Go
part of
outside
it.
and play, and having fun and having friends and doing the normal things, But when you see how we evolve as society, we're getting just more and more crazy.
I blame
I'm sorry.
the French part.
If you think somebody just disappearing from the planet because he has a different point of view is now a better place, then you're just fucking insane. You're just fucking insane. You have a mental problem. You're a lunatic. You shouldn't. And I think many people on the planet Earth think the same way. That's the same with the immigration topic and many other topics. There's the normies, there's the extremes, and the most of them are normies. They just go work. They just don't have time for this bullshit. And when you talk like this crazy about some guy who just died, people start to get like, he's totally insane. He shouldn't be able to talk and to work with us, because who knows, like with the example of the nurse, right? If she don't like your political view and you're in the hospital, she just gonna not, give you medicine, or what world are we gonna live in? It's dangerous. It's dangerous. These people are dangerous. And they shouldn't be able to just speak like this and not having any consequences. It's very important that there is consequences with your acts. Like Mr. Lambo said, you cannot just go on social media and just think you can just talk anything and there's no consequences.
I mean, do you want a guy flying an air? You want a guy flying your airplane to have Gareth's attitude, or think that?
Are you crazy?
Or You know what I mean? I mean, do you want somebody that mentally unstable flying a plane? What if he finds out first class is full of got a couple Republicans in it? You know.
That's why the asylum
Crash in
should
this
be
plane with
brought
no
back.
survivors.
Asylum should be brought back. Trump was right, and we should bring these people. I'm sorry. We need to be real, guys. You know, we need to put some people who are fucking insane lunatics in some institutions. That doesn't
I mean,
mean
you
that
want a cop walking the street with that attitude, or a government agent, or a guy at the IRS, or whatever your country's version of the government is? You want people like that walking around?
Of course not.
I mean, even a guy that writes citations for health inspections. You want that kind of guy with that kind of attitude going in there, finds out you voted for somebody and you're always getting an F grade, can't open, or maybe the fire department comes by every Friday night and fucks with your capacity. You know what I mean? You want those kind of psycho, and that's the kind of psycho shit they do.
And
sorry,
both
go ahead,
sides,
Kristen.
in both ways, not only the lefties or the righties.
Yeah,
the
both
both
ways.
sides.
Doesn't matter.
Tristan,
That's why I said about extremes.
can
speak?
Look, when we talk about freedom of speech, particularly in the context of the United States, it's specifically in reference to, you know, the government can't shit on you for saying fuck that government worker in particular, or fuck that policy in particular, or fuck that politician in particular, you know. And there are certain, you know, other caveats regarding, you know, incitement of hatred or that kind of thing. You know, you can't say all people like this ought to be killed, or, you know, we should kill them. Incitement to action and that kind of thing. But when we talk about, you know, the consequences of speech, we're referring mostly now, and the left has been doing this, or the shitlib left, or however you want to fucking refer to them, has been doing this for like over a decade now, using private enterprise and the fact that you are, as was stated earlier, an ambassador for the particular company that you work for, to enforce consequences on right-wing people, or like allegedly right-wing people, for saying things that they disagreed with. And now the fact that they did this gleefully for over a decade, they never once considered a world where their political enemies might be in charge of the institutions that decide what is cancelable and who gets cancelled for that. You know? So now that the shoe's on the other foot, they squeal with impotent rage, going, "You can't do this to me. I'm in the right." It's very politically myopic.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. That the attitude that they've had while they were in like institutional hegemony has been absolutely retarded, and they have squandered and blundered their way through like political power, and that has created a backlash that is now like the rising right that is taking their actions as precedent for what the rules of the game are going to be. The rules of engagement are being dictated by the prior establishment, and now that they're losing power because of their absolutely repulsive attitude and policies that have been completely against like traditional leftist values. Like they have completely been laying in bed with the oligarchs and with like the transnational capitalists and overall hegemonic imperialist world, and they've squandered that possibility and thrown the entire population of the world against them. And this is something that I think is interesting, is that we haven't seen this level of political violence in a few decades, like at least since the 60s in America. But overall, since the 80s, 90s, this hasn't been happening. Like since the attempt assassination on Ronald Reagan, this hasn't been really a thing. And I believe that this is because there was enough unity amongst like the elites of both parties, of both political inclinations, the uniparty that's been called, as to allow for this level of stability. So there wasn't enough political dissidence because the left was defeated, basically with the fall of the Soviet Union. It was defeated. The entire left, as in its widespread population, was demoralized and turned conformist and started their march through the institutions. And as they have achieved social sway and influence with completely anti-leftist issues, I might add, like completely forgetting the proletariat struggle and the class struggle, and focusing 100% on identity politics and other bourgeois whims, and they have overblown it to such an extent that they've lost power, and now we have a real debate. So this, what happened with Trump, that's the real debate. Okay, we're not squabbling over minutia of who uses what bathroom. We're actually arguing real dissidents right now. That's why you start seeing an escalation in violence, because the political power is not concentrated anymore. It's been dispersed. And so you have actual threats to the power. You have actual challenges that elicit this type of political violence. So I'm pretty sure this is going to escalate further. And that's the reason. Go on, John.
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking about some of the points that you raised. I'm not I don't know if you non-Americans know who John Adams was, but he was the second president, first vice president of the United States. He helped edit the Declaration of Independence. And I'll paraphrase one of his quotes. He said that no set of laws, no matter how perfect they are, can govern an immoral people. And I think that that's pretty much like where we are now, is because we don't agree on what is moral. And when that happens, when you can't agree on just some of the basic axioms of what type of behavior is acceptable and unacceptable, well, at that point, you really don't have a functioning society anymore. When people can justify, you know, the horrific thing that happened to Charlie Kirk, you know, I mean, it was bad enough that he got, well, we all know what happened to him, but it happened to in front of it. Like, apparently his wife and both his two kids were there at the time, which is,
and like fucking 1,000 other people who were there too. Like,
yeah. And so, and then but it's not that, because, you know, there's always the psychopaths. That wasn't the part that disturbed me. It was the part that really bothered me, was the reaction of all these people celebrating it. And they weren't all psychopaths. As you've seen on social media, these were professional people. Some of these people literally had PhDs. They were people who held political office. Some were mayors, city council members. These were people who had power.
You've had several military people across the board. I mean, these people.
Secret Service.
Yeah.
One of them is Secret Service.
Yeah, there was a Secret Service agent. Exactly. So when that happens, when you're having such a cross section of American society literally cheering about something so horrific, that says that the society, in my opinion, is beyond the point where it can just be repaired. And I'm also really bothered by when I heard some of the Nancy Pelosi types and the Pocahontas, whatever her name is, kind of like talking about, you know, George Floyd thing, and saying, well, what happened when let's look what happened when, after George Floyd died, who, you know, and actually his cause of death. I mean, George Floyd was a multiple felon who literally died of a fentanyl overdose. And the cop that was convicted of killing him had no intent. He didn't wake up that morning and say, I want to go kill George Floyd, unlike the guy that killed Charlie Kirk, who literally had been planning it for days, weeks, maybe months, we don't know, and planned it out meticulously, you know, got the weapon, took time to write, you know, write on the bullets, these Antifa and Trantifa messages. Like that level of time and commitment to do this, and possibly conspired with others. And people are trying to drive this false equivalency between what happened to George Floyd and what happened to Charlie Kirk is ridiculous. Also, another thing is, like, you notice when Charlie Kirk was killed in this most horrific way, you didn't see all these conservatives going out and burning down cities the way they did under George Floyd. That did not happen at all. If anything, I mean, there was people getting together midnight vigils with candles singing Amazing Grace. I mean, to bring a tear to your eye. I mean, it was life affirming what they did. It was the exact opposite about what the George Floyd protesters did. So anyway, that's my rant.
How much time did the cop get for allegedly killing George?
He's like life in prison.
No, he got 20 years.
Yeah, and they already tried to kill him once.
20 to life. So
he was stabbed like 20 times in an attack also. So he was almost murdered in prison.
Ouch.
You would think they would.
And
they
well,
would
get
put him
this,
in
and
like
the guy that stabbed him was a former FBI informant. And the other thing that's funny too, imagine having somebody that's that mentally detached from reality on the Secret Service. I mean, it's like, bro, with all the shit that's gone on with the Secret Service in the last year, let alone the other scandals down in South America with the hookers and shit, and the fucking dropping the ball at least twice on 2 Trump assassinations for all intents and purposes. And then Charlie Kirk gets fucking wasted, and you're going to come out and it's like, dude, it's probably, it probably would have been worse if you had been on his security detail. Hell, you probably would have been the one doing the hand signals or whatever. I mean, it's just to be that detached from reality and your own agency's failings, and basically your failings probably by default because it's guilt by association. It's like, and you're making comments about assassination. It's like, obviously that guy's gone, and it's a shame Charlie Kirk's assassination had to happen to expose these people. But that's another good thing. I mean, people want to talk about cancel culture and all that, and it's like, you're not canceling somebody. As a business, you're making a decision. We can't have somebody this hyperbolic and public and psychotic sitting at the front counter, setting appointments for the doctor's office, or handing out meds or filling out charts at a hospital or teaching kids. I mean, that's one upside of this event is it's allowing these people to be removed from potentially influential or important positions where they have no business being. Go find somebody who's fucking sane, or at least has the mentality to keep their mouth shut and just do their job.
Just keep your mouth shut. Exactly.
It's like
they don't have to change their political viewpoints.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. It's like these people are so out of control and have such a lack of control. It's like they have no. I mean, like I said earlier, you want one of these guys as a cop, or any position, a bus driver, that could snap at any time because some guy wearing a MAGA hat got on the bus. I mean, really, it's like
really a market.
That's really an upside to this event, is that these people that not all of them are worth a damn. Some of them are just baristas and crap. Who cares? They can go sell paintings on the sidewalk or something and make a living. They'll be fine. But these PhDs and officials and higher ups, they need to go because they're it's ridiculous.
I mean, they can believe what they want in private,
evil. It's just evil.
They can believe what they want in private, but if you're that fucking stupid to be posting about it on social media, there's going to be no consequences for what you say.
I mean, like the military guys. I mean, it's drilled into your fucking head. You don't go out in uniform and say stupid shit and do stupid shit. And even if you're not in uniform, you don't do shit. Especially if you're under contract. Let's say you're still under you're active, a guard, reserve. You can't go do shit like that. And then you're risking your fucking pension, benefits. I mean, depending on what you do, you could literally be in the reserves and only have to show up 2 weeks a year and get hauled back and go to Fort Leavenworth. I mean, all because you can't stand some guy's political beliefs. It's like like I said, it's good that these people were exposed because it gets rid of these really disgusting, evil people from positions of power. I mean, these people don't need to be leading men, patrolling the streets, teaching kids, handing out medication.
No,
anything.
No, Vaughn, I agree with you 1,000%. And it's not that they're stupid. See, that's the scary thing. Because many of these people were a couple of them were actually deans of colleges. So they had, I assume they're at least somewhat on the right side of the bell curve. It's just the fact that they lack emotional regulation. So these are people
what's going on,
hold on, please, Gabriel, please. these are people that just cannot control themselves, regardless of how intelligent or educated they are, that they couldn't even restrain themselves from making these ridiculous posts that literally destroyed their career. And these
Well,
are
I mean,
people
just
that were
real quick to piggyback on that before Gabriel. I mean, you're exactly right. It's like you don't have the maturity to play the long game and keep quiet and keep your power growing. You fucking just chimped out in the heat of the moment and destroyed everything. I mean, total. I mean, thank God these people were exposed. They're that dangerous.
Yeah, it's a good thing that they all expose themselves willingly, but like unlike what John was saying, I believe it's not lack of emotional regulation. It has everything to do with their perception of relative political power. Like they're still on the inertia of the past couple of decades of having political hegemony, of being like the institutional control. And so they had the power, to cancel people out. They had the power to chimp out and say whatever type. And to what Garrett was saying
still
earlier,
living in 2008, 2012.
The level of hate speech that has been coming from like the undefined neoliberal left that Gareth is part of, that has been real hate speech, like calling for death and cancellation and eradication. And they have been gloating about it all this time because they had that institutional power. They were nominally in power. That was the way of neutering like the class struggle, and they thought that they had it. They were in power. They had Twitter, they had Facebook, they had Disney, they had Hollywood, they had CNN. They even have Fox News and the Tories for all that it's worth. Like with regards to the culture wars and all the diversity debates, they had a hegemony, and now they lost it. Not necessarily because Trump is in power, but because of the political opinion of mainstream people has shifted against them, and they lost that power. And so now they're getting in the crosshairs of a new round of political persecution that is going to be justified, as by what they have been doing the past couple of decades, and they're going to be purged out of their places. They're going to be purged by the same methods of cancellation and maybe even political violence as they have been inflicting on their political opponents all this time.
Upgrade.
Go on, Nika.
Upgrade.
Oh, upgrade. Sorry.
I want to add same.
Go on, do it.
Wyatt. Okay, Wyatt, then upgrade. Okay, it's Wyatt's show.
Yeah, just a short one.
There's veto power.
We actually see the same thing regarding Ukraine war as well. The level of education and where you are in the government or in the academic hierarchy does not matter. There are people who are hell bent on supporting Ukraine with zero regards or totally misunderstanding of what Russia is. And so I'm not surprised at all that there is people that is on the left. I mean, we already know most of the academic world is in the United States is like lefties. You see, we already know that. We saw it. We heard it from Jordan Peterson. Like how he's getting trying to get sacked from the university when he didn't really. Yeah, he just having opinions about his
it's funny. He used to be called. He would be called a leftist like 20 years ago. Jordan Peterson would be a lefty. That's the bizarre thing.
He is. The thing is, he is a leftist. He is like a center left.
Well, not. I mean, they don't call him. Well, I don't know if he's lefty anymore.
Well, all these people that call themselves classical liberals and have positioned themselves as right wing, they're all left. Like classical liberalism is literally the original left. Go on, upgrade.
Upgrade.
Yeah. I piggyback on what you said, right? Like the cancel culture from before, from the left, was like about disagreement about topics like that, right? Like you mentioned with Peterson or stuff like that, or even more like ridiculous ones, right? Where you get just canceled for some small shit, everybody went against you and you lost your job, or you were maybe not, that fond of the vaccine and you got straight up canceled, right? But now we're talking about somebody who died and people celebrating his death. That's not cancel culture. That's just human decency. If somebody is saying that somebody should die, you know, and they're happy about it, that's crazy.
Hey, just real quick. Remember when the kids got shot at the Catholic Church? There was people celebrating the dead kids.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's just
so. I mean, it's like you said. These people are dangerous to society.
That's dangerous. That's why I'm saying. You know, sometimes, you know, freedom of speech and all is great. You know, I fully advocate for that. But if you incite violence or you clearly, you know, go against like. That's basic. I don't know. In Switzerland, that's basic social norm. You know, nobody's celebrating about anybody's death. You know, it's just respect. You know, it does. Okay, if it would be Hitler, that's another topic, right? But I'm talking about just somebody who's debating.
But Charlie Kirk was Hitler.
Don't be fucking bringing up the Hitler thing because
I'm just giving an example, John. Just giving an example. You know, just giving an example. But I'm just saying, you know, I give you the point, man.
Our police, John, the police.
What I mean, man.
But it's something that I always say, right, in my videos. In the Ukraine war, I say, don't celebrate, people dying. Like, doesn't matter if it's Ukrainian or Russian, Palestinian or Israeli. It's like because once you start to do that, you start to dehumanize yourself. You start to you start to go crazy. Like. It's very easy, and it's very easy to make any topic to become like a football thing. You're a fan of a football club or what. You'll go crazy. Yeah, I mean, I see people fighting over football clubs. Like insane.
You're talking about the hooligans?
Yeah, they're just like football.
Well, do you know that hooliganism is an Irish slur?
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have no
Named
idea.
after O'Houlihan. That's where the term comes from. You're making fun of the fucking Irish, and I won't fucking stand for it.
Oh my God! There we go. Irish chimping out again. Get ready. He's gonna crawl in.
I'm sorry. I stand corrected. They are just crazies.
No, but yeah,
football
you see it happen all the time, and we've seen it with like the Ukrainian, the NAFO guys, celebrating any random Russian death, like, oh, a shark killed this guy. And so
FPV
like we
drones,
celebrate this
dropping grenades.
And so like, and that's the thing.
But guys, I had my finger, please. Just the thing is, I'm not here to defend the lefties. I'm not a lefty. I'm not the right wing too. You know that by now.
Yeah, but you're a Muslim in the Western country, yes?
Yeah, I am a Muslim. I'm not lefty or righty. I have my
No. I meant not that you're. I mean, a Muslim in a Western country.
Yeah. So, what?
No, I mean because
this have to do?
the only reason I bring that up is because I believe, and I'm not the only person that believes this, is that Islam is diametrically opposed to Western civilization. Now we can disagree.
Yeah, this is your opinion. Your opinion.
Of course, it's my opinion. Whose fucking opinion do you want me to give? Some fucking stranger's opinion? I'm only going to give my opinion because that's the one I fucking have.
Can you shut up?
It's your opinion? Duh, no shit, asshole.
Can you shut up? You were cutting everyone. You're cutting everyone. You're like a loose cannon. What's wrong with you? You didn't take your pill? Just chill, man. Just chill. Leave everyone talk in peace, and then you can respond. If you want, at least if you want to interrupt like politely. At least this is the minimum civilized thing to do. So, I see the same points that you guys say about the lefties, as they said about the right wing people when they begin their social justice thingy about social media, about lefty. Even for example, the closest thing is when the guy when he say I'm a fascist and stuff, and he get kicked out of his work, and say how you kick him out? It's freedom of speech. But he said he's fascist. You know what that mean, and what it's dangerous. It's dangerous. He can he's a danger to me, to everyone else.
I don't know who you're talking about. I'm not being a dick. I sincerely don't know who you're talking about.
No, he's talking about the cancel culture.
Yeah, in general, because
the right complaining about it.
I know who he's talking about. I saw
exactly. That's what I wanted to say.
But the thing is, Nika, like, I understand that you're not on the right or on the left because you're a Muslim, and Muslims are socially conservative, by definition. But there is this thing that Muslims are defended by the left while they are attacked by the right. So it's
I don't care who defended me. I will not.
It's a weird situation because
I understand.
The Muslims have much more in common. Let me finish. The Muslims have much more in common with the right, but the right, it doesn't see that.
I know. The right
the left is super.
It's probably because of the overwhelming influence and money from certain groups that lead that to be more divisive.
But the left, even though they defend the Muslims, they're diametrically opposed to all the Muslim values.
I know, but I don't say no. I mean I understand. I'm more like socially we are more right like than lefty.
Conservative.
And we are conservative. It's not more conservative. We are conservative. Like more conservative maybe than conservative right. But the thing is the same points, the same rhetoric, the same dangers that I see in your speak is the same I saw in the left. That's what I wanted to say. If we guys starting doing this shit, everyone would be cancelled. Everyone would not work because everyone would be threatened with everyone else. The super chat.
Super chat. So Archimedes said, so you want to win and you want your enemies to lose. Beat hypocritical. Okay. Can I chip in?
You want to win. You want to win, and your enemies also want to win. Therefore, you're just like your enemy.
I mean, I'm not trying to be like Pollyanna or nothing like that. But I mean, like with the American Christians, I mean, you've got a heavy influence and a long-term campaign that's been done to, create this partnership in the Middle East that's caused a lot of problems. But obviously, there are Islamic. Islam has a clash with Christianity and Judaism, but at some point, to some extent, they were able to coexist in some ways. I mean, I think it's kind of obvious why things are more stirred up and crazy right now. And, I don't know why Nika seems to have a problem with being associated with the right because, I mean, on the majority of probably social issues. On the majority of social issues, we would probably agree on stuff. I mean, maybe not the extent of the, position of women and stuff, like where you could just beat them and stuff like that, or have sex with them after they're dead.
Right wing who do that.
But I think the thing is,
Stop
I'm just
saying
fucking
lies,
with you.
man.
I'm just fucking with you.
I know. But people will believe you.
No, but the thing is, I think there's an effort to highlight the differences between the religion of Christianity and Islam in America, and it works to the fringes where you got people like, fuck Islam, and then you've got Muslims that are like, kill all the Christians, kill the infidel. But in reality, I mean, there's even though they probably could still get along. The problem is you've got in the United States, especially. I don't know about Europe, but in the United States, I'd say you have a very dedicated effort to highlight the differences, so that the right-minded people, the people that are most aligned, don't come together over social issues. Or it's not like Muslims and Christians are going to hold hands and go vote together, but you might get more play on abortion issues and stuff like that, and conservative issues or family value type issues. If that block was allowed to coalesce together on certain things, and I think in the United States especially, there's a concerted effort to keep that from happening.
100%.
I just want to comment. We have more things to agree with. We have more things to agree than to disagree. But people don't just ignorant and follow people that say anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, there's an effort to make sure that people don't understand the things that are alike. They highlight the things that happen in certain countries or maybe aren't, like I don't want to say it, but we know all the jokes and stuff. I mean, there's people that actually make an effort to highlight that stuff and push that stuff on either side and inflame those differences. Whereas, like I said, there's plenty of issues where they would agree, socially, probably economically and stuff like that. Common sense is common sense. It doesn't matter if you're a Muslim or a Hindu or a Christian. And that's the kind of people you want to be around. So, I mean, ideally that would work out. But the thing is having like-minded people. And that's the problem. There's people right now that want to keep that from happening by inflaming the differences.
To that effect, as a full-time and committed racist, I can say that some of my best friends are racists of other races.
So that's what we get here. But let Wyatt speak. Cheers for that, mate.
So I did put out a video earlier before the open mic when I talk about the woke culture and the fallout about this Charlie Kirk assassination. So I think I can just repeat a bit on it. Like what I've noticed is that woke is not a political thing. That means it's not a real left or right thing, although it tends to be more left. Like I define woke as people who put feelings more important than substance. That means they care about the feelings more. The emotions is more important than whatever the reality is. And then then on top of that, that negative feelings are evil. They basically see any form of negative feelings, that means any form of emotional damage or things that make them feel uncomfortable, as evil. So that's the number 2. The number 3 point that forms the woke culture, the wokeism, is that they do not take responsibility for their own lives, but as opposed to taking responsibility for their own life, they substitute that with caring about other people's emotions, about other people's feelings. So they feel like, no, as long as I care about how another group of people, how they feel, they don't need to give a damn about their own life or know how they manage their own things or responsibility for their own self. And when you combine all these things together, that's the whole woke culture. It's not really a political thing, which is also why there are people who argue the right have no idea how to explain what is woke. They have the 1001 explanation or description of what is woke. Actually, woke is not a political thing. It does not matter if it's what kind of subject matter, be it gun, abortion or whatnot. It's not a political thing. It's just them. They just don't feel good and they're lazy to deal with their own shit. And they just...
Well, I mean, think about... Just real quick, Wyatt. I mean, think about it. No, just real quick. Look at the Washington Redskins logo. The Indian people, the Native Americans there, they wanted the logo. They approved the logo. They were making money off the logo. But it was other people that were offended for them that got the logo canceled and changed.
Yeah, exactly. So if you actually put it across all the different... No matter what topic, that the woke culture, we have a problem. We have a problem with the woke culture. You realize that it's always a group of people who don't really give a damn about that subject matter, but they just want to talk about the emotions of that subject matter may cause to another group of people who may or may not exist. It is a very weird thing, and this woke thing, it tends to be more on the left side, and which is also why it kind of explain, even like in the Islamic world, it might have this kind of thing, because Islam its religion is conservative, but the people might not necessarily be conservative. You see, the population is so big. There's always a spectrum of people. There are Muslims that happen to be more lefties, so end up they are more woke. They are more like they're lazy to read into the scriptures. They're lazy to understand what it's supposed to mean, and they just grab onto all these feelings things, and they didn't try to understand and solve the problem that maybe ISIS may relating to ISIS, maybe relating to Palestine, Israel, maybe relating to the illegal immigration issues. They don't care, it's because it's troublesome. It's very tiring, and then and this is not just this. It's just for every single is affected the whole world. The whole world have this problem. It's just that it's very brutal in the Western world right now, in the Europe and in the United States. This is my definition of woke. I don't feel like it's a political thing, but it always touches political things. Just happens to be. John.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I just want to say that before I forgot, Nika was talking about, I think Vaughn and Nika was trying to find like common ground, but a lot of people might not be aware of this, but there has been a long-standing alliance between leftism and Islam. You know, they used to call it the Red-Green Alliance. Like, a lot of people don't realize this, but I don't know if who else here is old enough to remember the Iranian Revolution. Did you know that half the people fighting to overthrow the Shah were actually communists? Yep. And then they actually ended up
I've heard that.
Yeah. And then they actually ended up getting kicked out when then after they deposed the Shah, then the Muslims, the theocracy, the extremists got rid of them. So this is not new.
The first people disposed of in any revolution are the useful idiots.
Say it again?
The first people disposed of in any revolution are the useful idiots.
The useful idiots, exactly, right. So my point is that this idea of leftism and Islam being like somehow diametrically opposed because of ideology, I don't believe it's true. I mean, this goes back 50 years, where at least that long, where leftists and Islam. I mean, it goes back to the Soviet Union and Egypt. Right?
I will explain. Like, for example, the leftist Muslims would be the people who are super active on cancel culture regarding the Gaza situation, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll be super active.
Yeah. But I just wanted to touch on. I wanted to go like further on the wokeism thing, because I've been living in one of the centers of wokeism hell for a long time, and as you can imagine, for someone with my personality disposition, that hasn't been easy. And I will say that what you talked about is they despise taking responsibility for themselves. So, because it's so much more, and it is easier in life to blame someone else for your lot in life than to take responsibility for it. Because let's be honest, the majority of things in your life you don't control. I mean, you don't control who your parents were, when you were born, where you were born, how smart you are, how tall you are, how good looking you are. I mean, not everybody, has a full head of beautiful hair like me and beautiful green eyes, I mean, what?
Not everyone is as fit.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Not everyone can be 6 feet tall. But the point is that, so most things in your life you have no control of. And so it's very easy, it's almost seducing in a way to blame someone else, saying, well, life isn't fair, so I can't have what I want, so fuck everybody else. And I think that's one of the things that leftists do. Like, they kind of get off on that. Like, I think that's why leftists kind of they kind of hate when they see other people succeed. Like, they can't take pleasure in other people succeeding.
Misery loves company.
Misery loves company. Yes.
Jealousy is a negative emotion, as I said, it's a negative emotion, and they can't take it. It's evil, Anything that makes them feel bad is evil,
There's something beyond that, John. That is, people that are incapable of making something for themselves. They not only tend to blame others for their own disgrace, but they also tend to have an exacerbated motherly instinct. I've seen that people who are absolutely broke, and that they compulsively pick up stray puppies, for example. Or
what about more like a Munchausen syndrome?
Has everybody seen that meme? Like the single women, and they said I heard you're 40, and then all the cats I heard you're single and 40, and all the cats come walking in her door.
Yeah, exactly.
That meme, it's the same. And also you'll notice that the women that are all for the immigrants, right? Like in Britain and even in the United States and Western Europe, they tend to be childless women. These are women because it's almost like they see them as pets.
What about more like a Munchausen syndrome, where they make the patient sick so they can always have something to help with?
Well, yeah. Well, that's
their children. Their children sick. They make the children sick. So that explains all the social justice warrioring in the sense of identity politics, beyond the materialistic analysis of class struggle, because class struggle is a real thing, and it's something that has to be kept alive by people who want to keep their rulers in check. Okay, so every time ruler.
I disagree. No, class struggle is part of the human condition. It's necessary.
That's what I'm saying.
We need poor people. Okay, I mean, this sounds like very
That's what I'm saying. Let me finish.
But you have to have poor people, because
let me finish.
There will never be people that try to overcome and rise. And if you
let me finish.
Go ahead.
So, John, the thing is that the class struggle serves the purpose of keeping rulers in check, because if you don't have your rulers in check, if your population becomes too conformist or too submitted, both are different, but they end up in the same result, then the leaders go crazy, like in the late Roman Republic and imperial periods. And you can see that in the States right now, and you can see that in Europe. So as long as there's class struggle, the rulers have to tiptoe to try to benefit their own people, as to avoid being overthrown. And as you lose the factor of class struggle, you see in the States right now how people are being squashed by the lack of opportunity and drained from their resources in a completely predatory way. And so the thing about distracting on identity politics and the social justice worrying is that you don't need to address actual problems. You have an infinity of minutia to squabble about without actually changing anything fundamental. So that is convenient for the elites, because they get this relief from the social struggles of class struggle, from the social tension of class struggle, and it also serves for all these phony activists to be able to virtue signal and feel like they're doing a just thing while they're not actually doing anything. So that's the same thing like the Munchausen syndrome that Vaughn was talking about, and was that what I was talking about, of how people that are incapable of doing things for themselves trying to take care of others compulsively. But to what you were saying about Islam and the left being aligned, of course they can be aligned, just like the hard right Winston Churchill was allied with the hard left Stalin. Like their alliances can occur between natural enemies when there is a third, an external enemy.
An alliance of convenience, I believe is.
Yeah, exactly. The same thing has happened with Muslims and leftists, because Muslims have been perceived by the left as these stray puppies that need protection and care. But the fact is, and that's an undeniable fact, that Muslims are hardcore conservatives. They are conservatives, like by definition.
Say more conservative than conservative.
Yeah, they're way more conservative than classical liberals. Way more conservative. Like they're reactionary.
I mean, it depends what you mean by conservative. I mean, like, for example, like we don't
like religious.
We don't believe in like child brides and things like that, and
yeah, because you're a liberal. That not believing in child bride is a liberal value, because since biblical times everyone was having child brides. It's a traditional thing to have child brides since the dawn of mankind. And with the advent of liberal values and human rights and all that, you have this socially progressive attitude towards like arranged marriages, which was the law of the land since forever. Okay, so that's a conservative.
You have to have baby early.
Child bride thing that you're telling me about? No, I want you to kind of expound on this.
No, I want to add. I want to add on that. Exactly that. No, once upon a time, people don't. Most of the people will die when by the time they're 30. Exactly. So and by the time you're 40, you're considered very old.
No, actually, a lot of that was untrue, because what it was is that people died within the first birth to 12, and if you made it past 12 years of life, you pretty much would go like to 60. Like, did you know that Julius Caesar was
or you die by the sword?
Well,
what I mean by you die early is that it doesn't mean that it's the healthcare.
It's not healthcare. It's like Julius Caesar was 40 years old before he commanded his first regiment. So, so this whole idea of like people dying young, it was if you took the average, but not if you took the median. Because
you're right, John. But to the point of like early marriages, marriages are arranged. So technically you were married since you were practically born, or since they could arrange a marriage for you. And that happens throughout Asia, happens throughout Middle East, it happens throughout Europe, throughout America. Like the royalties were married when they were 10, 12 to their like whatever
I was thinking about the average and median thing. The median was definitely always lower than the average. So
no.
The median.
The median is if you remove the extremes on both ends. So that's the median. So the average is if you because you're right. Like there was huge infant mortality. So if you did the average, then it made it.
Yeah. So the infant mortality is one thing, and then a lot of people have disease and they die because there's no antibiotics. There's no there's a lot of disease, and then there is wars.
If you made it past the age of 12.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. People just die easily. So my point is that because people die easily, that's why they have a lot of children and they have to have it young. So because by the time you're 30, there's a chance that a lot of people is going to die by the time you're 30.
No, absolutely, absolutely. No, but it was more so if they could get to the kids past the age of 12.
So that's why the child marriage thing.
That's not true because even if you are,
it is true. It was literally
it's not child marriage. I think is that people marrying young. That means when you're 13, 14, you start to get married for the children.
Yeah.
Not child. They're not child. They're teenagers. So which is why it's a norm.
The teenage,
even across culture.
Even teenage word. The word teenage is a new thing. We had like a child, and then you grow up, you become like able to reproduce. That's the thing between them. It's a new construct. Teenage is a new construct.
Yeah,
it used to be like the moment you have menstruation, you're a woman,
Muhammad married
right?
his wife when she was 6 years old.
No. They consumed the marriage when she was 12. They consumed the marriage when she was 12.
You mean consummated the marriage?
Yeah.
He married her.
They were like betrothed at 9 and
so he had sex with her at 12, but they got married at 6.
Yeah. No, not 6. 6 is there's nothing.
There's no sound on your mic.
9.
Or 9.
But I said
she was 9 and they consummated at 12. Okay.
Yeah. It was
my understanding.
By the way, what I'm saying is that it's not an exclusively Muslim thing. It's something that the Jews also do, that India also does, like the Hindus also do.
It's global. So because my understanding is that the moment you can menstruate, you're considered a woman for most culture. So that's why it's always like the moment you have menstruation, they say you welcome to womanhood, right? That's what the
even
used
in
to
Christianity,
be.
Even in Christianity.
And with males, it's similar. With males, like the bar mitzvah, it's like around 11, 12 years old, sometimes 13, but it's also like in early teenhood. So like the usual like male initiation rituals for men are usually around puberty. Just like when like in Mexico you have, or in South America you have like the quinceañera birthday, which is basically like an introduction into womanhood of the female, and so on. So it's like all these laws.
14 or 15, I forget.
15. 15 is 15. Quinceañera is 15. So, anyways, the point is that that's a relic of ancient times. These child marriage. Now, of course, there's all sorts of excesses going on. But like, I don't know, Elvis Presley married his wife when she was 14. So that's like the old rule. Now we have different rules. And so the Muslims are so conservative that they preserve this old tradition. And the Jews do that too, by the way. Like the Orthodox Jews do that all the time. And so
by the way, even in our country, there's laws. For example, in my country, you cannot marry if you are less than 16 or 18, I think. I don't remember the exact date. So people like evolve. It's a minimum.
Sunni or Shia that believes in I forget what they call it, but it's
the Shia. I understand the Shia. Those are Shia. I know. Those are the Shia.
No, I'm sorry. I don't remember what it's called. I just they have so.
It's not to say that the Muslims and the conservatives are identical in values. Christians and Muslims have very marked differences, but on terms of social values, they are conservative.
We are as conservative as the Christians, even more. I say the marriage thing is just a point that people use just to, but as Gabriel said, it was the norm until recently. I mean, recently, even in America, there are people who are married in 14 and stuff. And even the enemies of the Prophet didn't say why you married Aisha. Even his enemies didn't say that. So because it was the norm, it was like when you have the menstruation, you are able to have children, and you are free to marry. That's the norm, and that's the condition in Islam is to have physically able, mentally able, and physically, mentally, and financially able. So if you are depraved and don't have any job and you cannot marry, even if I wanna like Islamically, you cannot marry if you are deprived and you have no money.
Yeah, you have to be able to support your wife.
Exactly. It's not only the physical part. Like there's other parts. If you are mentally unable to marry, you cannot marry. If you are like a disabled person who cannot you know guys what I mean.
You can't have a job or something.
Yeah. So you cannot it's the same thing. It's logical thing. It's more human thing. That's it.
Another important thing to keep in mind is that the alliance between Muslims and leftists, particularly right now, contemporarily, is that the leftists are all on board with the replacement of the white race, and so they want to import a lot of migrants, of which many of them are Muslim, that are migrating from their countries because they're being destroyed by the right-wing warmongers. And so you have the Zionist right wing that wants to destroy the Middle East to protect Israel, and then you have the leftist, tribal groups, Middle Eastern tribes that want to bring in all the Muslims to the white countries because of their bleeding heart and stuff like that. So there's clearly a political maneuver there that doesn't have to do necessarily with conservative or progressive values. There's a intentional issue going on there.
I think we're getting a little bit off track, but I just wanted to say about a lot of people blaming that the right wing or the Western powers are destroying the Middle East or whatever. I mean, if you look at Africa and the Middle East, they've been doing a pretty good job of killing each other long before fucking Westerners ever even knew where that place fucking was. So this idea that the Western powers brought violence to these regions of the planet is fucking ridiculous. It's the same kind of noble savage myth that people talk about, like the Amerindians. They were these peaceful people, then the evil white man came there. And these are people that practice slavery as a fucking art form, for God's sakes. And were constantly warring against each other. And then they make it sound like, you watch ridiculous movies like Dances with Wolves, and they're pretending that they were at peace with nature and all this ridiculous bullshit. But I mean, if you actually studied them, they were not anything like that. They were extremely violent and warlike. And they were also extremely and despite the fact that usually war, for every other culture, war is usually the mother of invention. We've all heard that expression. For these people, it wasn't. They were pretty much technologically stagnant for about fucking 10,000 years.
Yeah, John, the thing about war and slavery is that it's universal, okay? The difference.
Well, that's my point. That's why it destroys the myth of the noble savage.
Yeah, no one's talking about the myth of the noble savage. I'm talking about geopolitical realities of the present.
Harmony with nature.
The thing is, John, back in the day, the Ottoman Empire, who conquered the entire Middle East and Northern Africa, they were invading Europe. Okay, they were militarily. They got up to the gates, the walls of Vienna. They conquered almost the entire Iberic Peninsula. They were not peaceful, loving. They invaded. The difference is
we don't know the history.
The difference is, John, that back in the day, the Europeans were fighting back, okay? They were defending their territories. And today, you have a super organized and very entrenched political influence that is destroying those borders, and inviting. They're opening the gates of Toledo. Remember who opened the gates of Toledo back in the day? The same people are opening the gates of Europe and of America for the people that get wrecked. So that's an objective reality. It doesn't have to do with how peaceful the people were before. It has to do with the stability of an area, of completely destabilizing it, and importing the burst of these people fleeing conflict in
so
their
the
own
best thing
area.
to do is just not allow them into your countries, right? Can we all just agree?
Yeah, and stop bombing them in their country.
Fine. Yeah, but whether we bomb them or not, even if we do bomb them, we should not allow them into our countries. I mean, just because you bomb them doesn't mean like let's compound the error by allow them into our countries.
No, by bombing them, you are creating conditions so they can flee to a better place.
I
That's
agree.
the issue.
I agree. Absolutely. I agree. 1,000%. That doesn't mean you should do it though.
No.
So since we are talking about bombing, let's talk about the tunnels or the pipelines in Kupiansk. Vaughn is dying for it.
Vaughn is dying in the heart for it.
Shut the fuck up.
You see Vaughn, how happy Vaughn is. and the live chat is also asking for it. So Vaughn, do you want to start first?
Yeah, I mean, I saw some video, I guess, like a week or two ago, and they were talking about some tunnel operation, but I didn't think it was anything current because I just assumed they wouldn't show anything. Maybe it leaked out by accident, but it turns out I guess they had like a 36-inch pipe of some type. It looks like concrete maybe. So maybe some kind of sewer line or something. I don't know. I mean, I'm just going by the video I saw. But it's pretty slick. They had these little like mechanics carts and they could lay on them. And they had a little bit of gear they could lay on them. And then another cart in front and they would just roll down there. And apparently they've been, I mean, I don't know if it's still going on, but apparently up to some point they were just funneling guys in there as fast as they could. I guess just spreading out and, securing the area. And I guess by doing that, they've managed to take at least 50% of Kupiansk. And then I guess they've got the northern half pretty well locked down on the west side of the river.
Yeah, they bypassed
they're already to the bridge, so that the east side's cut unless you want to run south.
Can we see the map to discuss it? I think they crossed the river.
Shaheen. Although Vaughn would need to mute if he's not talking.
Yeah, Vaughn, what's with the wood chipper all the time?
Oh, Jure is here.
Okay, so there we have Kupiansk, right?
Hey, hi guys.
Hi.
Jure.
Yeah, zoom in on it. Yes. Zoom in on that west side, or right there by the river. I think they've gotten to the bridge, or at least on the side of it. I mean, close enough that they could shoot at it, probably.
Okay, so was it the Russians or was it the Ukrainians who reported on?
It was, I don't know, it was both, I guess. I mean, I didn't see Ukrainian stuff. I saw Telegram stuff first.
Yeah, because the first thing I saw was the Deep State report. Go on, Judith. Sorry.
I can explain the tunnel. I can explain the tunnel. So the thing is, it wasn't for the breach and reaching the enemy behind enemy lines. This was just a supply tunnel for their present forward exposed units. So this was because the drones represent such a big deal, right? It destroys all the vehicles that supply the frontline units and everything. So this was just simply a supply tunnel for the forward units, and they were using it for 4 weeks, I think. Now they developed all the carts and all the lighting, all the air, ventilation, everything in order to be safe. So this way they can reach forward units without any danger of getting hit by the drones. This is what was used for, and some idiot showed it. And they searched for it, and they found 2 holes that they were exiting from, bringing in supplies. There is drone video.
Did they Did they shut it down?
There was a drone video, a Ukrainian drone video, where they showing the Russians pushing the bags of supplies through the holes outside, and so obviously that means that now the Ukrainians know the positions
So
of the tunnel.
They
yeah, probably.
Yeah, but the damage is done. I think the damage is done. It's already done.
Yeah, I mean, in Avdiivka
Yeah, I mean, if they were
and
just bringing
in
supplies in, I mean, like the one I saw, the guy had, he was laying on one with stuff. He had one in front of him, and I think there was another one right behind him. So they probably brought a shitload of stuff in for a while then.
Oh yeah,
yeah. The place is already like.
Hold on, Yuri was saying that this got leaked by someone on the Russian side. Fucked up, or
of course, yeah.
Yeah, I saw it on Telegram. It was just a little clip. It was a clip of that guy looking back. It was the one with the guy on the cart. And it was like 2 weeks ago. And I just thought it was weird because I didn't recognize the footage from Kursk or anything or Sud. So, I mean, and
so and
I just,
moron
nothing ever came out about it. Nothing was said. It was just a clip and that was it. But apparently, I guess it was a leak.
That it might be in Pokrovsk, but it probably was the same one in Kupiansk then. Because I saw a while back.
They tried to Maskirovka to say that this Russians tried to present it as it's in Kupiansk in order to hide the fact that they're using it, in Kupiansk. So they were presenting to, they were started talking when that video came out. Video came out, they started talking that it's in Pokrovsk, so that it fucks, so that Ukrainians don't search for it, but it didn't work.
Well, it probably worked for a while because it's been a while since that came out, and it's just now that they start talking about this pipeline in Pokrovsk. So it probably
and I
worked
said
for a
the
while.
damage is already done because the area is like there's so many supply routes that you can even like ignore that one. I think it was like a bonus part, but
well, I mean, they are using those pipelines a lot because there's another video of them in a pipeline that's above ground that's tall enough to walk through, probably two guys, and it's all shot up, and there's holes in it from shelling, and they've got nets and stuff draped over the holes, and they use it's for the same reason, to walk back and forth and not be under as much attack from drones. But that's, I think, near Shavish Yar or something like that. I don't think it's.
Yeah, I think it's
that's far away from a lot of contact, though. That's not like
Donetsk-Donbass aqueduct between.
I don't know what it is. It's two huge pipelines, and they they're full of holes, so they got to hang nets to keep drones from flying in. But I mean, they use it for the same thing. So this is just another way of doing it. I mean. Yeah, I saw the video yours talking about where they were pushing the bags out. I just assumed that was the Russians bragging, like, look at how good this is. But because I thought the video was like when they first came out. I didn't realize that was the Ukrainians watching them. So
but that explains this rapid advance, this flanking of Kupiansk from the northwest, because they started appearing there. Remember that the Russian Ministry of Defense was reporting that they had taken all these towns northwest of Kupiansk, and everyone couldn't believe it because there was like no way. And then eventually there's geolocations, like months after, geolocations started to appear and corroborating the reports of the Ministry of Defense. And now we have Kupiansk semi-encircled and with a large foothold inside. And so that's probably all thanks to those pipelines, this rapid advance, very unnoticed.
Yeah, but hold on a second, Gabriel. They've been attacking. Well, let me ask Wyatt this. Kupiansk, the Russians have been assaulting this fucking. It's kind of like a like a fortress city, or well, maybe not anymore because it's probably been shelled to shit. But they're still in there.
I'm not sure if it's a fortress. It's a difficult place to fight, definitely. But I think the Russians have been fighting in this northern part of Kupiansk for some time. So I think the pipeline might have been used for quite some time. And we have all these geolocations, with the Russian soldier running, very deep into the Ukrainian lines. Probably it's coming from this pipeline exits when the Ukrainians are still not aware of it. Maybe that was where it came from.
No, yeah, because what John is talking about, they've been assaulting the city for a very long time, for lots of months. And the thing is that they were attacking from the eastern bank of the Oskil River. They were attacking from the eastern, and they made this very long push into the center of Kupiansk, and then it was cut off. And that was going on for a long time. But then they suddenly started appearing on the western side of the Oskil River. And there was just reports. There was no footage for a long time, and now footage has started to appear, and it's already like semi-encircled.
Well, I mean, it could be another area where they're just trying to hold as many Ukrainians there as possible while they attrit them and draw as many in. But like, supposedly some Azov came up there to try to keep that bridge area open from the east to the west side, but you know, it looks like the Russians have pushed up to the road, so that probably failed.
Well, why? Whatever happened to the rabbit ears?
Same thing.
Okay, let me explain. You can do rabbit ears later. Let me explain Kupiansk problem. Because Yuri Podolyaka is really angry about what's happening over there with the right reasoning. And this leak in the video of the tunnel is another reason also to be mad at commanders of those two groups around Kupiansk. What is happening? If you remember, the fighting on the eastern side of Oskil River by Kupiansk been going for 2 years unsuccessfully. They were breaching, getting close to the river and then going back. So they had to do bridgehead, cross the Oskil River, much more north of Kupiansk, and then go around it because they were not successful to get there. The main reason is excellent commander on the Ukrainian side. Well, now they have report of the taking Moscow and Posobny, which is way southwest of the Kupiansk, and also the okay, Bigari, yeah, I'm explaining this all now, and also entering the center, and also entering the center of the city. But what happened? These are all false reports of the commanders of that are attacking Kupiansk. No such big breaches. They're not in the center of Kupiansk. So when Yuri Podolyaka started writing about it like a month ago, when the first news came out first, when he started writing about it, they had to do how to say the control, right? To check the control. The commanders generals started asking for the proof that they hold those positions. Well, what happened? There's a video where the guy in pretty close to the square of the center that they claimed to have taken. Actually, he showed up by himself and checking his back because he just snuck in there with a flag to be recorded with a drone and to show as taken positions, but they're not taken positions. And why he is checking his back? Because the Ukrainians are holding these positions, and he just sneak in for some rewards from his commander. This is so many fake news up north there, and they're not successful.
So what's really going on?
False reports.
What's really going on?
Well, Rasputin.
They're holding some. They entered northern Kupiansk and west Kupiansk, but just entered. They didn't get to the center. They didn't get, to the Moskova. They don't hold Moskova or other village south of it.
They hold Moskovka. Yura, stop reading Podolyaka. He's a fucking clown that has zero sources on the ground, man. He's a clown. When he was debunking the claims, because there was a flag on the TV tower. That TV tower on his own map is under Russian control. So he's such a fucking clown that he's debunking his own map. Imagine. He's a retard, man. Every fucking soldier that knows that actually at the front line despises Podolaka because he's a fucking retard. Stop reading, because it's like
not
useless
only him.
information.
It's not only him. There's more.
Under Russian control. Like people are talking about pipeline to Kupiansk. Pipeline is not in the Kupiansk itself. Like pipeline is going to Radkovka. And the only importance of the pipeline is the logistics over Oskol, because pipeline is going across the river, over the river. So
that's
just,
what we said. That's what we said. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, Bagari, just real quick, is the pipeline over the river or under the river?
Over the river.
Oh, okay.
It's a gas pipeline. Because people like especially like channels that have zero clue about what's going on the front line, they're like, oh, pipeline in Kupiansk, so they are inside the Kupiansk. Like I'm so tired of the bullshit when people like do shit for clicks. It's like unbelievable. Like, oh, Kupiansk will fall.
What is going on?
Kupiansk will fall within a couple of weeks.
Like, what the fuck is going on? It's like it's impossible to tell. Like, I watch Wyatt. What the fuck is going on?
Deep State literally say that the pipeline is north of Kupiansk. No, it's an outskirt. Like Deep State literally just wrote it there.
Yeah, it's like there's like a big patch of woods. There's like a big patch of woods, I think, outside like the suburbs, and it's up in there somewhere where they came out, I thought.
Yeah. So I think and Deep State is the one that broke the news. So I think the people are not reading it clearly. Like they just jump to conclusion, I guess. And also like I did put into question, so when I was reporting, like, when Russia always have this one man holding the flag thing, I always say that it's a bit dubious.
But the thing about that, Wyatt, is that to get a man with a flag to wave it in front of the drone, that's a feat of arms if it's behind enemy lines. It's not like, I mean, maybe the line is very porous and you just have drones patrolling the area, but it means that there's not a strong control over the area. Like if not, that guy gets shot.
Correct.
So that's why it's still a proof of influence.
That's why on my mapping, by principle, once there's geolocation, I will just change the mapping for both maps. So it's just a principle thing, because if the Ukrainians are there, then there will be footages appearing showing that the Ukrainians are there. Then I will just change back the map. So so it's just fog of war, I would say. It's just fog of war. But I think Moskovka side, the northern outskirts is quite firmly under Russian control. It is within the city that is a bit more unusual. Like it's not too sure that if the Russians have a firm control within the city of Kupiansk. Yeah.
Right
so
now Russians reached the high-rise building apartments from the north, and they are stuck.
Yeah.
So the area of the stadium Spartak, somewhere there.
That's exactly what Yura Podolaka was saying. Exactly that. Exactly that. Just reached and took the edges of the.
I just realized every stadium in Ukraine is called Spartak. So it's funny.
I just wanted to about what with drones, flags with drones. I was just having a debate with someone in the discussions in the comments on the Wyatt's channel, and the person is saying that Frontline is meant by 30 soldiers per 100 meters. People fucking clueless, man. It's 2 soldiers per 100 meters.
If you have 30 soldiers in 1 kilometer, you are already having a very strong manning of the front line, I would say.
Yeah, and another thing is I was watching the video right now on some other channel, and people saying, "Oh, Kupiansk will fall within 2 weeks." The same channels that were saying last summer that Chastov Yar is about to fall, Pokrovsk is about to fall. Pokrovsk is semi-encircled for 9 months already.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's why I say, right? I say that the Kupiansk situation is very similar to the Pokrovsk situation, where there is people running in the city, but they have no idea where the hell it is, and the front line is unclear. I believe I said something like this. So and Pokrovsk is exactly the same thing. The soldiers ran inside, And then the Ukrainians also struggling to find where the hell is the Russian soldiers.
Was it
so
true?
Then it's like,
did they actually catch all those? What do you call those sabotage units again? I forget what the acronym is.
I think the Ukrainian side did say that they caught some or killed.
Yeah, they
some
showed them on. They showed video. I saw videos.
DRGs. That's what they're called.
Yeah,
DRGs.
I don't know if it was real though. I mean, I don't know if you can trust them, but they had all these guys that they said they caught that were these sabotage.
I wouldn't be surprised it's real, because Ukraine is not like it's not like some Middle East militias. Like they are proper army. They are capable. So I wouldn't be surprised. So.
Oh yeah, and especially in urban fighting or enforced where you can have a very good concealment. You can lay low and let the enemy pass by and you cut them their retreat. So that's what happens in urban environments. That's why they can be like very spotted, with enemy forces and friendly forces around. You sneak into a place. If you're unlucky, you get shot. If you're lucky, you get to hide, and you wait there with like maybe drone supplies or something until you can get reinforcements, or you see a movement and you actually do some sabotage, or you just do reconnaissance and report on what you can observe from that vantage point. And it's a very slow process but I think that situation gives an advantage to whoever has a higher quantity of troops. Whoever has more manpower, both in the forest and in the cities, is going to have an advantage because they're going to be able to like streamline infiltration and start overwhelming areas and clearing them little by little. And that's when you get like eventually strong control of an area. But it's a slow process. You can't like just go in force and clear an entire block because you're going to get like all sorts of ordnance, dropped upon you. So it has to be a slow process of concealment and observation, reconnaissance, reporting, get firing positions fired at, stuff like that, until eventually you drain an area of enemy resources and you can move in gradually to a higher force, and so on, and rinse and repeat. And another reason I think that like they actually have entered Kupiansk is because now, since they already have the flanking maneuver, like the Russians have been doing this consistently, right? They start developing salients that turn into pincers, and once they have a semblance of a semicircle, they get they pierce through the center, and that is, I believe, to call in reinforcements, because once you start making the pincers, the enemy is going to reinforce those flanks to avoid the pincers from growing or closing. And so that's when they disregard the center, and that's when they pierce in through the center. And they've been consistently doing that. And it's not to do a frontal assault. They hardly ever do frontal assaults when there aren't the pincers created. They make like attempts to attack in the center while they're building the pincers, and once the pincers are built, then they get a foothold in the center. And we saw that in
they're just shifting. Like is like the frontal attack is just to fix them, and then when they respond to that, they'll work the sides, and then when they respond back to the sides, they'll work the front.
You go back to the
and I mean, and since they've got, like I said before, they got all these robots to do that particular dirty work. It's like and bombs and planes that can drop from 70 kilometers away. I mean, it's like it's perfect, and it's slow, and it does the job of demilitarization and denazification and all that, and treating the Ukrainian army. And I mean, it's an obvious process that they've worked out, and because of it, they have a lot of success. I mean, it doesn't look like someday, so a lot of people say, oh, they only move this far. Go look at the map from when Avdiivka started and where we are now. I mean, so it's slow, but think about how many Ukrainian units have been chewed up all along the front in all these areas that have dragged out, like around Kupiansk, Kharkov, Vochansk, Sumy.
We can go back to rabbiteers.
Well,
we can go back to rabbiteers. The 1 ear is missing. Well, the head became bigger. That's the case with the rabbiteers. 1 year. That's how much is done, but still, Ukrainians keep attacking the neck of the head. So that's the case with rabbit ears in the Pokrovsk area, right? Right. That's the present situation.
The more
other
firm
ear
one is at the base of the ears. There is the firm Russian control, but then the ear itself is still a big question mark. Where the hell is the Russians? Where the front line is still not so clear. It's like all over the place.
Yeah, I mean there hasn't been any recent geolocations of them up that way. So it could have been just kind of like Kursk, they got pictures of them and located at certain places a week or two ago, and now those places they've withdrawn or been beat back. But it's all fog of war and gray area, so you don't really know. Or it might just be a no man's land where they just goes back and forth probing each other, and because it hasn't really changed a whole lot. It's kind of still out there to deal with. In the meantime, they're getting all that stuff. What about that little horn that was going out to the west? Is that still going on? That was like heading towards the north side of Pokrovsk and Mirohad. It broke out like a week or two ago. That little sideways thing, not
the eastern
base, not at the base of the bunny ears, but a little bit up.
Like a rabbit is puking. That was the picture. That was the picture from Gerasimov, but that was many just copied it. But it seems like noisy.
No, I thought Wyatt had it on his map too, like a small.
Yeah,
like
that was
the Ukrainian
noisy
one. I can show the map again.
No, it used to be from Gerasimov map. He showed something. There was a smudge that was going like much further west from the head of the ears, right? But that some of them showed it, copied it from Gerasimov, but that could have been trolling, just as Odessa and Nikolaev being part of the Russia on the map. Could be Gerasimov
that part at the top of the ear, I think is what I was talking about.
Retirement trolling.
This area,
I would say.
That little piece that was going off the bottom there of the top there, that to the west. I think that's right there. I think that's what I was talking about. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, there was right on the bottom of the map. It did this extension to the west on the bottom of the map, all the way on the bottom.
This one.
That one. Yeah, that's from Gerasimov. Most likely trolling, retirement trolling.
Yeah. So the Gerasimov one was like this far out. I think it's like super far. Like it's ridiculous. Which I think is inaccurate. Because there's no reason for them to give us accurate mappings. So yeah, I think the most interesting is this one, because the Ukrainians actually mentioned Novo-Mikhailivka. So no, there might be a push in this sector, but I don't know. No, everything is very vague. So, and the Ukrainian mapping is also ridiculous. Like they have this cut off areas here, and these are all Ukrainian control under Ukrainian mapping. So yeah, it's super weird. Nothing makes sense. So yeah.
I have heard some people talk about too how some of these areas, like maybe around Pokrovsk and Mirohad, the Ukrainians just don't have the manpower. There's not as many troops in there because they're trying to hold it down with just drones, and that's why you're not seeing a whole lot of infantry clashes. Like you did around Avdiivka and stuff. It might be because there's not as many troops in there as they're led to believe, and they're really just trying to hold those areas with just a mass amount of drones, which might be another reason why they've gone to all these pipelines and everything else. I mean, maybe they've had a surge of drones in a few areas where they can afford it. But I mean, obviously they can't be everywhere because we haven't got to Zaporizhia, but I know that's been opening up some more for the Russians. So, I mean, that's probably a side effect of everything going up towards Kupiansk and Pokrovsk and Mirohad.
Maybe the Russians are now getting more and more like, they can't accept casualties I'm not sure. Like it make them more and more risk averse. Unlike the previous times, where they are still like doing. Sometimes they do some stupid rush with their infantry fighting vehicles, like the BMP rush. Like they no longer do this kind of thing. They're like super careful
it's
nowadays.
It's probably part of the learning arc, right? It's probably part of the learning arc of the units, of the local commanders.
No.
And also the weeding out of the bad commanders.
What usually happens is units get exhausted, attrition in attacks, and all of it over time, and they have to replace them. That's what that's what Ukrainian tactics is, to diminish as much as Russian personnel, to make them stop advancing when they exhaust attacking capability. Basically, that's been Ukrainian tactics since 23.
Oh, really?
I remember.
The Ukrainian tactic was to get into pockets and get destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is what usually happens when Russians stop. It's because they are attrition, so they have to replace their units, get new ones in.
Yeah. One thing that I wanted to say that I've said before, but I'm going to say it again, is that who knows and uses the pipelines, whoever knows the layout of the pipes, demonstrates who is the local. And those who do not know about the pipes and do not use them, those are the foreign invaders.
That's actually a pretty good way to look at it. Who's got the blueprints? The original owner.
Yeah, and who knows the lay of the land? Who knows? Because
I mean, I guess you could say whose name's on the title.
Yeah, because one would think that like the Ukrainian soldiers on the ground maybe should know of them, but just shows that they're all from the West.
And the other thing is too, I mean, the only obvious ones I've seen tore up are the ones above ground, like the ones in that video they were walking through with somebody with the nets draped over the holes. But that's like obvious, why not shoot them up? But the underground ones, like you said, it's amazing how many times this has worked. And I'm sure there's probably more time till figure out something. I mean, as long as this has been going on, who knows? Maybe they're fucking digging a tunnel somewhere. I mean, they got enough people floating around. I mean, maybe one of those mystery ghost divisions is really just digging a tunnel.
Well, a good chance will be Dachne, right? Udachne. That's where they got stuck. That's where they should dig the tunnel, I think. I mean, it was such a breakthrough. Dachne, Kotlivka, south of Pokrovsk, right? But then they got countered, and no movement. Dachne since what, 4 months now? 4 or 5 months? No, I think 4 or 5 months. No movement in Udachne, which is it was pretty good opportunity to cut off Pokrovsk from the supplies and reach the mine. But now they saying that a mine nearby Udachne and Kotlivka, just north of Kotlivka, is still working, which is like 15 kilometers from the front. It's still open, still working in Ukrainian possession, right?
Do you remember who's the owner of that Pokrovska mine?
Of course, it's known. Akhmetov.
Yeah, he probably has a deal with the commanders there. Like, hey, don't stop my operation. I'll give you so much a month. And the Russians are like, oh, okay. Okay, we're advancing in the north. We're not advancing in the west of Pokrovsk. We'll advance from the east.
Yep. Yeah, I'm thinking about that.
The other positions, the other places. I think we talk a lot about Kupiansk and Pokrovsk. That's what all the mappers talk mostly about, I think. But what about Zaporizhia? There was a few weeks back all this talk about military buildup by the Russians and stuff, you know, and they moved a bit along the Dnieper up, you know. But what's happening there? Has anyone insight?
They're moving. They're advancing every other week.
Yeah, they're pushing into
Stepnogorsk. Yeah, Stepnogorsk is being, they reach in the center and trying to get it. Yeah, it's a pretty big city, I would say. It's a city, and you would expect it's defended heavily, but they're pushing slowly, moving. But in Dnepropetrovsk, that's the big one, I would say. Why they're not moving further? It's like there's no defensive lines built up in Dnepropetrovsk, actually, right? But
they are
it seems
moving
like the
pretty
Russians.
fast. That's the
Not
fastest
so fast.
front right now. No, but it is
It
the
used to
fastest
be.
right now.
Used to be. Now,
Well, up to
last
yesterday.
20 days, it's almost not moving for 20 days. So it could be that Russians are accumulating the new troops that will break through. Maybe that's.
No, but that's the Komar front, right? Between Donetsk and Dnipro. And why it's been reporting movement there every other day. That's where the massive chunk got like reported, but by the Russian source that took the entire Donetsk Oblast in that area in the Komar front, and they've been moving pretty consistently. But one thing that I was wondering, I wanted to ask Wyatt about, is that, for example, in Military Summary channel, he's been reporting about constant counterattacks in the Evil Rabbit, you know, like trying to pincer the breakthrough area. And you haven't been reporting about that very much. So I was wondering, like, you've been reporting advances from the Russians in that area of the Evil Rabbit, like at the base of the ears, if you want to pull up the map. And so I was just curious because he is clearly a pro-Russian source. Like, he's Belarusian, but he's pretty much pro-Russian, and he's been reporting like counterattacks trying to pincer the evil ears of the breakthrough. But Wyatt has been reporting advances in that area, like in contrast, right? So it's an interesting, like.
Actually, Ukrainians are attempting to attack from both sides of the neck, not bottom of the ears, but around the neck.
Yeah,
a little bit lower. The neck.
So basically, the Ukrainian mapping. If you look at Ukrainian mapping, this part here is under Ukrainian control, and then they have this area here, which is like, you know, there's this cut out like this, which is actually on my map. The thing is, this thing that never changed on their mapping. They actually never changed. They just keep moving the gray zones. And if they move the gray zone on their map, I wouldn't change my map. That is because Deep State UA always play with the gray zone. And the funny thing is that no, even like part of the actually I can just open their map. So here, so you see this kind of mapping. This area here, the Russians have never captured it before. At least on their mapping, and then they claim that they have full control over this sector. I'm not sure if I want to believe this, because like, no, this area here is gray zone, and they themselves sometimes map gray zone as if it's like Russian capture, because when they take back, they will like color it blue. So it's like, so is it under Russian control or not? And then I'm supposed to believe that the Ukrainians have one tree line here, and then able to, you know, block the Russians' positions like this. Like, the Russians cannot defeat this. I have my doubts, you know, like why they can't defeat this. If the Ukrainians control this, okay, I can believe. No, this is the much bigger.
Yeah, and the same thing applies the other way around. Like, if the Russians are encircled in that little pocket up there, why can't the Ukrainians cut that pocket?
But the thing is, they can. But the thing is, can you hold this line here? So this area here is very narrow. So I'm not sure.
What I'm trying to say is if the Ukrainians were able to cut that line that you just marked, then why can't they cut the rest of the pocket out? You know, it's like it makes no sense.
But the thing is, Russian forces was geolocated and Robizne is not even on their map. Robizne is here.
Yeah.
So that's the problem with the DPA UA mapping, which is why, you know, it might look very pretty here, but we have literal geolocation of Russian forces at Robizne. And if I'm not wrong, it was like a multiple geolocations, I think. Creamy Caprice. It was, yeah, there was some, whoops. There was like, yeah, there's multiple geolocation at Robizne. So there was a firm control of Robizne by the Russian forces, and it's not on their map. So if you look, if the Russians have this position on their map, then you have to put into question how the hell the Russians reach this place. So which means this place must be at least firm control, and then there must be some kind of link, right? Somehow the Russians must be able to reinforce or whatnot. If not, why would you push to Robizne? There's certain logical problems here. So the thing is, I still respect their mapping. So in my mapping, I still have this, on the Ukrainian mapping. No, but the thing is, once I have geolocation, I will just
overwrite.
So that's what I think.
Russians are holding position in Kucherevya. That's the farthest position right now where they are holding position. Rubizhne, they went there with DRGs and they left. Or got killed.
No, it's not impossible.
The same as with that shit you were talking about on Gerasimov map to the west. The DRGs were operating there, but it's not like DRG doesn't mean like you killing Russian DRG group. You get geolocation. Does it mean that there is control? No, but you get geolocation. Russians are in Kucherevya, and Ukrainians even can hold that tree line, and it can be cut off. Like in this war, you need to understand you don't need physical link to the group to supply them, because everyone is supplied by drones. They can sit in that fucking village, dug in the basement, being supplied by drones for months.
Yep.
No, you're right, Bigari, but the thing is that you need a physical link for soldiers to reach the location. You need the link to reach the location.
For rotation.
Yeah, so you need to reach the location, but then you can get cut off and sit there for months.
Yeah. So which is why it does not matter that much in terms of that's why when it comes to the mapping, because if the Russian DRGs can reach there, it also means the Ukrainian soldiers are not there. So I was just going to change the mapping on my map until the Ukrainians retake their position, or they geolocated to that position, or the Russian mapping concede that they don't have control in that position. Then I just change my map accordingly, because the front line is dynamic, like what Bigari said. So I don't think we need to be too uptight about the front line. Like I only change the mapping based on the best information that I have. Then we have a the best possible picture of what is currently happening. But the entire region here, like in that rabbit ear region, as I always say, is just a big freaking fog of war zone. It's just a big gray zone. Like things are very unclear. So so even though I have a certain mapping there, I just say that
it was the opportune moment, because no one from Ukrainian side was there, so they okay, we can go with our groups of 10 people for 20 kilometers, and now Ukraine moved fucking shit ton of reinforcements there, so what's the point?
They start moving in the Komar front, or in Kupiansk and in Siversk. But the thing is that the military summary, the history legends, he in his reporting of the breakthrough, he talked about a long process of infiltration with thermal cloaks into that. They were detected a bunch of Russian soldiers infiltrating with thermal cloaks into that area, and so that it was like a long process. Yeah, of course you're right. There was no one defending, or hardly anyone defending, probably just drone patrols. And so they were able to infiltrate. And once they got detected, then the breakthrough was reported. But so it wasn't such a sudden situation. It was like a buildup that was going on for a while, and then they reported it, and suddenly there was a huge reaction.
Seems the Bigari carries such a coat.
No,
yeah,
it's
he has the thermal, so he isn't
the
detected.
beard.
No, he's the assassin, right? No, Assassin's Creed. No,
Bigari.
the Assassin's Creed also have the coat, the cloak.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think he ate the wolf.
Yeah. No, Bigari actually is coming from the future. He's coming back to do some mission, but the time is not right. So.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know if you already were speaking about that one. I heard. I just came in when you were busy about the gas pipeline, but the Belgian press, staggering. I am shocked they say that. So they made a little article about it. I don't know if the information was already said during the open mic, so I'm just going to say it. So the Russian soldiers entered the pipeline into Liman Pershi, a Ukrainian village in Russian hands. Then they moved through the pipeline using electric scooters and portable cars in 4 days. In Radkievka, just north of Kupiansk, they reached first. The distance between their starting and ending points was about 10 kilometers as the crow flies.
15 kilometers or 15 meters?
Yeah, they just reported the post from Deep State channel. That's word for word from Deep State. So
crazy. Copy paste. Belgium press so smart.
No, the thing is, that's why I always say pro-Ukrainian information is basically just from Deep State. That's it. And then they actually the YouTubers, they definitely also tracking the Russian reports. It's just that they don't like to map it in because the Russian reports tend to be very, of course, pro-Russia, right? So they really need to understand what the hell is happening. If you purely based on Ukrainian information, there's nothing. You can't report shit about the Ukraine war. There's no information.
There's just a problem with Western press. They just copy paste from the pro-Ukrainian sources, and that's it. Or CNN,
and a lot of things they made it up, because there's no news. For the pro-Ukrainian side, a lot of time there's no news.
But still, a lot of time they just it on the Belgian press.
So they just interpret things very liberally, and then they just say some good news. Then of course they focus on the drone strikes because those are easier to report. Then, which is also why I kept saying to Deep State UA, is super influential. They're super powerful because whatever they say is going to become global news. So they are very, very powerful, and actually they are the only Ukrainian mapping that I can use. There's no other mapping from the pro-Ukrainian side. So they're very, very powerful, and people keep complaining why I keep using them. If I keep complaining about that, because they are the only source. And the important thing is that they always have reports that the Russians don't have, the Russian advances, which is the Russians don't even know, but the Deep State UA is actually reporting on it. So it's like you have to take the good and the bad at the same time. You cannot be like so complaining and then just don't use them. Come on, it's information.
But if it's true about electric scooters, well, that's a good one.
Well, I always thought that if you're gonna do pipeline operations and you don't take an electric scooter or an electric skateboard, then you're wasting your time. Be like Belgium, like the Belgium newspapers. Work smarter, not harder.
Yeah, it's actually true. Yeah, but it's the first time. It's 3.0, so they evolved also in the way of, and they did it in a bio way, so an economic electric.
Man, if I have to crawl through a tunnel, even a regular skateboard or longboard would be great. Like you just lay on the longboard and move like a seal. You paddle your way through. We rolling down the pipe. Awesome, super easy, barely an inconvenience. You don't have to be crunched walking like a fucking orc.
Guys, what's strange? We're talking so much about pipelines, and Ted is still not on.
He's in church. He's in church.
Jesse go on, then I will go on.
Go on, okay, go on,
Jesse.
There's still no sound in your mic, man. Oh shit! What have you done?
Oh my god!
Check your settings.
The Indian has technical problems. Call the call center, Desi. Call the call center so that they can help you with.
They press your name after that. The other side. Hey, Hello? He's calling himself.
You need to go out of the scam phone. So
a terrible joke. That's very racist, no? Why
do you work with
stop
Macintosh or Windows? Because we can do both. No problem. We can do both. Macintosh or Windows, we are professional. We're working for both a company. No problem. You just need to buy me an Amazon card of 1,000 euros.
Have you tried turning off and on your system? have you tried resetting this?
But just a bit of sidetrack. This Indian call center scamming thingy, right, is so big to the point where you have freaking multiple Twitch channels that full time just scamming the scammers. No, they just making fun of the scammers. It's insane. They have like million subscriber channels just talking.
He had
just
the choice to work
playing
with
the scammers.
in Belgium if he wanted to, but he refused. He stayed in India, so he preferred to do scamming. Yeah, can't do about it.
Okay.
Propose.
I think Desi.
Go on while Desi repairs his system.
Desi can only be a beautiful face. Yeah.
Go on.
I wanted to bring the point because we are talking a lot about these movements, whether they happened or not. A lot of fog of war, like Wyatt says. I'm not convinced that this is really an interesting point, whether the Russians are 3 or 4 or 5 kilometers ahead or back. I think the stage is still attrition. We have not moved close to the big arrow movements yet, and I know that many people have announced or predicted it to be the case this summer or this fall or whatever. I think this will take still some time, and the Ukrainians still have. Sorry?
2 years.
2 years.
I predict.
Might be. I thought it's at least a year still to go. And the thing is that whether the attrition happens 5 kilometers ahead or 5 kilometers back is basically irrelevant. Attrition is happening on both sides, obviously, and the question is only who is attriting faster. And this leads then to the question: who is attriting the Russians? It's well, physically it's the Ukrainians, but the ones who are basically controlling it or inciting the Ukrainians to do it still because of the outcome is likely not positive for the Ukrainians if it takes much longer, and even if they have less losses than the Russians have much more people. So it's for the Europeans mostly currently, because the United States is kind of stepped aside from the issue. Not really completely, but it's mostly the Europeans who are pushing for further continuation, at least officially. And this is also an interesting point, which was this tweet or truth posting from Trump. He was basically asking the Europeans to cut off trade with the rest of the world, basically. Well, with the rest of the world. So they depend then completely on the United States, which is quite funny and interesting, But if you remember, Europeans in the beginning were quite, cautious. Germany wanted only to send only helmets, and the Polish guys didn't want to give their MiGs, and they said to America, "Here you have it, and you can give it to the Ukrainians," So they were very reluctant and cautious. But right now they are all in, and Trump is basically making fun of them or playing with them. If they want support, they will have to completely subjugate to America, basically trade only with America, which is really funny. So what do you think about American stance? Is Trump out of it, or is he still in?
Okay, I had my finger up first, so I'm going to answer that first, and then Biari can go. The thing about Trump and walking away from the project, like he clearly didn't. He didn't walk away from the project. He's stuck in there, but he has to make the appearance of doing so for his own base, to whom he promised to walk out of that quagmire. And so the United States said, we're not going to give weapons to Ukraine. We're going to sell them to NATO, but the United States is the major sponsor of NATO. So
United States is still investing indirectly into that black hole of slush funds, and the United States is systematically coercing the Europeans. As you said, the Europeans were reluctant at first, and now they're all in because they already sold their boots, their house, their wife, their daughter. They sold them all for the to continue doubling down on the bet, and so they're all in. They're still all in, but they're clearly losing. So they're trying to save face as much as possible while they keep on betting on that it might work next year, or this time it is going to work. The next Wonder Waffen is going to work. So they're clearly stuck there. They can't go out. And to what you were saying about the attrition, yeah, Russia doesn't need to attrit Ukraine. It already destroyed like 5 armies. They need to attrit the West, and it's showing. The West is cracking all over the place. Germany is falling apart. France is falling apart. Britain is in complete chaos and disaster, and so on and so forth. And America, you see that happening as well. Like there's a consistent trend of social collapse along with its economic decline. And what you're saying, what America's doing of like forcing the Europeans to cut themselves off from China and India, that's a death blow to Europe. Like United States is not only eating their lunch, they're like stripping them from their underwear. And so Russia, I believe that Russia is actually betting on that. I think that's what Russia, that to me is the only thing that explains Russians what their policy has been, what their actions have been, what their strategy, what they've been doing. It can only be explained to me as they're aware and intentionally attriting the Europeans into like a spiral of debt, economic and social collapse, the Europeans and the USA. And maybe I'm not saying this is the case, but it would be consistent with this hypothesis that the drones into Poland was a way of keeping the Europeans invested in Ukraine, like Russia doing as much as possible, with plausible deniability, to keep Ukraine supported by the West as much as possible. That's what I believe. Go on, Bigari.
Drones into Poland were launched by Ukraine. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's Gerberas. They are flying for 700 kilometers. How do you reach Poland from Russia? They are launched by Ukraine to create the false flag. Like, it's the most obvious shit ever, man.
It's
like that Polish house that got destroyed by the drone. You can Google it on the Google Images, and it's shown like the same destroyed house like a couple of months ago. Got destroyed by the fucking wind storm. Like who the fuck believes that shit, man? Like
I'm just
when we
that
talk
it's
about
possible.
when we talk about the Russian drones, like Geran drones, they were entering Poland a lot. Like so, like I don't know why we are talking about drones in Poland now.
Yeah,
anyway,
exactly. I'm completely
back to what Wojciech was saying. Like if you go back to the February speech by Hexet to the defense ministers of NATO, he said the words division of labor. He said that Europe needs to finance the war, Europe needs to take the lead role, and we will sit back and enjoy. Like United States wants Minsk III. That's clearly what they want. They want to freeze the conflict while they deal with like Iran, they deal with China later, and then they will return and deal with Russia and defeat Russia once and for all. That's their plan. Like they don't want peace with Russia, they don't want good relations with Russia, blah blah blah. It's all fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
they want to use Europeans like every vassal they use. Look at the fucking Israel vassal of United States. Israel is destroying its own country, on image of its own country for the purpose of being the United States vassal. Look at the Philippines. Philippines will be the same in Southeast Asia. They will be fucking destroyed. They will throw themselves into China, blah, blah, blah. Ukraine, another vassal, destroyed the country, for the purposes of expanding United States influence. Now Europe is a vassal of United States. They will do everything the United States tells them. They will fucking wreck. They already fucked the economy because United States told them to do so. So they will do so. Like I basically not excluding the possibility that they are so stupid that they will put the sanctions on China and India and everyone else, because Trump told them. Like it would be the funniest scenario. It would be the funniest scenario because then like Trump, hey, you did it. I will not do it anyway because I have another excuse.
It's okay if the Europeans are really serious and committed. Let's say like no, you really work as a united front. But the thing is that the Europeans don't, which means that any sanction operation is going to be like full of holes, which then it fails. Then everybody looks like a joke. That's the problem.
You can visit the port of Gdansk and see hundreds of thousands of tons of aluminium from Russia in Poland, man. Like, who cares about sanctions? Like,
oh yeah, that's the thing. Why that's why they can posture all like that, because they're gonna do it anyways. They have Hungary and Slovakia and
the funniest shit is that coming back to those drones, like NATO is such a joke that even like 10 Gerbera drones showed to everyone that NATO is a fucking joke. Because like, everyone is like, even Chihuahuas from Baltics, like Lithuania, it was probably a mistake because they're afraid to go to war because like they are so fucking afraid. It was maybe a mistake. Like maybe it was mistake.
But the Polish is like, no, it's all deliberate. The Polish keep doubling down that it's deliberate and it's
yes, of course. Poland got 43 billion from EU after that.
Yeah, Russia
to solidify the defense. Like, well, of course, we need to. It's a great danger to our security. Give money, please.
Yeah, and the United States already also retrofitted the Geran drone, so they have their own Geran drone model for themselves. So they already busy retrofitting. China doing again higher, so they also have a Geran-ish drone, but they use 2 engines because one is not enough. But I agree completely with Vigary. A lot of drones run out of example of fuel, and or because of electronic warfare, they crash down on the ground and were still intact. And it is very plausible that Ukraine just repaired them, put on technology in it, and just use it as a sort of fall flash decoy to fly it in Poland. It's all very. I'm not surprised to do that. And don't forget how Hitler found his reason to enter Poland during the Second World War. He faked an attack of Poland to a radio station at the border, and that was the reason for him to enter Poland to start the war. One of the reasons. So why not?
Well, I mean, the simple answer is if they say what happened, then all you got to do is show the radar tracks that will show the aircraft taking off from Russian territory and flying up into Polish or Belarusian or whoever's airspace. And they haven't done it. It's just like every other time they make these wild claims. It's not top secret to show the radar tracks of these drones taking off in Russia, but they won't show it because everyone knows, like Bagari said, that they were probably launched from Ukraine, and that's why they won't show you the radar tracks. It's just like every other crazy claim. Oh, we wiped out 400 tanks. Oh, well, show us the picture. There's no picture. There's never anything. I mean, show us the flight tracker. I mean, you can watch shit fly around all over the world, but you can't show us, 10 drones flying across the Russian border.
It was also one of the first times that sort of suddenly AWACS and fighter jets were protecting.
Well, I mean, the thing is
F-16s participated on that.
Well, they had the one F-35 that had communication problems, so it had to use its communication out in the open. So, that probably gave the Russians a free look at the F-35 or F-22, whatever the hell it was flying around. I mean, they couldn't handle it. It was they're lucky it was just some fake attack with a
a dozen drones or whatever the hell it was, and they were all empty. I mean, they're like laying on top of a chicken coop and shit. They didn't even like wreck it or smash it or blow it up or nothing. I mean,
yeah, there was this drone that was like.
I'm just saying. I mean, the easiest way to solve the doubt would be to show the radar tracks, and they won't even do that. So that you already know. It's
one of the photos that I saw was super weird. It's just the full plane, the full drone that's laying nicely on the roof of a shed. It's like as if they just kept it there.
Exactly.
Just stuffed it.
With Scotch
and I'm
tape.
not even sure if it's real or not. I'm so confused because there's so many photos come out that I don't even know what the hell which is which. Like there's one that there's a drone with a plastic bag of petrol or something, at the nose.
Yeah.
And there's like to give it extra range. I'm like, is that really how it works?
And certainly the new generations of Garand drones do like more the dive attack, like Second World War II planes. They're doing more dive attacks compared to the Garand 1 drones. Completely different. Nothing makes sense, and Big Area is 1% correct on that. So I just we can change about that because
Yeah, but the thing of what I'm trying to say, guys, is that like only retarded Ukrainians would believe that NATO is going to get involved in the conflict because a couple of drones flew into Poland. But on the other side, if a couple of drones fly into Poland and all of NATO has to scramble its air force and shoot interceptor missiles at these random drones and don't even hit them, then that accelerates the attrition of NATO. So it's good for Russia. Even if Russia did it or not, it's still an acceleration. Like the EU is broke and it still sends a shit ton of money to Poland, and the interceptors are running out, but they still shoot interceptors at these random, decoy drones. So in all sense of purposes, it's never going to achieve whatever intention of a false flag, but it does benefit Russia in its attrition war against its actual enemies, which are NATO, not Ukraine.
Yeah.
I just will make my one comment and then pass the word because it's just too funny because I heard it from Arestovich or someone. Like, Ukrainians are fucking laughing at NATO and saying that, like, right now in Ukraine, everyone is saying that NATO is like empty bubble. They cannot do anything, and they are fucking dying by the hundreds and thousands on the front line to join NATO. The greatest logic ever, man.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I have a follow-up question to the question earlier. Basically, is Trump still in it? That was the first question. But what about the Europeans? What is their end game? Because I don't think that they hope that Russia will simply magically, struggle and fall, apart or something.
But there are already two countries that say they're not going to stop the supply of the oil.
Yeah, sure, but what if Ukraine is finally ground down? They have obviously still capabilities, but the grinding down will continue, and lots of people don't want to join and are deserting, whatever. This will have an end, and then what will the Europeans do? Because you talked about the vessels are being spent by USA to achieve the goals. Will the Europeans join the fight in 2 or 3 years' time that they talk?
Of course not. The Europeans, their end game right now is like when Wyatt talks about the diarrhea being contained, and waiting for the bathroom or trying to reach the bathroom before it all, splashes out. The Europeans are like that. That's their end game, to reach the bathroom before it all, comes splashing out in a disaster. So, and what is the bathroom in this case, in this analogy? The bathroom is that they get out of office before the shit hits the fan. Like Macron, Starmer, Merz, all these guys, they're trying to hold it as much as possible until they can get out of office and go to their cushy jobs at some globalist institution, and get a buck deal, or like Annalena Baerbock, go to the UN or something like that, and not be in charge when the shit finally hits the fan. That's their end game. That's their short-sightedness. That's what they're trying to do.
It's a political thing, right? Just like US politics, you see everyone have short-term plans.
Yeah, I live in Europe and I have...
Nika.
Okay, Nika, go on.
I had a cramp, man. I had a cramp. No, I just wanted to add about the... I had just to add about the drones case. Is like let's analyze it like in a more logical way without any feeling, as I always try to do. You have three possibilities. Either Russian did it intentionally, either it's a mistake or an error, or either it's intentionally done by Ukrainians. So the first one, I don't think Russians will do it because to pass a message, it's a stupid way to pass a message. So they passed multiple messages with more efficient ways and more like direct ways, and the European couldn't even say anything. That's the first one. And the error, I think it's less probable because the range, a lot of technical like issue. You guys said it. I'm leaning more. I'm not like 100% sure, but I'm leaning more to a Ukrainian conspiracy. Like they are the one who did it, and they aspired to have a problem. But I think that's the evidence. The majority of evidence lean to that. It's not about feeling or what I or you guys think or everyone
It
is
is the most
thinking.
likely scenario, but it's still stupid.
It's stupid, of course. It's what like everything they did is stupid from the start.
NATO is not going to get involved into the conflict because a couple of drones or missiles.
Yeah, but when you are desperate, you will do anything. You are desperate, and you will do anything to achieve that. They are very desperate. You remember about the incident of the air defense rocket, what they did and what they shouted. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same. It's stupid, and when you are desperate, you can do stupid things.
But it still benefits Russia. Sorry, Voljan, you were saying that you were European, about like the European leaders trying to reach the bathroom before the shit hits the fan.
Exactly.
Hits the pants.
I'm not sure that this is their only plan. Obviously, every politician or any strategist is planning contingencies. This might, or plan A, plan B, or plan C, whatever, might be one of their plans, but I'm not completely convinced this is the only option.
Voljan, sorry.
Well, let me just finish. Just short. There is still the risk, that the Europeans have been talking about this for 2 years already, that they need time until 2029 or 2030 to build up forces. And this is still possible, and if they can convince their populations, war is not completely, out of the picture, in my opinion. And this is concerning, obviously, for especially Europeans, So I'm not completely convinced this is their only path that they have or that they can choose. That's my point. Bigarigon.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that the war is more likely with each passing day, like the war in the future. And about the European plans, I believe they own shit. Like, I generally think that they believe that one more sanction package and Russia will collapse. I generally look at them. They are retarded. Like, they are idiots. My honest belief is that we reached the point in political elites where idiots risen to the top and they just ruling. Like,
But do you believe
they're actually retarded?
Do you believe that these people, let's say, like 360-degree Baerbock, that these really have some decisions to make, or they are just fronts? They are the front people.
Of course, but
the strategists, they know what they think about. I think they are not all, deluded in all these countries.
Well, the thing, Voljan, is that yeah, you can observe how stupid the front men are, the puppets are, but that's also how stupid the script writers are. That's exactly like somebody wrote a script with Annalena Baerbock saying that there's 360-degree turn for improvement. So like that's how stupid the puppeteers are. And to the point of why they're like trying to reach the bathroom before the shit hits their pants. Like the shit is all over their pants already. It's dripping down their legs. It's dripping on the floor. The countries are in political chaos. Their governments are falling apart. The prime ministers are renouncing
like a plague. It's like they're falling like dominoes, and not only in the economic sense, in a social sense, in a political sense, and even militarily, because they can't provide weapons to their their only objective. All they do is talk about Ukraine while their countries are falling apart, and they can't even do that. They can't even do that correctly. They can't even supply Ukraine with what it needs. So the shit is all over the place, and they're still running towards the bathroom. Like that's what's clearly visible. Like maybe there's some 5D chess going on, and they're trying to plot some. I'm pretty sure war is coming, like Bigatti said, and it goes to what Wyatt was saying about China. Like, you know, when the situation becomes so catastrophic, the only solution is war. But that's happening with Europe, not with China. China seems like a city on the top of the hill compared to you.
Oh no, Gabriel, you're censored by CIA. We can't hear you.
Oh,
you need to.
Oh, Gabriel, like,
we can hear you.
You mentioned the fucking 5D chess. Like, I was thinking about like everyone like that country is playing 4D chess, that country is playing Go, blah blah blah. The more I pay close attention to the politics, the more I think that they are just fucking retarded and they are not playing the fucking chess. Like, they don't have a plan.
Into the box, you know.
They have a plan of like 1 week plan. Like in the Soviet economy, it was like 5-year plans. They have 1 week plans. Like maybe 3 months plans.
I believe the initial position was to sanction Russia, the thing that will work. I believe since the sanction did not work, they get completely thrown off and don't know how to come back, because the only comeback is military. And since the sanction did not work, and giving Ukraine weapons is not working, so now they have no other option but to just play a bunch of everyone doing their own thing, saying their own thing, and running around a bunch of maniacs. And I don't think it's going to lead to war, because they don't have any war plan. They don't have any war thinking, because Macron is not going to go to war. 360 is not going to go to war. The lady leading something lying, whatever fuck her name is, she's not going to go to war. So maybe the next group that come after them will better footing to say, okay, let's threaten Russia with military and see if Russia will back down. But currently, I don't think they have any plan to go forward, but just to destroy Ukraine and Russia do as it pleases, because the only plan they had was to sanction Russia to stone ages. It did not work. That's why everyone was so confused.
Know why? You know what you should pay attention to what think tanks like what papers and what conclusions they are making up. Like, because think tanks are the driver behind the policy of the Western countries. So just read what Atlantic Council or some shit says, or like Carnegie Institute says about Russia. Like, because I was watching like a video where he was reading a fucking paper from Carnegie, and these people that were wrong about like how to defeat Russia, they're still saying that sanctions will crush Russia. Just one more sanction. Russia is a puppet of China. They will do everything. China is about to attack Siberia and occupy Siberia. These people still believe that shit, man.
Yeah, it's a hope strategy.
Actually, like, people that get money from military-industrial complex, from fucking Raytheon, from Boeings, from everyone, they get money to write this shit. And then this shit goes into the Congress, it goes into the Senate in the United States, and people like Lindsey Graham make the policy decisions and push that policy decisions based on these conclusions by these think tanks. Like, the retardation of the ruling class is unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
The only way to defeat Russia, the only way to defeat Russia is actually by not waging war on Russia. That's the only way to defeat Russia.
Yeah, what I was trying to say,
like, Russian economy is right now is basically alive thanks to it being militarized, like full wartime economy. Because all other sectors that are not getting subsidies from the government and not like linked to the military-industrial complex are in the deep shit. Because central bank is fucking retarded with its key rate.
Yeah, well, what I was trying to say earlier when I was cut is that the reason that war is actually likely, as Bigariu and Bojin were saying, is the same thing that Wyatt always says about China, but it's happening in Europe instead. It's not happening in China. where the situation is becoming so catastrophically, failed, such a failure that the only solution for the political class to save any face and keep some sort of social cohesion is to send them all to war, to start a war. And that's becoming ever more likely in Europe.
And ironically, right, I actually mentioned this in the first year of the war. Like I remember saying like the end point for these European elites one day will be war. If they just follow through, they cannot retreat out of this politically.
Yeah, but the reason why I'm pressing that there'll be no war, right? Because I see America is coming more home than being more power outside power projections. If America do come home, when I say home, I mean like America, the continental America, and leave Europe alone. I don't see Europe going to war by themselves, especially if you have another president like Trump in power. Where it's okay, let's come home, let's just secure the northern and South America territory, make that our own base and make it fortify that position. I don't see NATO going to war against Russia by themselves without American involvement. And if America do pull back, definitely they're not going forward. That's just my own little viewpoint.
America will never pull back.
Yeah,
Global
America can't pull
empire,
back.
global empire is still the goal. Like you can change the actors. Like Trump has some free rule to go domestically with domestic politics, but the main foreign vector of politics never changes. Like Trump is such as isolationist that he bombed Iran and is openly talking about sanctions on China, sanctioned India, blah blah blah. Like such isolationist president, man. Like
No, yeah, it's super clear that but it's not an issue of Trump, like you say. Like the president in turn is iterational. The whole structure of the American financial system, which actually rules America and the world, is global dominance, and they can't retreat from that because that would be failure. Like anything less than total victory is failure, and since they are the global power, these morbidly obese parasites that are draining the American population and the world, they have such a big gravy train going that it can't stop. Like the only way for it to stop is to derail. It's impossible for them to stop, and they're going to keep on going however they can.
By the way, that's why do you remember when Trump was talking about tariffs, that it will revitalize the economy, will be production, manufacturing in America will grow, blah blah blah. Like you cannot have reserve currency of the world and be a production powerhouse, manufacturing powerhouse. It doesn't work like that. You cannot be both from the economic standpoint. So it was always bullshit.
Yeah, the only sense it would make is because they were like trying to retreat from being the reserve currency and changing to being a manufacturing.
If they retreat from being reserve currency, it's the only way. It's the only way they survive with 37 trillion debt, by being the reserve currency of the world.
Yeah, exactly.
They cannot lose that status. It's like fucking suicide.
They could, but they won't, because they're making too much money out of it. So like what Trump has been doing with the tariffs is trying to make even more money so that they can go even more into debt. So it's like the opposite of what he was saying, actually. And the reason why he's doing that is because they're bankrupt, and you can't cut spending, because if you do that, then there's economic consequences and the people don't like it. So it's like they're trapped in a dilemma that has no good solution. And they're going to keep on doing that until that's why they've wrecked their soft power influence on the world, and they're like incapable of fixing it. They have to keep on busting their gravy train, their food supply, because there's no other way to go forward without creating some form of displeasure, either for the population or for the oligarchs, which is even worse. So pick your poison. And The only reason I think that they're doing this threat of sanctions on Russia and India is because they know that Europeans aren't going to do it. Like they're saying, okay, so like you said, yeah, once the Europeans cut down the trade with India and China, then Trump is going to bring another excuse, to keep on trading and reap the benefits from that. They're just going to use Europe to sell them their expensive stuff.
But I just want to say, Andy in the background, do check the private chat because we need to do verification. John.
Yeah, he has headphone problems. It's going to be majority of Belgium dudes here in a few minutes, my guys.
Oh my God! The terrifying Belgians are going to come. They're going to surrender in mass. No,
hey, let me enjoy being a little bit the majority with my little crowd. Come on.
John, go, John.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, regarding the United States currency, global.
Ask him, Wyatt.
World currency. There's still a lot of things the United States can do. I don't want to get too deep in the minutia, but a lot of people don't understand that the United States global debt to GDP ratio was higher in 1945 than it is now, and we had no trouble coming out of that. There's still a million tricks that the United States Treasury and the Federal Reserve can do. I mean, we haven't even begun to do some of the things. Like, we could engage in yield curve control. We could rewrite the Federal Reserve Act, which was rewritten in the 1970s, for example, where they could literally just be told to protect the sovereign, which central banks ultimately will always do anyway. So this whole bullshit idea of the independence of the Fed is ridiculous, because the whole point of having a central bank is to protect the fucking government of which you are the central bank of. So there's a million things. Also, the United States has literally unlimited natural resources as far as gold.
They don't have unlimited. They don't have unlimited natural
not unlimited.
resources.
Okay, nothing is unlimited, but they have. The United States literally has more oil than any country in the world. They have more.
But they consume more oil also.
Right, but
Yep.
yes, they do consume more, but they have the most of any. They have more than Russia. They have more than Saudi Arabia, and they have the largest natural gas deposits. At least
put up the graphic, because it's not true.
That are tapped. What?
It's not true. Just
okay,
Google.
I'm not going to argue with you about it. Anyway,
Venezuela has the most natural oil in the world, reserves. Venezuela.
No, the United States does. We just haven't tapped them all.
Let's say a lot. You don't need to be the first in everything.
You also have to look at the vassal states of the United States, like Mexico and Canada will do. Like for example, if it was in let's say the existential threat to the United States not to confiscate the natural gas or oil reserves of Canada or something. I mean, please, what could they really do about it? You know what I mean? Half of Canada wants to join the United States now anyway, but on another topic, there will, in my opinion, there definitely will be a war. I kind of agree with
half of American want to kill the other half. So what?
Wyatt's point is that the Europeans, at least the Western Europeans, and even Eastern Europeans, at least most of them, they've invested so much in this war against Russia, as far as money and hardware and the political capital of their leaders, that really, could they just walk away and have Russia win the war outright? There's no way. There's no way they could stand that. I mean,
to reinforce your point, from the early 90s, John Soros, approximate quote, when the NATO expansion was taking place, we will provide them with money and they will provide us with humans to fight. It was said about Poland, Romania, all the countries.
Yeah.
So when Ukraine will be spent, Poland and Romania will come to the front.
Exactly.
They will use them.
No way there will not be a war.
Germany will not use. Germany will not fight. Poland will fight for Germany.
I mean, probably not, because especially Germany, because they have no sense of nationalism anymore. So there's no way that you would get the Germans to fight, because nationalism is a dirty word. They have no sense of pride in their country anymore. They have no real sense of themselves, which is true of most of. I mean, you look what's going on in England right now, right? Half of London is fucking Pakistani, for fuck's sake. I mean, they throw people in jail for their fucking tweets. I mean, so you really think these people are going to go to war on foreign soil, like, thinking, oh, England's in danger? But at the same time, all these the leaders of these countries have invested everything in this, and they have no way out. So, this is what I said. I think it was the week before last. I was talking about Odessa. Look, Odessa will be mark my words on this. Odessa will be the where this is decided. When it gets to the point that the Russia is about to take Odessa, that's when you'll see, because then the war will be effectively over. So the Europeans will do something to start World War III, because they'll have no choice, because that will be it. Russia takes Odessa, it's over. They secured all the minerals there. They secured all the black earth, the agricultural land. They secured all the ports that matter. It's game set match. So there's no way they'll allow that, because that would be it. I mean, tell me I'm wrong.
Well, you're right, John, but the problem is that United States is in the same situation as Europe, indirectly. United States could be self-sufficient, but you can't be self-sufficient when you depend on the rest of the world. It's like a morbidly obese person has more energy reserves than any athletic or fit person, but that doesn't mean that it can eat less and survive longer. Like, his body is going to collapse before it can actually get fit. And that's what the situation is with the American oligarchy. They're spoiled and used to consuming resources from the rest of the world, and anything less than that, doesn't matter if America has infinite resources, it would still be smaller relative to the rest of the world, and therefore it's unacceptable, and they won't take it. They're going to eat their hand off.
According to your argument, then there'll be a war between Russia and the United States. I mean, is that what you're saying?
What? Sorry?
I said, well, then, if you follow the logic of your argument, then there will be a war between the United States and Russia.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be it.
Okay. Well, I don't think so, but maybe that will eventually happen. But I think the United States would. Let me rephrase it then. Europe, they'll wait till Europe is a complete wasteland before they get into it, because
of course, just like they did in the last war. Just like they did in the last war.
So let me put it this way: by the time you have to worry about the United States getting involved in the war, Europe will be gone anyway. So who gives a fuck?
Well, Europe is the United States. Europe is the outer ring.
No, trust me, Europe is not the United States. As someone who's lived in the United States, I can tell you they're very distinct places.
No, I know they're distinct places, but still, it's part of like
just geographically. I mean, just way of life.
Like, what is the vassal of a king?
It's not a borderland of the United States. It's not a zone that buffers the United States. There's no benefit to the problems that Europe has to the United States.
Of course,
it may be a vassal, but that's the only benefit is it's a vassal.
The moment Europe becomes a liability and not an asset to the United States, they'll just cut them loose. That's what the United States does.
Of course. But when
that's
they
literally what Trump is threatening already, right? Trump was threatening to cut them off, if they don't spend the money. So the Europeans got stuck. Like, they have to spend the NATO money. They actually don't have that money, and then they have to inherit the whole Ukraine war shit, because Trump don't want to inherit what Biden have started. So it's already happening. They are being threatened to be cut off, and the Europeans are driven into this.
The moment Europe is a liability, the United States will say, "Well, fuck it, you're on your own. Doesn't affect us."
Of course, but that's a loss. You have to understand that's a terrible loss for the United States, because Europe is its main geopolitical.
It's less of a loss than going to war with Russia. So,
of course.
I mean, and the United States could say, fuck it. Europe is decimated. The United States could say, well, fuck it. Let's make peace with Russia and China and India. Why not?
Because they won't. Because your oligarchic leaders
retarded.
The oligarchy, all they care about is like being fat and well fed, right? So they don't give a fuck. I mean, they have no real ideology, right?
No, they do give a fuck. They want to have more than the rest. They want to be the world.
That's the only way they could. If Europe is decimated, the only way to have more than the rest. I mean, they can't get it from Europe anymore, and they're not going to support Europe anymore because their economy is imploding as we speak. So they're going to say, well, why would we bother with Europe? We don't care about them. They don't even like us. I mean, they hate Trump. Maybe now they're actually starting to like him. I mean, they used to hate him, but now, because now you have these nationalist movements that are starting to take place in Europe. So now they're becoming pro-Trump. But anyway, the point is that the leaders of these countries hate Trump. Like the leaders of Germany hate Trump. The leaders of Britain hate Trump. Leaders of France hate Trump. So Trump's like, well, fuck these people. Fine. I mean, I don't give a shit. I'm going to do what's best for the United States. If we want cheap shit, we'll trade with India and China or Russia. Why not?
We will sanction India and China and Russia.
Yeah, that's the dilemma.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, the natural order would be an alliance between Russia, the United States, China, and India. That would pretty much run the resources the way they need to be run.
Yeah, that would be the new Yalta conflict.
That would be, but I do not think that is what will happen. Also, sorry for the terrible audio. I have to use my webcam microphone. So I would rather think that America will change its relationship to Europe rather than doing an alliance or whatever, rapprochement with China and India and Russia. It will just treat Europe worse, essentially, and start extracting whatever it was extracting or was wanting to extract from Russia. It will take from Europe. Anyway.
My only point was
accepting the relations with China, Russia, and India, you are equal, is basically defeat of the global agenda of United States. So, and they are not interested in that.
Precisely.
They want to be the only global power on the planet.
Ron, I think
it's all fine and dandy to we can be all friends. They don't want to do that.
No, I don't mean like be all friends. I mean it's like if you have smarter people in there that. Sorry.
Super chat
by Funa Fee. Maybe all those immigrants are planned for cannon fodder because EU people aren't going. None of them served. There are no soldiers to send today. I think those immigrants will overthrow the government faster.
Yeah,
than
exactly.
They
Could you imagine all those fucking immigrants trying to get them to fight against fucking Russians and shit? I don't think that would happen.
Yeah,
imagine giving Nika a fucking AK-47 and a helmet. I mean, he'd just turn it on and shoot the first fucking Christian he could find. I mean, that's.
I wasn't saying like I wasn't saying like
brother Christian. No.
I wasn't saying like they'd all be friends. I wasn't saying like they'd all be friends. It just the opportunity is gone, so it doesn't matter. I was just assuming if we had smarter people in there, they would realize.
But you don't have smarter people.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying, and it's a shame because there's opportunities there to work together on certain things. We can still be rivals. But there's money to be made and things to be done, and unfortunately, we have idiots in our government. So opportunities like that come and go.
Regarding the immigrants comment, it's such a fucking stupid comment. I'm sorry for saying that super chat is a stupid comment, but it is immigrants. They used to living off the welfare of the state, They don't want to work. They don't want to do anything other than receiving benefits.
You're stereotyping.
I'm talking about immigrants in Europe.
Yeah, even in Europe, I have a lot of immigrant friends. No, it's not
70% they don't want to do anything.
You can say the same thing about the United States. Most of the migrants here are finding ways to abuse the system.
Yeah,
I think that.
I know for a fact that many Indians are.
I think that
you don't live your shitty life to become a cannon fodder, man.
I think it's a stereotype.
Immigrants already left their country for war.
So why go back?
You are living your work in
Ari,
Afghanistan or Syria.
the guy that made the super chat, he made it as a
With
joke.
Germany
He was
to become a cannon fodder for the war, man.
Who
Okay,
was-
man.
who
They
was-
will
who
just
was
leave
this
for the next
mercenary-
country.
I
Who
cannot
was these
hear 5
mercenary
people
immigrants that went
speaking
to
in the
Rome
same.
to save them from the Huns? Was it the Visigoths? Who were the immigrant soldiers that went to Rome to fight for them?
Oh, the Visigoths were the ones that were
The
pushed
Visigoths,
into
yeah.
the Roman
That
border, and
worked out
they
just
were
fine, right?
yeah. Well, they were actually Then they actually turned on the Romans.
But is there a chance that they're going to ask to the Ukrainian refugees to go back and maybe forced?
Yeah.
But I think it
Every
depends on
Ukrainian
the
that fucking went illegally over the border and was risking the life, he's eager to go back and fight, man.
I know, but
No, but listen.
No, they're
I
never
cannot
going to
blame.
go back.
You cannot blame. You
You see
cannot blame
Davidov going
immigrants.
back.
You cannot blame the immigrants for not fighting for the country if
I'm not
the own
blaming.
population.
No one blaming immigrants.
Just listen me. Just listen what I'm saying, man. If the own population are fleeing, for example, Ukraine, if there is
No one is
immigrants in
blaming
Ukraine,
the
you cannot.
immigrants, Mika.
I
We're
know.
just making fun of
Listen
the
to me. Oh
idea.
my God. Can you be like 2 seconds and listen what I'm saying?
Okay, Nika.
Thank you. I said you cannot blame an immigrant who flee a war and not fighting if the own population are fleeing themselves. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to say. You see,
Okay. I'm an immigrant in America.
I lost 2
I will
minutes
tell
of
you
my
for
life.
sure, if war come to America, I'm fighting for America. If I am in
dependent.
So that's what I'm saying.
But will you go?
wherever
But
I
will
am-
you go? But will you go to attack another country?
No, I will not do that.
Exactly.
No,
Exactly.
definitely. Well,
That's
no, I
what.
will not.
Yeah.
Well, somebody come attacking America, I'm here. I'm fighting for our America. If
Yeah.
I'm in Mexico, someone fight for
what you
Mexico, I'm
guys.
fighting for Mexico. Yeah.
But because you guys are stereotyping everyone together, no, there's like, like if even in its own population, you will have people who will fight for their country, people who will flee, and people will do nothing. That's what I'm saying. Immigrants too. There's people who will fight with their country, people who will flee, people who will even be traitors. They are normal human beings. It's not like they are coming from another race. They are the same race as like the same. We are humans.
Whoa! Hold on a second. Let's not. Then there's such a thing as racism.
but
okay, I'm not.
I'm not talking.
Give me this fucking
Like immigrant
liberal
is a
nonsense.
human.
Racist doesn't exist or bullshit like that.
No, I didn't say that. I said the human, like they are human. They will have human behavior, as everyone else. People will flee. People will stay. People will
No,
fight.
but Nika is right. Like, not every immigrant has a national identity and like some sort of pride or loyalty to its own country. Some immigrants are actually willing to forsake their own tradition and lineage and their nation and assimilate. And they'll even be
do you really want the type of person that forsakes his own lineage, his own tradition, his own nation?
Precisely.
I mean, is that the kind of soldier that you want? I mean, what the fuck?
Some of them are
Isn't that what 90% of what the US is? America is?
They'll even forgive the nation that destroyed their land, and adapt to it and love it and be loyal,
Yeah, all these
the
like
whole
Pakistanis who like, they just love Britain, and they've adopted like British values, and I'm sure they're all willing. I'm sure they're all willing to fucking
they adopted the British values by conquering another place.
Country, to
British,
defend
they
their
adapted
fucking crown and shit.
They adapted
Come on, man.
They adapted to the British values by conquering another land. That's what they are doing, man.
Well,
They're
I'm pretty sure
keeping
they
the
learned
spirit.
that one from the Romans.
Super chat.
They're keeping the cycle.
Funa said, B, you're missing the point. If you pay them 5,000 a month, you might get a decent number to go. Belgian or French still wouldn't go. For 5,000 at a visa.
The funny thing during World War II, right? They went and took a bunch of them from Africa anyway, and other places to go join them to fight the war. And they were actually under the French and European rules at the time. Though they were fighting against them locally, they still went to join them and fight against the Germans. So do not underestimate people's willingness to to get involved in trouble. So yeah, I'm not surprised at all if the immigrants completely, as the comment is saying, join the line to go fight against Russia. I will not be surprised. They did it before. They will do it again. If their forefathers did it under the same people oppressing them, they joined them to go fight someone that have nothing to do with them.
Yeah.
So I will not be surprised.
Yeah. Carlo has a point because remember the Italians, right? Italians enrolled for the American military en masse to fight against Mussolini in World War II. So there is a precedence for immigrants willing to fight, at least historically, for America. But at the same time, if you look at like current present day Ukraine, I mean there are Colombians who are fighting for Ukraine en masse, just with the $5,000 and no immigration required. So I think there's a point for both sides essentially. So you can still get soldiers, mercenaries.
It depends on the human. That's why I say it depends on the person itself.
Yeah.
It's nothing
Come
have to do
on, why
with.
you all like that? They are there to fight for democracy and freedom.
Forget.
West.
Yes, you're right.
And I'm thinking,
Yes,
right?
yes.
I'm thinking
Western
be
European values. They're there to fight for European values.
And I'm thinking
They're
that
fighting for the
be
beacon
France.
of democracy. Come on.
Really ideologically committed liberals.
Well, we'll have a bunch of Pakis fighting for European values on the fields of Ukraine.
They did before. Why they did before? Why they don't do it again? They did against Hitler.
They were fighting for European values?
No, they were obliged to fight for European.
Yeah, they were obliged to fight, right? They were like forced into it. And they probably didn't know any better. And also, like a lot of these like parallels that people are making, they're forgetting about the fact that the Western countries at the time of these conflicts didn't have a welfare state. Like, for example, the United States, there was no such thing as a welfare state. Like, there was no Section 8 housing, there was no food stamps, there was no Medicaid or any of that kind of free. There was no gimme dats, as we call them. So the incentive for these people who came to the United States, they knew they had to make it on their own. So it attracted a different type of human, as you would say, Nika. Not the
they had
that
it.
come here
They
now.
had free stuff.
John.
They had free stuff. They stole free stuff.
No, Nika, no. It's something in the middle, right? It wasn't a complete welfare state back then, John. But even back then, America provided more opportunities than Europe did. That's why so many Europeans came into America. That you cannot deny, right?
Yeah,
and in fact,
they did. But another thing that a lot of people are not aware of is a lot of the Europeans that immigrated to the United States actually went back, including Italians.
Very
a lot of
few.
people don't know that. They actually came here and then they said fuck it and then left.
Very few. Yeah, majority.
No, it was actually en masse. They went back because life was extremely difficult in the United States, and a lot of them were, that was the. You want to read?
Oh yeah,
nation wars redone or are done. We are back to mercenary wars by Funafi.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that. I think basically it'll just be they won't have any allegiance. Their only allegiance will be to whoever pays them. So that'll because think about it this way, like even if you were a native Briton, for example, do you have any allegiance to your own country if they hate you?
What do you mean by native Briton?
If you're like a white British person,
what do you mean?
Where they hate you?
Who's a native Briton?
You express a racial or ethnic preference.
Define native Briton.
You can literally be put in jail for saying that on Twitter. Do you have
define
any
a native Briton?
Nika, native Britain is the guys who came and colonized us. That's
anyone
a native
from
Britain.
the Normans back.
Yeah, anyone. English. The English are the native Britons. The Welsh are the native Britain. Maybe the Scottish. Although they will be insulted if I call them native Britons. But anyway, going back to John's point, John has a good point because when I said Italians, signed up for the American army en masse, let's not forget that en masse people also went back to Germany and to Italy to join those armies as well. Even in if you have seen, I'm sure you guys have seen Band of Brothers, where two German origin guys meet who are from the same county essentially, and one guy is fighting for the German side, one guy is fighting for the American side. So yeah, in that regard, Nika is right when you say it depends on the person and the person's interest. But I think this does seem to be like we are moving towards a more, medieval Italian state war kind of mercenary era, where wars may be fought with like highly skilled mercenaries and drones and tech. Because
yeah, I think that's it. I mean, but not only that. I mean, the other thing you have to question is that the people actually doing the fighting are one thing, but you know, a nation is more than their armies, right? So who's going to keep the nation functioning? You know, who's going to be the ones that, like, are they going to feel any allegiance to the country that they currently
I can give you examples.
Go ahead.
It's regarding the super chat. We are moving not to the mercenary wars. We are moving to nations becoming private military companies like Wagner. Ukraine is basically a PMC.
Yeah, no, I agree.
What was the offer to Georgia? Like Pompeo offered Georgia to attack Russia, open the second front before the war even started. Also, according to Georgian officials, during the war, after the war in Ukraine started, they also were offered like the same treatment as Ukraine. We give you money, everything. You just become our PMC. It will be the model. It will be the Philippines. Like Israel is basically PMC of United States. Also, people don't agree with me, but they are PMC of United States in the Middle East. Like look all over the world, and you will find the candidates to become the next one. After like your PMC runs out of the soldiers, we find next one.
That's actually a really good point. That's actually a really
And
good
the
point.
funding, what was John saying about the funding? Look at Ukraine. Where funding coming from? Outside? Like without outside funding, Ukraine is
The war would have been over years ago if it wasn't for the money and the weapons that were provided by the United States and NATO
I think there's no like actual economy that's running. There's like there's no. I don't know even if you have still have a portion of that economy above a part of the agriculture and some private ownered businesses, but everything is provided by the West.
In Ukraine, right
like
now.
Every social spending, like salaries, are all paid by Europeans and United States. Like,
exactly, that's what I mean. That's what
Ukraine funds the army from everything from the budget comes to the army, but every social spending, salaries coming from the West. So that's how Ukraine finds the money, and even with all that. By the end of the year, Ukraine still lacks like 300 billion hryvnias. So it's like around 10 billion USD. It's still in the deficit from the internal funding, and they need to get it from Europeans to fund the army.
Super chat by Christopher Dobie. Giuliani gives away the game. Just follow the money.
You know, to a point, right? To what Christopher is saying, a few months ago, someone withdrew, I think, $8 or $9 billion from their Bitcoin something. And every time there's huge money movement or missing, there's going to be a turmoil around the world. Shit about to blow over. And as I said, after that money disappeared, after that money got withdrawn from that Bitcoin wallet, and that whole Middle East to South Asia area about to get hot, about to get seriously hot. And as I said, follow the money, and you see where all this is leading to. So I really believe
could have ended up in Nepal, if you think about it.
I won't be surprised. Because actually look well organized and well coordinated. It was
Super chat by Funa Fif. It happened before. Italy was given Istria and Zadar in 1915 to join the fight on the side of the Atante. History repeats, but not in the same way.
History rhymes. There's like same melodies that repeats. Yeah, it rhymes.
It's a quote from Mark Twain.
So what happened? Dethi, what happened in Nepal from the Indian perspective?
Well, from the Indian perspective, it was firstly, at least I won't say Indian perspective. I'm just giving my perspective of it, right? So, firstly, burning down your own parliament building when you are such, don't want to say the word, but they are kind of a downtrodden nation. They don't have that much fund. And you burn down your parliament building, your infrastructure like a bunch of hooligans, like a bunch of anarchists. I can't
You need to
respect that.
understand why. Yeah, I know, but you need to understand the mob, why they're doing it. It's simple. I know it's wrong, it's stupid. I'm agreeing with you 100%. I'm just giving the other point of view. It's like a symbol for them. So it's like they're burning the symbol of their oppression. I am agreeing with you.
What I would suggest them to do is to take that and reacquire that as a symbol of themselves rather than the commies.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm agreeing.
So,
I'm just explaining the mentality behind it.
On the Bastille.
Well, I mean, maybe the Bastille, but like the Parliament is like the literal opposite of the Bastille as a symbol. But anyway, I completely agree with you that the Maoist party and especially the Prime Minister that they had, I'm not even going to take his name, he was an absolute idiot. Right, and as usual, the first response of any authoritarian communist regime is to use violence. But at the same time, it was pretty evident that certain military officers were pro-monarchists and were allowing a bunch of hooligans, essentially, disorganized youth, to go ahead and burn stuff down, right? And the youth movement, they didn't even have any plans, essentially, of what would happen after they burn stuff down. Luckily, there were a few smart people, right, within that movement who were able.
Is it true that they selected the new prime minister with ChatGPT, man? Like, these people are...
Not just that, there is, someone might have suggested that, right? I'm not going to say who or anything, but the new prime minister is good. She is not going to purge the old communists, which would create absolute chaos, by the way, which is not
a terrible
wanted.
idea. They should do it.
No. We don't want chaos.
Like
in the Himalayas, no.
Our problem. Our fault is we didn't purge the old regime, so it came back with another suit. That's the issue in my country. That's what happened.
It's just neighboring, right? This is not Libya or like Tunisia, right? This is
it's worse.
This is like Belgium, right? Belgians cannot purge all Frenchmen, right? Same way in Nepal. Sorry, Mr. Nambo. I don't know if you're a Frenchman or a German, but
what do we need to do?
Purge all the Frenchmen. Anyway, I'm just gonna skip over that.
Swiss too, they should do it.
He's afraid of Belgium, you see.
So luckily, I don't know how they elected the new prime minister through. Some say Discord, some say ChatGPT. I do not know, but at least the new candidate is good. She is experienced. She was the former, Supreme Court judge, and she is open to having amenable relations with both India and China. Now, the other candidate was the pro-American candidate, which was the king, who had murdered his own family, by the way, to become the king. And that's what brought the communists to power. His murdering of the royal family is what legitimized the Maoists and brought them to power in Nepal 10 or 20 years ago, right? So bringing that guy back was complete disaster. Sushila is going to be good. That's my perspective of it, at least.
Why I said they should? Why I said that it's not like arbitrary because I hate them or something. No, because they still have the connections, they still have the money, they still have the power. That's why you need at least to. I don't say like put guillotines as the French did or something, but at least isolate them, give trial to them, even symbolic trial, so they can not like corrupt again the political system.
Nika, that's gonna trigger a Chinese SMO into Nepal if you do that. In fact, there was indications that some among the anarchists did want to do that, and it did take a lot of intervention to stop them, essentially.
I know,
right?
but
So
that will
that's
make the issue
chaos.
come back. That's the issue will come back again. I told you, I'm talking about experience here. They will chase suit. They will have other people
Yeah.
in the front, and they will work their links. They will work their money. They will work because they had the power. They had the system. They had the money. They know how it works, so they can rebrand
Nika,
that.
I know, but how are you going to purge them, Nika? Can you purge the Muslim?
I said
Are
you
you
need to do
going
it
to
smartly.
purge the Muslim Brotherhood in? Can you purge the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt?
Well,
No,
Desi, I
of
think
course no.
I think what
But
Nika is talking about is like what Dr. Stucker's plan was for Germany when he brought the blood and honor laws to the Reich in 1935. It was not to it was not to gas all the Jews, but it was like they literally had laws and ordinances where they were
Desi, I wanna bring back the Muslim Brotherhood to Egypt, not to get them out, and not to bring them
No,
back.
I know. I'm saying, can it be purged? You cannot purge. Same way we cannot purge the communists in India.
But that's
They're
different.
there. They're going to remain.
You know the difference. What the Muslim Brotherhood is in ideology. It's like a political movement, is something like this. But those are just opportunists who want like the money. That's it. They are about the power and the money. They don't have ideology. They will be like whatever you want them to be, to have the power and the money. That's the thing. I'm not like talking about people with ideology.
The Maoists are not for the money, right? These are poor buggers who do not, the majority, the cadre of Maoists, right? They have no money whatsoever. They're never going to get any money whatsoever. And all they struggle for,
the power, the ones who
those,
have the power,
those are the corrupt, the prime minister, right? Communism is always, let's see, you have to realize what is communism.
I understand the situation too. The people who had the power, they didn't have influence, they were corrupt.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm talking about those.
That's how always communism works, right? In communism, you have a whole bunch, the vast majority of ideologically motivated utopian ideal holding whatever, who actually believe in the cause. And then you have like a small group of very smart people
who will take advantage.
Yes, that's always, for the vast majority of the cases, that's the case, right?
Yeah,
but this is the thing. But Nika, this is the thing. If you take out a leadership matters. There is a psychological effect amongst the followers, right? Like how if you killed why is Israel killing the Hamas leadership or the Hezbollah leadership? It's less because of
idea. That's a stupid way to wage like insurgency war, by the way, anyway. But no, the leadership, you will have multiple leaderships. Like it happened in our country. The president went away, their family went away, but you see the third echelon, they ranked up and they gain power because they have the power. That's the issue. That's why I said they need to be isolated, not like putting duties in necessary, but at least prevented from political and economical influence.
Can't be done, brother. It cannot be done in Nepal.
So they will get back again. That's the issue.
We did that. You know what that we did that here in India. We did that to one of the 65 communist parties, which was CPI, Maoist. You know what happened? They went insurgents mode. They took up arms, and they exist still. Out of the 64 other communist parties, 61 are dead and defunct. You need to let these ideological movements die out on their own, and they will die out on their own. If you coerce them, if you try to, crush them, it only legitimizes them. It will make martyrs out of them, and you do not want that.
That's a very astute point.
Yeah. You do not want
we are
that.
talking about the same point, by the way. I realize we are on the same point, but we are like miscommunicating about it. But we are on the same point. Ideology, you cannot win it in war and assassination. But I'm talking about the few that are opportunistic. That's what I'm talking about. I know ideology, you cannot win it with wars or with violence. No. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm talking about the few groups that are like opportunistic and they care about only the money and power. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you have to win with love.
Maybe we don't have to stop every 5 minutes to defend every Islamic movement. You know, maybe Desi's speaking in generalizations and he's not like making accusations against the whole fucking religion. I mean, it's like every fucking time someone says something, you got to sit here and explain the history and explain why it's not as bad as it says. It's not as bad as they say they are. We get it. Not all Muslims are terrorists. Not all Muslims are going to blow themselves up. He's talking about something that affects him because he's in fucking India. He's not talking about all the fucking the Muslims all over the fucking world.
I was talking about Nepal.
We were not. By the way, I'm not talking about Muslims either. I'm talking about just about generalizing. Not just communists, any kind of armed insurgency. Any kind of armed insurgency, because
I was talking about Nepal. I don't know why Von was triggered.
Or really any kind of ideology at all. If you drive it underground, like you just make it sexy.
Precisely, Tristan. I completely agree with that point.
And it's the same pattern. I talked, for example, I give the example from Tunisia because it's the same pattern from Nepal and Tunisia. I said I didn't like. I wasn't talking about any Islamic movement. I said if you have the people in power, they stay. They will regain power. That's it.
Precisely, and you have to also consider the fact that if even if it's like against a communist movement or against the Islamist movement, any kind of new administration that comes about will be and for crypto in the chat, right? Even if you want to build up a communist revolution, this also applies to the leftist. If you're replacing a government, your new administration will be much more inexperienced than the previous ones, and it is bound to make mistakes, right? So it is always a good idea to not go to any kind of extreme, with whether it is with the purging or with policy. And if you want any kind of transition to be successful, you take it slow, right? You take it into a slow transition and make sure you do not completely break down the previous apparatuses of government. Otherwise, your state will completely collapse and turn into Cambodia. You do not want a Cambodia. That's what all I'm saying. Yeah.
You can just ask ChatGPT how to run the country, man.
it kind of ties up back into United States, right? You know, because now you're seeing the United States at this crossroad due to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So it's like the reaction of the US government and the US, right wing, cannot be over extreme. Like I feel like this cancel culture thing where they now on this revenge mode, right? My worry is that they might go too far. My worry is that they go too far.
Yeah, but wait, the United States government hasn't done anything.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
The government has not done anything.
Yeah, which is a good thing. That like someone asked me in the DPA forum or something, that they asked me. I said that they asked me if Trump is doing anything or not. I said that I don't think so, because whatever Trump is trying to do right now is already going to solve a lot of the problems. So far, I don't think they need to do anything extra because of this assassination.
You can just look at the history, man. History goes in cycles. Go to the 60s and political assassinations in the United States in the 60s, and it's the same basically as now. When the institutions go so bad, so corrupt, that you need to tear it down, like the same happening right now. Everything is going to shit, and you see more and more political assassination. Like I saw a stat that it's like in the last 5-year period, there were more attempts and assassination by political motives as like in the early 60s or something. So it's all going in cycles. You just need to go read about history, what happened in the 60s, and you will basically know what will happen now with some modern twists.
I'd say probably one of the major factors driving a lot of this political violence in the United States is, and I'm no Marxist, material conditions, which Marx said, material conditions always precipitate a revolutionary atmosphere. When people are having trouble affording rent,
that I'll kind of agree with Tristan completely, that people resort to violence and violent political outbursts only when their own material conditions are worsening or getting stagnant, or when they personally lose hope in achieving a better life. I agree, but there is also
like in the 1960s in the United States, at least, that wasn't true. Actually, during the 1960s, things were really good in the United States. I mean, especially compared to what they are now. I mean, if you look what the inflation rates were like, how affordable housing was in the United States, the welfare state was expanding, not contracting. So if you, just to say that it's just a matter of like, times were tight and people couldn't feed themselves, that was not the. That was
Indeed.
not
There is
and
a rule,
that's not the only factor.
We say there is a rule like fridge always beats the TV. Like if you have a full fridge, you will not listen to propaganda because you have a full fridge and like
that's my
you can
point.
say everything,
in the 1960s,
it impacts the like unrest against the government, not unrest against like political friction within the country. It's like when you want to overthrow the country and change the political regime completely. But what happened in the United States is like the degradation of the elites and the ideology battle. It has nothing to do with that people are poor or not. Like ideology of like who was that, transgender ideology? Does it have anything to do with rent or like that people are poor?
No, I agree.
No.
I'm not. I agree with you. It doesn't have anything. I was not speaking to your point.
And to that extent, Charlie Kirk was like he was for the people. He like just listen. 1 month ago, he went on the Tucker Carlson like and was talking about radicalization of the youth because people are poor. So he was defending the poor. Like who like if you are poor, will you shoot the one who is defending you? Like it's a fucking retarded argument.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I said. So it doesn't have to do with. Karl Marx saw everything through the lens of class struggle.
It's not solely that, but it's definitely a factor. Like if you've got food on your table and your TV's still on, what real reasons do you have to kill people apart from unless you get taken in by some bizarre fringe ideological movement? And often the product that too. Some of the people who are products of this.
Two ends. I think what your point is true, except for that the one end is that you have too little of something, but then you have the extreme other end is that you have everything.
Well, I mean, there's a new phrase that's been going around now. I think it was coined by Rod Henderson. Are you familiar with that guy? He's a psychologist, sociologist. This guy, he went to Yale. He got a master's degree at Yale, but he's like a half Asian guy, but he grew up in the foster care system, like really poor, came from like really fucked up background. And, he went from foster family to foster family. And then like after he got aged out of the foster care system at like 17 or 18, he joined the military. And then after being in the military, he got disciplined and, he had fucked around with drugs or anything, but it turned out he was a genius. And he went to, he ended up going to Yale and I think he went to Oxford.
What did he say?
Luxury beliefs. He said it's the new thing now where like rich people, instead of like wearing Rolex watches or Louis Vuitton handbags, now they care about transgenderism or this.
That's the whole woke culture thing, right?
Because poor people
very fashionable.
Yeah, it's fashionable, exactly. So it's luxury beliefs. You can look them up or look up the phrase.
Come
luxury
on,
beliefs.
What is more cool than having a Prada bag, having a totally different ethnic group adopted child?
Yeah, exactly.
Or some kind of fringe, like niche identity that people have to like bend the knee to.
I'm transgender and my pronouns are, X, Y, Z, and this or that. I'm.
Which, fascinatingly enough, is actually a product of massive amounts of privilege. Like, do you know how much money it costs to be on hormones and get your bottom surgery and all the rest of it?
No, but
fucking lot of money.
So yeah, exactly. So it's always like these really rich celebrities that you notice how like I don't know what her name is, but she was on like actress for Sex and the City, and she has like adopted a bunch of kids, and I think she has 3 kids, and they're all transgender. I mean, what are the odds, right? I mean, You know what I mean? I mean, whose idea really was it? Was it her or the kids? You know?
So what is more luxurious than having an adopted kid that is totally different ethnic group from you? You adopt a kid that is totally different ethnic group from you who is also trans. No, that is more luxurious than
It's kind of like it's literally like, you know, kids like from Africa. Like I remember there was SNL skit between Madonna and I forget maybe it was Angelina Jolie, and they were each trying to like one up each other by how different their adopted baby was. Like, you know, like well, my kid's from Cambodia, well, mine's from Africa, and they're like, well, mine's from Mars. You know, it was like literally like they were just, it was like a status symbol, like how poor the country that I snatched my kid from was, you know. I'm sorry, Desi, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not gonna address that, but before John cut me off, I was just gonna address what Tristan said. That yes, you know, material wealth does play a part in most struggles, but what the current problem is similar to what Bigari said, and the most similar, analogy to what is happening in United States today is India in the 90s. India was not in decline in the 90s. We had just liberalized and a massive influx of wealth had come in, right? So there was the social, the religious tension and all the riots. It was not triggered by lack of material welfare. Rather, it was the abundance of material welfare amongst one social strata who then were able to influence their own particular groups into violent acts that caused all the Hindu-Muslim riots in India. And it was both Hindus and Muslims, elites who did it. But yes, it didn't have anything to do with material conditions of people. It was just that the nation got fractured into two, into the Hindu camp and the Muslim camp, and is still reverberating. It was there since 1947, but what happened in the 90s was like peak escalation, where you had all the terrorist attacks, the bombings, the mass riots which burnt down whole metropolitan cities. It was horrible, essentially, and it all ended in 2002 when then Gujarat's chief minister Narendra Modi didn't order the police to intervene against the Hindu crowds who went and did do horrible stuff to Muslims. But we haven't had any political violence, at least like Hindu-Muslim riots, since. That's my point. And if you allow, essentially, by not doing anything, you allow the left or the right or whatever, whichever camp you're on, to escalate its violent spree, that is what it's going to lead to, until like something so horrible is going to happen that then everyone decides to chill the fuck out. So the lefties in India, they still criticize Narendra Modi for, not intervening and stopping the Hindu mobs. But the right, while they cannot say that it is good, they will say it was necessary. I'm in neither camp, but that is what happened. That is what happened. And if you allow violence to escalate like this, without doing anything, without intervention, then it will keep escalating from one side and another side. So, and that was another one of my points. Like, if you allow the Charlie Kirk's assassination to just allow it to be another nothing burger, right? Just another political assassination, just another school shooting or whatever. It won't end up good. That's all I'm saying.
Right. No, no, I don't disagree with you, but I think that's the whole point is how do you respond? Like, so like.
Or the other situation can be like.
Sorry, I mute the wrong person. I wanted to mute Tristan, but I muted John. Sorry, John.
Oops, sorry.
You have to repeat yourself. Sorry.
Oh, I had a question to Desi. I was just saying, like, we'll never know the answer to this question, but what had happened if you said he did not respond? I'm assuming you're saying he didn't respond to stop the Hindus from rioting, right? Like he allowed it to, that's why he's considered like a Hindu nationalist. But what if he had, let's say, intervened and stopped him? Like, we don't know what would have happened then, right? So my point is, like, in the situation that the United States is going through, like, anything Trump does, no matter what he does, the left is going to accuse him. Like, even if he does things that are totally, he's trying to say, chill the fuck out, motherfuckers, on both sides. They're going to say you're picking sides. Like, he's in a no-win situation as far as that goes. That's why you haven't seen the federal government do anything regarding Charlie Kirk. This is all happening grassroots. And it's not even just happening in the United States. I mean, I saw shit in Australia where they were having marches about Charlie Kirk, which was bizarre to me, but hey, whatever. So,
well, I can give you an example.
America.
John, I'll let Mr. Lambo and Wyatt speak after I go, but it's just there are examples of what I completely understand what Trump is doing, and I completely understand him not wanting to escalate violence, not wanting to look bad, right? But there was an Indian leader, Hindutva leader, who did that, and he's Atal Bihari Vajpayee. He's the guy I look up to the most, and I think he did the same thing. He didn't allow Hindus to riot, right? He also appeased the Muslims and reasoned with them. Most Muslims were reasonable. The ones who were reasonable were the ones who were rioting, right? And at the same time, when he stopped the Hindus, especially the Hindu fringe right, it only, invigorated them more and like made them more angry. And this continued, but at the same time, you kept having more and more riots. It didn't solve anything. You kept having more riots in India, essentially. But he was doing the right thing. That's morally the right thing to do, right? If you're a prime minister, you keep the peace. If you're a king, you keep the peace. But when there is a problem, you have to solve it. Now, how do you solve this problem in America? It's hard, man. I'm not an American. I don't even know half the things that is happening.
Yeah, I don't
right?
think. Sorry.
I can only say it's the Indian perspective of how we solved it and how we should move forward. But I think, at least from what I see, there needs to be some kind of government response. There needs to at least be dialogue. Do at least the things that Atal Bihari Vajpayee did. Go and have dialogue with the opposition. Have dialogue with their leaders, like, right, the left's leaders, and then have dialogue with the right's leaders. At least bring in the moderates together so you can, label the fringe to be fringe, right? Because right now, the ones who are celebrating are there's a group that's celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination in Twitter, and there's a group who are getting infuriated by what the other group is doing, and that's only driving a wedge. It's only going to escalate the violence. It's not going to bring any kind of culmination. That's what I'm seeing, at least on the internet. Now, what's happening in the ground, in the grassroots, I have no clue, brother. You will know better. So yeah, I'll give it to Wyatt, and then Mr. Lambo, and then Bigari.
Yeah, Bigari go. I think Bigari.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that what Desi gave an example that Modi allowed to escalate and then everyone chilled out. Like, I can give you example from my country. In 2014, one side got the escalation rights and they never chilled out. And then we got a civil war and they got the right to violence over the other side, and it never went away. So it's not the universal formula.
Probably.
Yeah. I agree and disagree with Desi. I know it's harsh sometimes to do that kind of politics, but what I disagree with is even in India now, what happened like 50 years ago will not maybe have the same result as now. So the place when it's different, it can change. The period when it's different, it can change. Even in the same place. What I want to say is maybe if you do the same thing in America, shit will get like worse. Maybe, I don't know. It's an experience. Maybe they should do that, man. But maybe that's not the best case. What I mean is, yeah, you can replicate the same solution. Even in India now, it can have different results. For example, I wanted to give another example that I emphasize what that is happening. What happened is what happened to Sweden in South Syria. Yeah, the West is saying it's genocide and they're killing Druze and stuff, but when they wanted to speak with them and they had power, they refused to deal with the government and stuff. When they let the tribes to deal with them, and they were like very hard with them, they wanted negotiation. And even in the West area, when they responded by force, they did some atrocities. But now the place is more calm and more peaceful, and they even have like good lives now.
That makes sense to me, but your previous point also makes sense that will probably not make sense to any of our American friends here.
No,
because their
like
society is different. Yeah.
even
is different,
in the
I guess so.
same even in the same country, if you do it in a different time with different conditions, it can have a different solutions. Sorry, why?
Agreed.
I mean,
So
everything.
Tristan, go.
Like with the talk about like same solution, different time, all of this stuff that we're talking about happened like pre-internet, right? You no longer have this sort of rage baity environment, as Willie OAM says, a pseudo environment, you know, where people constantly are going for the emotional reaction and getting the emotional reaction too. And people want to get angry about stuff.
Yeah, so I wanted to build on John's point earlier, although I almost entirely forget what he said. But I remember what I want to say is that the Trump seems to be wanting to tone down the tension. Like he initially he condemned the attack, the assassination, and then he gave the medal, the Freedom Medal. But then after that, he just brushed off any more Q&A on any more question on the Charlie Kirk. Like there was one clip that went viral.
Where people don't know, like they were actually friends in real life. Like Trump's son
Very
and
close.
Charlie Kirk were actually like best buds. But anyway, keep going.
Yeah, so they were very close. So the thing is that the press was trying to dig more stuff, right? Trying to stir more shit, and then they were asking how Trump is feeling, because of the Charlie Kirk thing. He said he's pretty good. And immediately he changed topic to, do you see the ballroom that is being constructed right now? It's like he just like brush it off, and then of course the anti-Trump people immediately clip it and try to go make and made it viral because it's like, as if you don't care about Charlie Kirk, but like totally disregarding that he just gave him a Freedom Medal posthumously, and also condemn nationally on with a public speech, and also half-mast the flag all the way until Sunday. So that is a lot of honor for a person who is not even in politics. So that's a lot of honor. So it's just that he have to tone down. I think it's just like what Desi has said. Sometimes you need to you need to create a balance rather than doubling down on your side. So in that sense, Trump has already did, I think, as much as he could. Anything more that he say is going to just make things worse. Regardless, it's going to be pro or anti the Charlie Kirk faction.
I think the opposite. He's the one like he have a kind of responsibility. Sorry, Mr. Lambo. Sorry.
Just continue. I'm going to do after you.
It's okay. I will be civilized.
No, the thing is, I said it in the beginning. The press need to stop. It's like every single message about Trump is negative. He never do something right. Never. And it's not difficult that you're going to create hate. I can blame the press partially of that, of the death of Charlie Kirk also, because the press is putting hate on MAGA so hard. I mean, in the United States, you still have the left and the right press, but like in Belgium and France and other countries is like most of lefty press. So they following the propaganda, same shit about Ukraine and Russia, all that shit. And now for like a news I was reading before was Trump asked to every state and every mayor of every city to put the flag half a pole. Guess which mayor refused? That woman of LA. She refused. I mean, come on, is that so difficult to be a little bit humane, have a little bit of empathy, solidarity, even if it's not your side of your party? But if you have
just for
like
clarification,
that,
so Lambo,
so
so people know, like it's only legally required for federal buildings to do that. So because I know it's like the United States is weird to a lot of other countries. Like each state or a city or a county, they can do their own thing. Like I'm not saying it's good that they did that. I'm just explaining.
Yeah, but it
wasn't what they did was not against the law. It was rude, but it wasn't. It wasn't a crime.
Yeah, I know, but it's just rude, like you said. You get an order of your chief of command, and you just refuse it. Why? Because he was a red person. He was not blue.
Oh, I mean, those are federal buildings. So, I mean, if somebody wants to whistleblow on the people that didn't do that, then they'll probably lose their jobs.
I'm going to bet that the Democrats not going to have a next president in the next election. They can forget it already. That's my opinion. They played it too hard. Like I said in the beginning of the open mic, always bashing, and they were, of course, both sides were going to bash on each other. But how that the Democrats, even the press, was doing since Trump his first term. It's just disgusting. It's just disgusting.
Can I speak?
And all others also, like people with a lot of followers on YouTube. I don't going to name his name, Davidov. Oops. The guy is just putting hate. The guy is fucking putting hate. If you're going to watch his channel, he's like questioning everything, and he's putting hate, and he's going to blame, I don't care. He was not supporting Ukraine. He was supporting Israel, all that shit. I mean, just stop doing that. It's not because he doesn't have your opinion, but like this side, like the pro-Ukrainians need to be agree with them, otherwise you fuck. It's like they also complaining that NATO don't want to send troops inside the country, so they are fucking, they're going to shout to NATO and bashing NATO for that. I mean, NATO financed and give a lot of ton shit to Ukraine, but it's not enough. It's not enough. How do you call that? Selfishness. Being fucking selfish. It's crazy. It's crazy.
So what saddens me? Sorry, coping. I was going to say, but okay. What saddens me really is that. I'm always like, I will repeat it again and again. I don't justify any killing, but when you dehumanize the others, like I see when people like justify killing kids in Palestine, for example, I find it very hard when people like say to me, you need like to be, you don't need to justify killing someone else. They're both human lives. Like the Palestinian that, for example, we have Hind Rajab, who were killed in her car with bullets, with video recording, and even it's like, it's very sad to me, even to how a person can justify a killing and don't justify another. I'm here talking for the.
I think I said something very similar to you.
I'm agreeing with you.
I said that.
I know. I'm not talking.
Leave the killing to the adults because.
But even adults. I mean,
soldiers.
Not even adults. He's adult. He's an adult. I don't justify his killing. No. I don't even say that.
I think there's a difference between. This is my opinion.
Yeah, but he's the one. But for example,
there's a difference between killing me and killing a 3-year-old girl. There's a difference.
Yeah, of course. But even kids, they are justifying killing kids from the right side too. That's the issue. And they ask me then to be human and to see the family. You didn't see the family from the other side who are seeing their kids being murdered. You know, for example, the story of Hind Rajab. She was in a car with her family. The Israelis killed all the adults in the car. They left her by chance. She called the 911, their 911, and it's recorded. The voice is very sad. She was like the girl and the woman on the other line was speaking to her, and she had everyone die in front of her, and the Israeli car was outside, and she was like consoling her, and then you need to listen to the discussion. Is very horrifying, and the Israelis know there's civilians inside because they were very very close. They finished by killing her, and they killed even the ambulance that went to her. It's very sad, but no one speak about that.
No, I agree, and I think it's terrible, and I think that you're kind of preaching to the choir here, because I think I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think the majority of people here agree with you, and then even people that are pro Israel's right to exist are completely.
But they are justifying people. I'm not saying about Kirk himself. I don't know his position.
Kirk started to turn. I don't know.
I know. I'm not talking about him. I'm not talking about the whole political side that justifying that killing, and then say no. You need to not justify the killing of innocent Kirk. Yeah. You need to be consistent. You need to be consistent. That's what I'm saying.
John, Nika has a point, right? Nika does have a point.
No, I agree. But I also have a thing, this is one point.
No. I'm talking.
I'd like to come in here.
No, Coping. You have to wait another 1 hour before you. No. Before I just want to cut in for a second. But talking of like Nika's point was, John, and you have to realize this because this is important for the rest of the world, especially the perception is that the American right doesn't care, or worse, Americans don't care at all, right? And they only care when one of their own dies. If one of their own dies, it becomes news.
Even they're not in the wrong side. If even one of their own, for example, if there is a Palestinian American dead, it's 2 or 3, they didn't care. But if it's on the right side, on their right side, they will care. That's even the more like crazy part.
I'm not going into. Look at the U.S. government and the U.S. media. What's the narrative? Of course, they're not going to report your side of the story. I mean, what's the surprise? I mean, I'm not Saddam Hussein. You think we're going to talk about all the civilians we killed?
No. But I mean, precisely.
They're not going to report on it. That horrible story. Because it doesn't fit their narrative and they don't want people to find out. They don't want people to not support the war. So don't complain about the media. That's the way it is. They're all in bed with the government that's in bed with the people doing it. And the people doing it have tons of supporters that will manipulate people and threaten people and fire people and hire people that will do exactly what they're fucking told. And that's why it's going on. You know, if you guys were Israel, then we'd be talking about you and how the fucking assholes shot this little girl in the car and left everybody dead and all that. But you're on the wrong side, according to our government, so you're not going to get your story out. That's the problem.
But it's
wait. The real problem thus arises is like people become unsympathetic towards America. People stop caring. Like my dad. When I reported on Charlie Kirk, he said just I have stopped caring. I don't even care if America has a civil war anymore, because like America is viewed as literally the Third Reich. It's like the Third Reich. That's the perception. That's the perception. That's the perception outside of like regular normies. Like everyone thinks America is the villain, and people stopped empathizing when terrible things happen to Americans. Same thing is happening in America also amongst the right and the left. Do you remember people were mocking George Floyd and like making calling him a crack addict, which maybe he might have been, I don't know.
No, he was a fentanyl addict. He had multiple convictions, and
he didn't deserve to die either way.
People mocked him. Regardless of the facts, people mocked his death. The right mocked his death openly on Twitter, and then now the left is doing it. Because there was no action taken back then on the right, and there is not going to be any action taken on the left, which seems to be the case, this kind of thing is going to continue.
See, I kind of agree with where you're going, but I don't like this moral equivalency because you brought up George Floyd in the same context.
I'm not. Then not George Floyd, but I'm saying in general, right? the problem is not this incident or that incident. Who is obviously George Floyd was a fentanyl addict, while this Charlie Kirk is a reputable, honest journalist and educator. But the problem is the lack of empathy among the both sides. You cannot now. You have reached a point where the left does not care even after a person has died.
I think the George Floyd thing is not exactly this. The George Floyd thing is that the left was pushing it as if that the police deliberately killed him, ignoring that he has criminal records, and then the right reacted because this is a miscarriage of justice against the police that was doing his job. Of course, the police was also very brutal with the way how he kneed the neck. Yeah. So no, it was just that kind of nuance. I think it is quite different from the situation with Charlie Kirk. There was contention, you know.
Absolutely.
George Floyd. One second. Absolutely. I will give an example. You know, Shireen Abu Akleh is an American. She has the nationality from the birth. She was an American. I think I'm not sure about the last. She was killed by a bullet. She was a journalist killed by a sniper bullet. Do anyone here know about her? No, I don't think so. She was American. No,
it's just
lived in America.
In Gaza?
It's 3-4 years ago. 3-4 years ago.
Nika, that's what Juan said, right? People won't know because they won't report on this because it's not amongst their agenda.
I can tell you, Nika. I can tell you, none of the Americans even know what is the names of those hostage that are Americans that is held under Hamas. Because the media don't really report much about it.
Exactly, that's what I'm telling you. That's what we see. That's what we see in the West.
Even though they are Americans too, they are hostage under Hamas.
I know,
but nobody knows their name. So
I know.
Yeah. And we have neglected Coping a lot. You know, Coping was like like he gave up. He threw away his fingers. Yeah, Coping, why you come in so late? No, I want to do closing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was busy, so I couldn't really join. I couldn't even chat, but I was able to kind of intermittently catch up and more or less talk on the open mic. Very nice. I appreciate that we're having a lot of talks on Charlie Kirk. I'll try to keep it a little bit short because I think it should be readily acknowledged that Charlie Kirk is sort of like us. You know, whether you agree or disagree, we come on here and we agree or disagree, it doesn't really matter. The point is that we're exercising our right to exchange, words, right, and opinions and thoughts. And the difference here is that he took it to the next level. Wyatt takes it to the next level compared to us by simply hosting it. But he doesn't go on live, face to face, in person. And he's also, you can argue that he is doing it in the favor of a political party and whatever. But a man following his convictions, unless it is actually fatalistic, I don't really see an issue with it. And this guy, the worst kind of framing I've seen of this guy still doesn't put him anything close to like a dangerous dude. Like he was, if anything, the opposite, precisely because he went right out there to discuss with you. Now, as many pointed out, which is quite disconcerting, is exactly the responses that you will get. And I do agree with those of you who state like there was definitely prior to this a dehumanizing facet from the right side as well. But it's not the same. I wouldn't they are a little bit different. But if you think about it like this, right? If you are a right winger, you're a fascist. If you're a left winger, then you're a communist. If you're a Muslim, you're a child raping terrorist. And if you're a Zionist, you're a Nazi. Of course, these statements in and of by themselves are patently absurd. But, since it's fashionable nowadays to be trying to get diagnosed as functionally retarded, we get these exact examples that we get with Charlie Kirk, where basically if you are like in that right wing, like even if you're like the most milky toasty dude like this guy, you're now considered an extremist. And so it's valid to kill you. Right. And what are you seeing, of course, with these responses that many people are giving, when they're cheering on his death, of course, you're going to be having the opposite going back here, where your lefties are commies and whatever. And they seem to be a little bit functionally retarded, those people who are doing it, because what we're really talking about here is stochastic terrorism. And when you are cheering on as violence as a principal means of communication, right, then that is the interlocutor you are attracting. So I saw people, for example, suggesting that Charlie Kirk's name should be turned into a verb. And I started listing people that they didn't like. And I think this person should be kirked. This person should be kirked. Yeah, of course, this could be flipped on the other side as well, where those who are saying like, okay, you are those who are cheering it on for stochastic terrorism, we'll give you a stochastic response. You considered Kirk to be evil, so we're going to evil Kirk you. And then because you have this opinion, right? And this is rational, because think about it like this. If you invite violence as the principal means of communication, there's nothing else to talk about, right? And you are morally, regardless who you are and what opinion you are morally obligated to defend yourself. So this, of course, this brings a foreboding of a threat that needs to be dealt with sooner rather than later. So what did this teenager do, right? Which is incredibly tragic, right? I consider anyone who's under 25 to still not be an adult. I mean, they're kind of playing with adulthood, but they're not really adults, right? What did a young man really need? He needed actually a conversation with a person like Charlie Kirk, 10 years older, had a little bit of experience in life, kind of gone through with a bit, and trying to give you another way to communicate. But what did he do? He was kind of weak and mentally disturbed, decided to take the life of a man for, ultimately no good reason. What was he hoping to achieve? Silencing him certainly caused a lot of a stir. I do not see this going away anytime soon. I mean, when this happened, I was on a stream. And then as soon as they came out that he was shot, those who were in the stream, they stated, yeah, this is a hostile military operation via the means of stochastic terrorism. So this is how, because it's in the context of psychological warfare, hybrid warfare, right? So when people are identifying this as such, right, then of course the opposite one can be expecting as well. Like we are seeing a consolidation of a mentality that brings to this oft mentioned omen of civil war, be it in Europe, but make no mistake about it, this pans beyond the United States. Kirk's assassination made waves. And like in Norway, for example, we had politicians that also cheered on his death, but they were forced to resign, which I think is a mistake, because I think they should be there to kind of be the representatives of what party they are, right? Anyways, whether you like it or not. But it is very telling that in Norwegian media, one of the first things that they tried to do was like to have one of the most famous presenters, for example, for debates and whatever, and basically equating, him with the Kirk with Anders Behring Breivik, the single most destructive terrorist, lone man terrorist act in the 21st century, right? He was our homegrown wacko, gunning down a bunch of unarmed teenagers, right? Because these lefties, right? Even the children were irredeemable because they belonged to the party. Okay, Charlie Kirk was nothing like that. Obviously, was nothing like that. But that's how the media in Norway are painting it, and this is of course causing issues where we are like now they are seeing more and more Norwegians who are not only flaming towards the media, but they're deeming it as even appropriate now. Some of them to be sending the names of, for example, the politician here or certain other prominent figures who make outrageous statements, sending it to the U.S. Foreign ministries or Mark Rubio's deputies and stuff like that, right? So that they will be denied entry to the United States.
The State Department.
State Department, thank you. That was what I was looking for, right? And this is just to bar them from entering the United States. They cannot do much with them in Norway, but I found that incredibly telling when with how these things are kind of spilling across the borders. Like the whole West is kind of going in, and like right before that, we had this issue with this, Mr. Lambo had in the background there, Irina Sorica, whatever. She was clearly subjected to a racist attack, but then it says not fitting. Then it's like if we don't have a mention of it in Norway at all. And then when there was an immigrant, there was one Ethiopian care worker who was killed by an illegal Serbian immigrant, right? He killed her because she was black and because she was Muslim. And that was, of course, the only thing that mattered. Without actually, the media would not even touch on the underlying problem. He was an illegal. And he had already been convicted, and he was already there was multiple crimes on this motherfucker already. He should have been deported to the bottom of the ocean, not even his homeland. And here, they're focusing on far right extremism and shit like that. Yeah, because you keep importing fucking criminals and nutcases, from one case or the other, and then you shut down debate. Okay, this is I think it's actually to me, I kind of consider it's almost obligatory that the more they try to silence, like be it through assassination, be it through smearing, be it through and so forth. And I'm sorry for having rambled so much, but yeah, I mean, I feel compelled to speak up.
You're coping.
Yes, I am really.
I think you were good. I think you did. I think what you said was great.
I'm joking about the name, man. I'm joking.
No, it's fun. My name is indeed my game.
So I wanted to do closing. So Coping, do you want to continue? Do you have any more things to close, or you want to close later? Let other people talk first.
I went on for a long time, so take me a few notches later.
Okay, I put you to closing remark. So I let Nika go first. Yeah.
So I hope that we talk about other subjects other than the assassination of Kirk. We talked about there's like still other issues we didn't talk about enough, and I think at all, like what happened to Qatar and the issues the future war against Iran and against Turkey. Those things, because people who don't know, Turkey is preparing for war, and people don't know about this. They announced about hypersonic missiles because they learned from Iran. They're preparing underground bunkers for in every big city and medium city in Turkey, because they are trying to learn from the mistakes that Iran have. And even Iran is trying to prepare for itself, because we have a rogue state supported by a rogue president, a genocidal supporter president, Trump. And this is my opportunity, my main belief. If we said it's genocide Joe, I think we are entitled now to say genocide Trump. Because it's supporting even more what they are doing. Always the craziness of the Israelis is on top of the limit, like attacking a negotiating team that you asked to be there in Qatar is crazy. American asked and Israeli asked for Hamas negotiators to be in Qatar, because they could have been in Iran, in North Korea, in Turkey, but I think Obama and Netanyahu himself asked the Qatari leadership to host Hamas so they can have more control on it. And you then bomb the people who you are negotiating. So that gives you the mindset of what's happening. I think that incident will change a lot of things, not now, but in the future. Even Arab country now, figuring out everything they done, because no amount of ass licking, no amount of money that you will give to America will guarantee you protection against the Israeli maniacs. So I think a lot of people, depending on the leadership, everyone will deal with it. I think people will double down. Some leadership will double down the ass licking. Some will try to see other routes. And I think it's now obvious what you need to do. Turkey, I think, will double down. It's I think they are, for example, they are preparing for a next generation fighter with Indonesia. They are because it's heavily money intensive, because they know the Israelis are good in it. I think we talked about everything else intensively, and thank you again, Wyatt, and hopefully this channel will get monetized too, and not get demonetized. It's all because of Vaughn. I blame Vaughn, and I will blame you, Vaughn.
I nearly did it too. I came in with a Wagner shirt.
I blame. Everyone should blame Vaughn. I think. Yeah.
I blame Vaughn.
I love you, Vaughn. I love you. I'm joking. No, he didn't do it intentionally. The Zionists and YouTube are the ones who are responsible.
Yeah. If I have known, I would have asked him to take it down. Right. The thing is
I know. No one we are.
I was there for 2 years and they never said anything.
Exactly.
This is
maybe it's the changing of the policies and stuff anyway.
Yeah.
But
Which
you
is
see
why
how
we can't use the whole
work.
channel, right? The
Yeah,
old channel we can't use at all because it's like I have to wipe the whole freaking channel. Like, what's the point? Like, just create a new channel.
Yeah. It's the good a good idea to do it like this. I think you should keep it for at least one another or one or two OMs, so everyone come here in the end, and then maybe keep it or like let it as an archive. So I hope for everyone. One thing, as I said, what happened to Kirk is not like the biggest issue. It's a fever. It's not the cause. The cause is what everyone here is repeating and inflating. That's the cause. You guys are like helping this to get even worse. I'm coming from your future. I know what's happening. This is leading to the chaos, to your destruction. You're becoming more and more a shitty whole country, even without even know it. I know it because I lived it, and maybe Desi know it because he lived it. But hopefully, guys, you will figure it out and you leave the world a peaceful place.
Thank you, Nika. John, closing.
Yeah, I just want to say, Nick, I appreciate a lot of things that you said. I agree about a lot of the things that you said about what Israel's actions in Gaza and Qatar, and I do think they're reprehensible. I also think that you got to be careful though when you paint Americans with a broad brush. There's a lot of diversity in how Americans feel about what's going on over there, myself included. Like but I mean, I will say that it's not necessarily a bad thing that Americans are going to be concerned with what's going on here first. And, not that justifying any of that. It's just, we got like as you were saying, that we got our own troubles here right now, right? And they could be getting worse. And regarding the Charlie Kirk thing, I'll just say that for me, the reason, I talked about it a lot here on the open mic was it wasn't so much the because to be honest, I didn't really agree with everything Charlie Kirk said. A lot of things he said I didn't agree with. What really bothered me was the way people reacted to it and the way they were so emboldened, like they felt that this was acceptable. And I'm not talking about just these crazy blue hairs with, these piercings in their face. I'm talking about like, there was college deans that were talking this way. There was city council members talking like this, mayors throughout the United States talking like this. This is what really bothered me, and I always felt that like, well, if this is happening, well, then it's it's kind of too late. So like maybe we have crossed that line where there is no going back. Like if that, maybe it has gotten that bad where the only resolution is violence. Like, human history is, is there some weird quote about that? Like human history is just like a bunch of wars interspersed with brief periods of peace. That seems like, conflict seems to be the rule, not the exception. So, but enough of that. Anyway, Wyatt, thanks so much for, as always, brother. It's really messed up that they took down your channel, but everybody that's watching, if they're watching, hey man, hit the like and the subscribe button. Hit it. It helps the algorithm. And you guys can share this. Hit the share button. You can put it on your Twitter or any of your other social medias so other people can see it as well. Drive traffic. And the great thing about this is you've got people from all over the world, literally with all sorts of points of view, as you guys have seen. So, come here and express it. And I'm done.
Thank you, John. So for those watching on the main channel, the DPA with the black logo, yeah, you're on the main channel. You need to click the link at the pinned live chat. Go to the DPA open mic new bracket new. But if you can't find, you're using the TV, just search DPA open mic new. You'll find the red logo DPA open mic channel. Subscribe over there because we need 1,000 subscribers. As one of the criteria to monetize. The other criteria is 4,000 viewing hours. So no, so but subscribers more important first, because that one, yeah, much more harder. So anyway, Lambo closing.
And muting myself. Yeah, what John said also, new members, they are coming, and we had one from Belgium also today, but he didn't manage to log in and he had issues with his camera, all that shit. So I hope he's going to retry next week. He's actually somebody, he was today to a manifestation, a white Mars, how do you call that, against bad things that happening in Belgium, censorship and all the stupid things that the government doing. Like Belgium is everything but perfect compared to other countries, but luckily it's not. I'm going to say that bad. It's depending on which city you are, of course. All these events last weeks hit me very hard. I'm never going to forget. The first video that I saw about Charlie Kirk was actually the most horrific one. And it's just so sad that somebody that did his best, you can agree with him or not, to just share his beliefs and try to re-educate some youngsters. It was his main goal, was killed so cold-bloodedly. Same for all other victims by useless violence. Everybody in the world that been killed, doesn't matter who you are, you don't deserve to be killed in a useless way. So I hope all these killers, so I also going to say that person that killed that Ukrainian refugee that just came from her work, wanted to go home to have some sleep and rest and to rework the next day, just was cold-bloodedly killed by a lunatic that was already arrested 14 times. And there you're again talking about the democratic judge that actually every time released him again. Something is wrong. It's not only in the United States. If you just look at my country, some people are going to be punished for, and they get nothing. And they're going to be released, and then they're going to kill again or do something stupid again. It's not that one thing that's happening, but there is something wrong in the justice system, and that need to be cleared. Please don't make things like that happening again. And if you are in a public space, I don't care, you see somebody fall down on the ground, please go check that person and go help him. Don't say selfish at your side, or don't go to it and just film it. Go fucking helping it. There is something terribly wrong with selfishness and the brain of human beings. It's disgusting that woman, if I give you an example, was alone, busy dying for 2 minutes, and there were 5 people around her that could do something within these 2 minutes, and she probably maybe survived it. But no, she's now dead. A daughter of somebody. It's disgusting. I hope these 5 people never, ever going to sleep well in their life. I really hope that for them, because it's fucking disgusting. I driving by night. I see drunk people driving. I'm going to do everything to stop them, to call the police. I don't care if they're going to lose their driver's license, but they're not going to kill somebody. I saved an immigrant in Zeebrugge falling into water, and I stayed with him until the emergency services were there. You have your citizens, how do you call that? Your citizens, plicht in Dutch, so you need to have your task as a citizen to help people in distress. If he's black, white, Chinese, I don't give a fuck. Trans, I don't give a fuck. You still need to help it if you are the first one that can do it. The people in our generation, 2025, became fucking disgusting. It's to cry. I'm not educated like that. And I don't need to have a thank you afterwards. I just did what I need to do. That's it. And life continues. But I really hope they're never going to sleep again, because that poor young woman died for nothing. And all the people that were cheering the death of somebody like Kirk, I hope you don't going to sleep well also. You lose your job, good for you. You're not deserving to be an ambassador of your company to bullshitting like that. Your company doesn't need bad publicity because of you. Don't forget, on your Facebook, the most of the people put where they're working. And you also showing pictures with your kids. Don't show other people how bad parent you are. Just don't do that. Please throw your social media in the trash can, because you're not adult enough to go on social media. You're still in the real world, but just virtually. And people don't understand that. I am admin on a Facebook group with 50,000 plus followers. I really know what it is. And my job for the moment is removing comments, because people just don't have respect. And I ask that the group is clean. I don't need to know your bullshit. Just keep it clean. We have guide rules. You respect it. Even Facebook has its own guide rules. So don't come with freedom of speech. You just can't fuck up because you're ruining the guideline rules of Facebook, even of YouTube or other social media. But people are sad. It's disgusting. It's to cry. It hurt me very hard. Poor kid. Imagine staying there 2 minutes and losing blood, and people just don't give a fuck. It's disgusting. And I really hope also, like our Belgian government is going to raise the age to 16 years old for the kids, because younger kids, younger than 16 years old, don't need to see all these footages of people dying on social media. You can traumatize young kids for nothing, and it's not worth it. It's not part of their education. They need to do that everywhere. Belgium is going to do it, and I hope other countries are going to follow, because and parents need to learn to their kids that they don't use social media. They are not made for that. Social media is cruel. It's really cruel. So I just hope that what's happening can turn in a positive message to find more positivity in the world. I really hope for that the bad thing can be turned into a good thing. But I hope justice is going to do his work. The killer of Charlie Kirk doesn't deserve to stay on the planet. Same for that poor woman. It's a chance that you have in the United States that the death penalty still exists. I am pro death penalty for very bad cases. So yeah, we will see. I just hope that this is going to happen. And stop just read memes. Look at the big text and don't get misinformed by these things. Because Charlie Kirk was not that bad. I was not 100% agreeing with him. I don't like that he was always referring at religion things, at God. Not everybody is a Christian, so nobody need to have reference about God and the Bible. That's my opinion. And that was the thing I was against. Like the abortion, I was also not completely agreeing with him. I think if your daughter of 12 years old being raped by a pedophile and she get pregnant for him, she has the right to remove that baby. She don't need to have that pedophile's DNA inside her body. That is something that is my opinion. But otherwise, don't play with abortion. So a lot of girls using that as going to a candy store. It's very bad. That is a reason why I am a little bit pro anti-abortion. Because of that, because some girls take it too easy. Oh, I am pregnant. I didn't use a condom. I didn't learn my mistake. Next time, again pregnant. Oh, again the abortion. So yeah, these type of things I was a little bit agreeing with him. But it's very sad. It's just sad weeks. And it's also sad 2025. I hope all the wars going to stop very fast, because you're useless also. For everybody is useless. Too many people died for nothing. So something that could be resolved. So yeah, just let's hope. Yeah, have a nice one, guys. I hope next week we can talk about another subject. Big smiles again, because I am very irritated today. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Lambo. Gabriel closing. Gabriel need to leave soon, so he need to go first.
Oh God, thank you, Jesus. That was hard to endure. But well, it just goes to show the state of European men, you know, like that's the quality of their intellectual process, and we're supposed to be sad about him, you know, because he saw sad things on internet. But seriously, the situation of the world is pretty dark. That's true. And yeah, like I'm not particularly shaken by that particular event of Charlie. I understand the impact because of the visibility of the media character, but yeah, I've seen like so much slaughter in the past few years that, you know, it's just a drop in the bucket. But it has political implications, and those are going to be severe. That's why I caution to the situation. And yeah, like the situation with Qatar, for example, Trump is demonstrating with his political administration. He's demonstrating that the art of the deal is, while you're making the deal, you bomb the counterpart, you know. So, and that's the way you can get the best deal. But yeah, it's very sad to see the American position fall apart in such a dramatic way, you know, because you can't make a deal with them. Like every time there's never good faith, and you might get bombed every time that you want to negotiate with them. So, but it also goes to show the ruthlessness and the level of the degree to which they're willing to impose their interests, you know. So that's why it doesn't surprise me that they would cancel in such a drastic way, like understanding how the people think, especially how the leftists like Gareth are like so gullible that they'll just fall for it, you know, and gobble up the slop that they give them, this tiny victory, you know, and they'll take the blame, you know, not because they actually did it, like they're blaming Groypers and shit like that, completely Zionist slop, you know. But in their glee, they're taking in responsibility, you know, by their approval. So they're like legalizing that form of discussion, so to speak. And yeah, like the kid was like, I understand him. I didn't agree at all with him. Like I understand his position. He was a young, you know, student who got propped up. He's like a Nick Fuentes, you know, he's literally like a Nick Fuentes, but that didn't question the support. Like Nick has talked about this, like how when he was like promising young student, right-wing speaker, and he was offered a trip to Israel and sponsorship by you know, these Zionist right-wing forces in the interests in the American state. And when he started questioning things, he was ostracized and slandered and ousted. So Charlie Kirk is like a Nick Fuentes that actually complied with the Zionists, with the orange juice. And so he had a massive support and a massive following. And so it was super dangerous for him to start questioning what he had previously supported. So it makes total sense that they would take him out. I'm not saying that they did, but it just makes sense, you know? And they have shown over and over again how ruthless they can be. You know, it's like the strongest, the most powerful mafia in the world. And that's the real enemy. And that's what I was talking to John earlier. Like the guys that are opening the gates of your countries for mass immigration from the countries that they wreck. They're the same people. So like you need to realize what the enemy is, and instead of like swatting flies. It is not your fate to be a fly swatter. And so yeah, those are my thoughts on the issue. Hope you guys can realize what's going on and not fall for the divide and conquer that has been so used and abused on your poor souls. And I'm talking to both sides of the political divide. If you stop following propaganda so closely, you might actually realize how much you have in common, and how much greater the threat, the real threat, is. And with that, I will show my gratefulness to Wyatt for the space. And yeah, guys, subscribe to the new channel so that we can keep this thing going. And like, share, and subscribe. And thank you all for the conversation. Have a good one.
Thank you, Gabriel. Tristan, our new guide for today. Closing statement. You need to unmute though.
Thanks, Wyatt. I guess mine will cover both Charlie Kirk and the undercovered issue here, the bombing in Qatar, both of which come down to the removal of taboos, old taboos, actually. In the case of Charlie Kirk's, it's the removal of taboo around, politically targeted violence in civil society as a legitimate vector, and the increasingly polarized and tribal society that we find ourselves in the Western world, something that Nika is quite familiar with and remarked upon with great astuteness. The more we see this happen, the worse it's going to get. And once you begin this cycle of violence, it doesn't end until it burns itself out, which is the really unfortunate part. And as far as the bombing of Qatar goes, and this is now the third time this has happened, the luring leadership and negotiators into false premises and then killing them basically just ensures that nobody will ever negotiate with the United States or Israel ever again, which bodes very poorly for a region as volatile as the Middle East, which we may find that in the United States it becomes a lot more like the Middle East because of the increasingly tribal and polarized world we keep finding ourselves in. So, hopefully we'll take a lesson and not end up in that place. But you know what? All we can really do is sort of chart the process and, throw in our 2 cents, such as it is. You can all say hello to my pathetic dog, too. Anyway, thank you very much for the space and the time, guys.
Thank you, Tristan. And Desi, closing.
Yeah. Hello, Tristan's doggy too. And I'm going to go back a little and address and finish my point when I was cut off by John here, when I was equating the situation of George Floyd. I wasn't equating George Floyd to, Charlie Kirk, but rather pointing out to the left that because of the lack of sympathy for George Floyd, what essentially happened was you didn't show any kind of empathy for the cop who was performing his duty. And as a result, no one cared about the cop. Now, such a victim hasn't yet arisen in this case, but someday might as well. And the right can be just as ruthless as you are. So I would suggest everyone in the Western left, for your sakes, be more diplomatic, be more smarter. Do not have some empathy. Have some Jesus in your life. Yeah, this was a gift from a Christian friend. In terms of the Middle East, well, as usual, I think Tristan made an excellent point that Israel broke another taboo. And Jimmy Doe was pointing out that it was not even the Mongols killed envoys. So, I mean, where are we heading towards, in terms of geopolitics and in terms of international law? It does seem like both in the domestic politics of the West as well as how the West deals with the rest of the world, it's the rule of the strongest does what it wants and the weak must suffer, which is a very dangerous aspect. Now, how to solve this? In terms of the domestic politics, if you do not want to resort to violence, you should take steps to ensure that there is, the core issues, the underlying issues that are causing such violence and causing such divide in your society does get addressed, or at least there is dialogue, right? As an Indian, I know only two ways. As a right-wing Indian, it's the Vajpayee way and the Modi way. Now, you guys definitely do not want to reach the Modi way, and to avoid that, you have to at least resort to some kind of dialogue amongst the left and the right, but also the president should address this issue more. I mean, just a few empathetic words about Charlie Kirk is not enough. Addressing the whole left-right divide is essential, but he cannot do it alone. Trump cannot do it alone. Just as Mr. Lambo said, if the entire Western media, the left wing, the Democrats are like wanting violence, wanting riots, want to portray Trump as Hitler. We have a saying in India, "Ek haath se tali nahi bajta." You cannot clap with just one hand. So both sides need to come to the negotiating table, sort it out, de-escalate. Yeah, okay, maybe like this. We clap like this on the table. But that's the thing. If you do not do this, it's gonna be this. And for the left, believe me, you do not want this. Because I am living 12,000 miles away and still I know what will happen if a civil war arises. You guys are not going to be the ones who win. In terms of the rest of the world though, now that's a more complex situation and that requires leadership change, fundamental changes in the West, which is not going to occur. Thus, if you want to, bring back the world to the stability, quote unquote stability, of how it was pre 9/11 or even during the Cold War, it's the rest of the world has to step up. However, it is a little difficult when nations continue to, protect and act on their self-interest, such as when China, India, or Russia does not intervene in Gaza or in Syria or in Lebanon or wherever next Israel bombs. It has already bombed Qatar, which was practically next best thing to a US client state. Then it becomes difficult. And then the only option that remains is, as Nika said, is Iran and Turkey arming itself. And if it does come to that, personally, I would say I completely recognize Turkey's historical ownership of Syria, Palestina, and all the way to the Sinai, basically. And if Turkey wants to take it, good luck to them. But it is also a very difficult situation considering Israel has nuclear weapons and is probably the nation that is most likely to utilize this nuclear weapon. So as far as geopolitics is concerned, we are still at a deadlock. We are still very close to midnight and the clock's still ticking upward. More taboos are getting broken. There's more animosity in the world. And amongst the people who do not really care, or at least say they do not care about what happens in the West. And I sympathize, as Ron said, American media just doesn't portray, what is happening to the rest of the world. I would just like to tell this, that the amount of anger that you are feeling at the death, at the assassination, the absolute barbaric assassination of Charlie Kirk, that is what 7 billion other people are feeling when they look at Gaza, when they look at the 2014 coup and what happened in Ukraine and Russia, what's been happening elsewhere in the world, whenever America intervenes. And that's 7 billion people is a very strong, both military and political force. Do not underestimate this. Do look at what they are thinking. And I'm not saying it for their sake, I'm Indian, I'm completely selfish as hell. In fact, if I get the opportunity, I'll ask for your credit card numbers. But for your sakes, you should, do consider the fact what they are feeling and what they are thinking. Just as the people on the panel do, just as John does, right? What else? Anything else I wanted to add? No, I think just about that. Just we should all try to make the world a better place for absolutely, pure souls like Mr. Lambo, pure innocent souls, because he deserves a better world. So yeah, I'll give it off to Vaughn.
I just want to thank Wyatt for this platform, this new and improved version. Hopefully we can start growing it more. If you're out there, like, subscribe, and share. Come over and sign up and subscribe. Make sure you get all the notifications. In regards to Ukraine, obviously Cross, Kupiansk, Turek, Zaporizhzhia, those are all the hot spots. Just keep watching them, see what happens. I mean, anything can happen at any time. I mean, I don't expect anything to change majorly other than maybe something on the ground, but I would assume it's just going to be ground and pound for the duration. I don't think anything's going to happen with the sanctions or anything. I don't think that's going to change anything. In relation to Charlie Kirk, rest in peace. And people should be careful what they wish for, because, if you want to keep going down this kind of stupid road, then things get really stupid, and you can just go and flip on a news channel or watch a documentary of the third world, El Salvador, Cambodia. Things getting stupid real quick. But yeah, I mean, he was killed for political reasons. It's pretty pathetic that someone like Gareth would sit there and actually say the world's a better place, but everyone's allowed to have their opinion. That's what Charlie Kirk would have said, even if he would have been disgusted by someone like Gareth. And another thing I want to say, the killer of Charlie Kirk was a homosexual man. He was dating a transvestite man, a transsexual man. He was involved in the LGBT community. And more than likely, other people were aware of what he was involved in, or helped him plan, or encouraged it, or were aware of it in some way or form and didn't do anything. So hopefully justice will be meted out, and these people will all be charged accordingly and prosecuted and sentenced to long, lengthy prison terms. I don't really care if he gets the death penalty or not. In the United States, that could take 10, 15, 20 years. So life in prison, the death penalty will probably be about the same. Who knows? Maybe somebody will get him in jail and it won't even matter. But yeah, people need to chill out, and, but at the same time, you need to be vigilant and pay attention. You need to defend yourself. You have a right to. There's no passage in the Bible that tells you to allow people to assault you and kill you and murder you, no matter how Christian you are. So, go out and turn the other cheek like Charlie did and debate people properly and take the criticism, but don't take the violence. Don't take the physical abuse. Don't take the attempts on your life. Protect yourself. Be aware what's going on. And, if you see somebody doing something, let somebody know. Pay attention to what's going on around you. These people are insane. They're mentally unstable, and they want to hurt people. They've made that clear repeatedly. They don't care if it's children, political figures, state legislators. They want to kill them. They want to hurt them.
It doesn't matter what people like Gareth think. This is a useful tool in the toolbox of the left to commit violence. It's no different than brown shirts or death squads or anything else. Just because they staple breasts to their chest doesn't mean they can't go out and kill people, and that's what they do. I mean, and it's a dangerous time in America if that's the kind of attitude people want to have. I don't think it's going to be a very fun time, but y'all have a good week. Peace out.
Thank you, Vaughn. And Koping.
Yeah. Damn, the only thing missing now is that someone drops in and opens the closing, so it goes on for another couple of hours. Yeah, my fellow bleached Negroes, and also you bona fide Negroes that are watching, some of you sometimes coming on. I love all of you. I really do. I love this place. I love what we're doing here. Like, even if we're kind of being foolish, even Gareth, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like, having opinions like that, it's tempting that if he comes within my physical vicinity, I find him to be slated for categorical elimination. But of course, that's precisely what we should avoid. I mean, just going back, like, let's be a little bit cognizant of what are we facing here, and what we had like this United Kingdom rally or something in the UK. Which is a very clear indication that there is the cultural tensions, so the clashes, so to speak, in Europe, they are just keep on intensifying. Then we have this with Charlie Kirk going on in the United States. I don't think anyone can be at loss to see what's going on here. We are all subjected to a widespread array of psychological warfare. Case in point, look at Nika earlier on, right? So he was referring to Genocide Joe and Genocide Trump. I mean, in context of what we've just been talking about, that's clearly like an invitation to violence. Like, I'm not saying Nika is inviting, just to be clear, but it is indicative of the cheerleading crowd that he tends to be being around, right? That's the wording that they are using in groups, and I think that's worthwhile for us to be cognizant about. Like, when people are having like for example, Genocide Joe and Genocide Trump, right? You are like, Nika is probably sane enough to not going to do anything, but there are people who are cheering on with that. You know, we just saw that with Charlie Kirk, for example. So yeah, just generally speaking, I think that we should be cognizant of people who are in echo chambers, and maybe like I love Mr. Lambo. He's so wholesome, being so he cares so much and compassionate about people, and I think he actually said something. Oh, what do you have here? Excellent. I'll wrap this up so that Archimedes can get to
wrap
this.
what up? Are you doing something?
Closing. You'll get your turn. Don't worry. This closing.
What's closing?
Don't worry.
One
more
up.
Don't worry.
One
Don't
more
worry.
up. I've never heard of closing.
Closing is closing. You'll get your closing. Don't you worry. So, Mr.
I'm not
Lambo,
closing anything. I'm opening,
I kind of agree with what Mr. Lambo was saying. Like, I'm not going to go on as 10-minute spiel like he did, or anything like what Gabriel did. Like, as Gabriel, he was kind of dismissing of what happened to Irina, but you see, that's kind of perhaps telling of, he had seen certain types of violence, but you guess if you go into a certain conflict, he's not going to have any problems expressing like, how emotional he gets engaged in for whomever and whatever, right? So I think it's a bit distasteful to be dismissing Mr. Lambo on that. What he kind of pointed out that I really agree with here is that if you notice like these rhetorics, that these kind of types of these words of violence or dehumanization, you can probably identify certain echo chambers just from that. You can discern echo chambers just like that. And yeah, maybe you should jump out of your comfort zone and what the fuck? Okay. I feel so sorry for you, Wyatt. I mean, god damn it. Okay. Anyways, enough of this hippie ranting of mine. I think you motherfuckers should like and subscribe. That's especially now when we're having being struck down by YouTube for some stupid reasons, and the subscribing on a new channel, that's the important, because now it's on a new channel. Okay, subscribe with the notification bell blaring, and try to reach, so we can reach 1,000 subscribers ASAP, because Wyatt needs the money. Like what he enabled, we need to make tenable, right? We need to be able to give him money. But meanwhile, for those of you who did manage the super chat, through the main channel or Rumble, or for that matter, are otherwise supporting DPA on the Patreon, Ko-fi, Locals, and Boosty, links in the description below this stream, then we all very much appreciate the support that you are providing us. And with that being said, Well, these fucking Americans now colonizing the open mic again, which is kind of a insolent.
It's not colonization. The United States has never been a colonial power.
We are conquering the open mic.
Bushmen. You're technologically propped up Bushmen, and that's why you
let's be accurate here. I'm conquering the open mic. Mr. Ted is just a freaking immigrant coming in after I do all the dirty work.
No, because we are granting you.
I predate immigration.
Okay?
Look, I came in here before you, man. I'm here defeating the natives, like coping, right? Which, by the way, if you can tell, I mean, by his Israel apologia, then you should have figured it out from how excellent and how naturally talented he is at begging for money. I mean, my goodness, the shilling is incredible. The script is just great. So, let's go. More immigrants.
You are certainly the best one. You are certainly the best one to provide my coping. No, you are really well.
Indeed.
You really are.
Indeed.
You stupid crap, Wyatt. You have no idea.
The Indians are always supposed to precede the white folk.
No. But apart from these insults as a form of affection, but seriously.
First of all, why are you interrupting my closing?
Because you came in too late, so that's why you can be interrupted.
That's why we waited.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hypocrisy is only good when I do it. All right. So you all know.
I'll stop interrupting. But Archimedes, thank you very much for those times you have super chatted in reference to me, like Zionist chilling and whatever. I love it because it's like you giving me money to give to Wyatt, and I really appreciate.
Yeah. Maybe you're so. Is the reason that you do so much shilling because you think it's a piece of currency? We don't live in Victorian England anymore, bro.
A piece of currency. No, it's because
maybe I'll give you a pence.
No, because I'm a broke loser, so I have to be.
Yeah, how are you broke? You're Norwegian, dude. What the hell? Go to your sovereign wealth fund, man.
It's expensive to live in Norway. That's not to be spent on Norwegians. Dude, what world are you living on?
Yeah. Look, I live in a world where the Federal Reserve can print infinite amounts of money for whatever reason. So money doesn't even matter, Just open up an account at the Fed, and every few months you're just going to find another fucking $1 trillion in there.
I'll immigrate to the United States, and you'll hear me next time say that anyone who's not an American is a terrorist.
Friggin' immigrants. Look at this. Fucking immigrants. It's ridiculous. Well, okay, look.
I'll jump on a longboat and sail over to your shores.
I think Wyatt's actually going to fucking ban me if I don't actually do a closing. I think I might be at the end of my rope here. So maybe that's why we got demonetized last week, bro. It was all my fault. Who knows? But yeah, no, man, fucking crazy week. What an incredible week. One of the weeks where, maybe not a century, but a decade has happened this week for sure. I mean, we've seen a major incursion into Poland by these Russian drones. I don't know the full story there, but I think it was intentional. I don't really buy the story that it was some shock electronic warfare thing that caused them to go off course. I think this is a little pressing of a little putting the toe over the red line a little bit,
probing the line.
Exactly. So this is interesting. I mean, we're seeing another escalation with this Israeli attack against Hamas in Qatar, which is insane. So the world is getting very unstable, and these two events are much bigger news actually than the death of Charlie Kirk. Though I think there's a chance that the assassination of Charlie Kirk may end up being far more important than any of this, depending on how things go. But again, it's not really about Charlie. Okay? Je suis Charlie. All of us are Charlie. It's about us. You understand? When Charlie Kirk got shot while standing at a university speaking his mind, that was every single one of us who's ever stood in a university classroom surrounded by progressive leftists and spoken our mind despite social pressure. And he got shot in the neck. 31 years old, a little older than myself, beautiful wife and a child. I think he had one or two kids. I think it was just one. The little girl, the 3-year-old, ran up to him. Oh, he has two, one younger, one a baby, and then one 3 years old who ran up to him after he got shot because she was scared of the noise. I mean, fuck, man. But look, people die every day, right? That's not really why it matters. It matters because he represents all of us. And, it reminds me of the only real Trump quote that matters, the only thing about Trump that really fucking matters, which is when he said, "They're not after me, they're after you, and I'm just in the way." Trump for all his personal failings, all of his corruption, what he represents, right? What he represents, not what he is, but what he represents as the face of this movement is precisely that, is the rejection of this liberal left, not even liberal or lefty, like cultural progressive hegemony. And I mean hegemony in the Gramscian sense, okay? Where it's hegemony that is unquestioned. Okay, that's the definition of hegemony, where it's just the assumed default state. That's the victory of a political opinion in the Gramscian sense, right? And the trouble is the right doesn't read Gramsci. The right doesn't read much at all. And we really should learn from these thinkers of the 20th century, because they did reform our society in their image. And I think it's time for us to reform our society in a different image. So we are standing at a precipice where the right is about to use cancel culture. And the reason that, to go and attack these leftists, there's a database of 40,000 people and counting who are confirmed to have been gloating over the Charlie Kirk shooting. Then, there's now an organized effort to go and contact their employers and their universities and get them fired and get them expelled. And the reason that this is happening is not because really, the right finally got done whining about principles and now we're ready to be, now we're ready to go and be hypocritical and take power. It's not like we're finally done. Now the gloves come off. What's changed is that, there is social power now in the right. There's the balance of social power between progressive leftism and nationalist, traditionalist conservatism as social forces in the everyday conversations that you have with people on the street. That pendulum is swinging and it's becoming acceptable. The Overton window is swinging. The Gramscian hegemony of progressive leftism is breaking. Okay, between 2016 and 2020 and 2024, the part of the country that swung hardest towards the right, the state that swung hardest towards the right, was New York State. And if you look at it, the upstate of New York, which is relatively suburban and rural with some small cities, it didn't shift much at all. It was New York City and the metro area which surrounded, which swung rapidly. Okay, I mean, this is the core of where sort of American culture and society comes from, and for so long it's been completely synonymous with effete liberal culture, and that's been flowing out of it. Well, there's a change in the air. Okay, there's a reason that things are changing there, in that place specifically, because there's a change in the cultural elite of the United States. There's a change in the cultural paradigm of the United States, and we're so fractured and atomized as a society that a lot of us are not going to be aware of it. But if you go out there and take a sniff of the air, man, you're going to see that we're not so far away from there being big red fucking flags rolling down the side of the Empire State Building. We're not so far away from that point. All right, the Statue of Liberty might have something else in its hands besides a torch by the end of this decade. We'll see. We'll see. Things are happening, guys. Nothing ever happens until it does.
And Mr. Ted, closing. Thank you, Archimedes.
Archimedes, you're right. There's 40,000 people on that list. It'll probably be 60,000 before tomorrow morning. The right has finally been stirred into no longer being silent or static. And for all the vitriolic hate that the left has continually thrown towards the right, they have falsely assumed that the right will do nothing. And what this week has shown is people are ready to do something. And what the left is going to find out is that the right was never ineffectual. They were just waiting. And the waiting is over. And we're coming for them. We're coming for anyone who decides they don't like the empire of the USA because it may be heaven within hell, but it's still the best thing on the planet. And it might be an empire in decline, but it's still the biggest empire on the planet. And people who think that they can gleefully gloat about the death of a man who was willing to have a calm conversation with people he disagreed with are going to realize that if the right quits talking, there are very few actions left. And there will be actions. There will be actions. And many people, instead of being excited or explosively yelling about things, have been quietly waiting for the beginning. And we might just be watching that beginning. And if the left was smart, they would realize their time is done. Wyatt, we appreciate your new platform. It seems like the timing for change is never very good, and I think this week has shown us that yes, the timing couldn't have been chosen at a worse time. But we will get this platform up to a place where we can actually get it to make some money. Let's encourage everybody to become financial supporters. It's a lonely place over in Patreon, but the core supporters are there. We just need more of them. So, guys, I mean, really, you guys buy coffee more than twice a month. Spend that kind of money on Wyatt because his services are infinitely more important. It gives us a touchstone. And even if you disagree with what's being talked about, it's a great platform to have that discussion. So, hope to see you guys and new people next week. Thanks, Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Ted. That was like you watch the movie, right? Suddenly the movie ends, and Mr. Ted just changed his tone. It's like so jarring.
I feel like I just said a Disney villain speech.
It's like Thanos.
Almost, man.
Like Thanos entry after a Avengers movie, you know? The main villain just walking up. Hell yeah.
I hope.
Hell yeah.
I had family that was in the audience when that happened. My anger is being guided, focused.
Yes, brother.
Yes.
Yes.
So there was something that I want as well. Like I did the walk video on the main channel. I was like talking about this. It's a dangerous path. I think United States is at the crossroad. So I hope it doesn't go worse. And I think that maybe this pushback will just teach the loud. I think the left is big. Of course, the population is big, but I think maybe the noisy people is a small percentage, and hopefully they will learn the lesson that you need to be more responsible with yourself in real life, and on the internet.
Everyone assumes that
to speech.
Yeah, everyone assumes that the right is going to be like George Washington, and what the world is going to find out is there's plenty of people that are more like Thomas Paine. And he knows all those guys who work down at the docks, and he's going to bring those guys to have the conversation now.
Yeah. Let's stay peaceful. Let's stay peaceful before we get demonetized the new channel too, even though it's not monetized yet.
last one, Wyatt, to respond to that, to Ted, I thinking that the woke is busy destroying themselves. So yeah, we will see.
All right, thank you everyone
bye,
for joining the DPA Open Mic. It's my turn to do closing. Thank you guys. I'm gonna drop you guys into the backstage. So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 145, the first one on the new DPA Open Mic channel. It's multicast on multiple platforms, the usual Twitch, Telegram, Twitter, and then the open mic channel on Rumble, open mic channel on but the open mic channel on YouTube, there's two. There's an old channel and the new channel. The old channel already ended the stream in the 2 hours mark, because I need to get people to come over to the new one. And also the main DPA channel. The main DPA channel is helping out in terms of the super chats, which a lot of people have supported, which is fantastic. We are able to fund the episode as per usual. And I will continue to do this dual stream. We used to do this dual stream for open mic a long time ago. So we do dual stream until the open mic channel is monetized. And the old open mic channel will be archived. I will not touch it anymore. I'll probably do one more video to advocate people to subscribe to the new one. And probably I will never touch it again because I don't dare to touch it anymore. The speculated reason most likely is because of the Vaughn's Wagner flag, and nobody, including myself, it's not his fault. Like, I also do not know that the flag alone is going to cause a strike, and this strike is also it's not the usual community strike. They just went straight into demonetization, which they usually don't. Like, a strike doesn't necessarily mean that it's a demonetization. So this is a unprecedented situation. So yeah, it's not Vaughn's fault, and it's probably my fault for not being more careful. And that is something that I have been saying also, when I covering all the different affairs around the world. I'm always super careful because I have been censored quite a bit and have shadow banned quite a bit before Elon Musk took over Twitter. Before the Ukraine war started, I have another channel. I have also DPA. I have always been censored, timed out by Facebook and all this kind of thing, and like shadow banned on Twitter, all this. So I'm very careful with the things I say. I kind of like a sixth sense know that what they don't want me to say or talk about, and yeah, but the Wagner flag thing, is still very it's not natural because the sensitivity towards Wagner is extreme. It's a bit like ISIS flag. It's a bit like promotion of ISIS. So to them, the putting the flag is a promotion of Wagner, which is considered a criminal organization, so it's not allowed. So it is what it is. And because we have so many episodes that we have the Wagner flag on the Vaughn's background, we do not know how many, and I cannot necessarily go back and delete everything. It's just a waste of time. So it's easier to just create a new channel. Since it's already demonetized, the strike will last for 90 days on the old channel, and there's no guarantee that after 90 days I can apply for monetization again, but there's no guarantee that they will allow me to monetize the channel. So it's not worth the risk. It's easier to just create a new channel. I think it's just safer because even if I monetize the old channel back, then after that they strike us again because of an old video from 2 years ago. It's just dumb. YouTube always does that. So it's better to start a new channel, be a bit more careful. So for those that have not subscribed to the new DPA Open Mic channel, do subscribe on this. And for those that have never watched DPA Open Mic before on this main channel, which is the black logo, do check out the link in the pinned comment, or you can Google search DPA Open Mic new and subscribe to the red logo DPA Open Mic channel. So, and I'm quite sure because we have already started so many channels. I know that it's not that difficult to monetize a channel because of the DPA community. So although open mic is like a bit of a acquired taste, as I always say. So hopefully it's not that difficult, and then hopefully we can monetize it, and hopefully YouTube lets me monetize it. My worry is that YouTube don't let me monetize it. Then GG, you have to wait for 90 days. So, but that's what it is. So red. So I can also show the comments on stage. But the red neutralists say that the symbolism of the new channel. So it doesn't affect the Rumble at all. Rumble have no problems. Nothing changes on Rumble. The main there's no war channel and main channel on Rumble. It's just one DPA channel and then a DPA Open Mic channel and the DPA Gaming channel and the Analytics channel. So the Rumble have no change. Rumble is very straightforward. It's YouTube. YouTube, has a lot of this kind of censorship stuff. So, yeah. Anyway, it is what it is. We'll just deal with it. That's the life. Until until this anti-woke or this balancing neutral pragmatic culture permeates into Google, into Alphabet, into YouTube, into something that is more sensible, where they treat YouTube partners more like partners than slaves, then yeah, we have to be careful. If this culture of stronger conservatism and pragmatism and practicality, logic, common sense continue to go on in United States, I think maybe in another few years' time we'll probably see YouTube becoming a better place. Right now they are just very sensitive and very authoritarian, and yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. They are still the biggest platform, and that's the only place that we can really monetize as a content creator properly. And no other channels no other platforms is able to sustain any content creators, unless you have a big Patreon followership, which is not really an easy thing to establish. So yeah, and that's it. Great conversations today. I think it's like I said, like they were said just now, previous weeks was a bit quiet, then suddenly everything happened in a single week. And if you believe in those metaphysics, counting fortune, horoscopes or whatever, those destiny, it seems like the whole week is just a volatile week. If you believe in metaphysics, the whole week is just a volatile week. We have all the insane things happen, including happen on DPA, where we have our channel getting striked. So a lot of crazy shit all happen at the same time. So maybe it's fated, it's written in the stars, maybe. So that's it. Thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe. Happy birthday to you if your birthday today. I'm not sure why I have to say that, but I'm so used to it. So I'm going to drop the outro. And there's a top fans. Some top fans. Let me just to show in case, since for the fun of it. Share screen, blah. So there is so the top fans for the two sides. This side is the open mic channel. This side is the live, the main channel. Yeah. So I'm doing this ranking thing like F1, the top 10. We're going to get some points or something. I'm planning to do something like this, but anyway, yeah, I still haven't touched anything about it. So, until I do something about it, then yeah, it is what it is. So that's it. Thank you for watching. I'm so lazy. I don't have any other phrases to use. I always say that it is what it is. That's it. Okay, I don't have to say so much anymore. Thank you. Oh my freaking god! 7.5 hours. I should shut up. Bye.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA open mic, free speech zone. DPA open mic, we are live. DPA open mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live.
Oops, I forgot to remove my space.
Gathered voices, the stories they grow. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, like lovers, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice decides, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring mic, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, like lovers, yet alive in the arena. to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table, the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand.